Chapter 4461. After hearing this, Sun Jian's sweat dripped down his back again. He knew Xiao Hua's temper. Xiao Hua was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. He hated being used by others the most. If Xiao Hua knew about Immortal Emperor Gaochun's plan, who knew what kind of loopholes he would make? Sun Jian hurriedly said, "Your Majesty." While they were talking, the emperor's golden throne violently shook again. Another piece of gold flew out. The emperor became impatient and picked it up to take a look. A rare trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. He looked at Sun Jian and asked, "Why is your auntie looking for you again? Didn't you go to the Hall of Fragrance earlier?" "Well," Sun Jian was also stunned. He nodded and said, "I just returned to the Immortal Palace and went to see you in the Hall of Fragrance." "Forget it, you should go," the emperor helplessly said. "I have already scolded her twice. If I refute her again, she will be angry." "Yes, I understand." Sun Jian didn't dare to say anything else and bowed. "I will go right away." However, just as he said that, Sun Jian seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, if it's possible, Your Majesty, send a decree to the Hall of Enlightenment not to provoke the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators, or let me take charge of this matter. Your Majesty only needs to invite Senior Wenqiu into the Wenqiu Palace, and everything will be fine. Your Majesty, and I will only need to find the thief who covets Your Majesty's throne." "Okay, I understand. Go to the Hall of Fragrance." The emperor was clearly absent-minded and said, "Be careful. Don't let your whereabouts be exposed." Sun Jian wryly smiled. "Your Majesty, I am now the Sun Palace's Grand General. A trip to the Hall of Fragrance won't cause any suspicion, right? All in all, just be careful." Immortal Emperor Go-Chun waved his sleeve and signaled for Sun Jian to leave. Not to mention Sun Jian, the Nangong young noble, Nangong Jingyin, asked Immortal Emperor Go-Chun for permission to visit the Eastern Sea Emperor at the Lingyun Palace. After coming out of the palace, he went straight to the west of the palace. He flew past many pavilions and clouds before finally arriving at the foot of a mountain. The Immortal Palace had always been dominated by palaces. Even with Nangong Jingyin's experience, she couldn't help but stop in the air. After a while, she broke out from the intoxication of the mountain's scenery and smiled. "Since ancient times, I only felt that the 4 seasons were new, but I didn't know that the autumn moon was near. Only when the mortal world is heavy would I feel that the scenery of the mountain ridges is new." The moment she finished reciting, a yellow scarf warrior suddenly came out from the foot of the mountain. This yellow scarf strongman was at least 1,000 feet tall. His body surged with an awe-inspiring aura, emitting a reddish-yellow luster. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Hall of Fragrance?" the yellow scarf warrior shouted. "If you have no intention of offending, then turn around and I'll pretend that I didn't see anything." Nangong Jingyin naturally wasn't afraid. She stood firmly in the air and bowed. "This one is the young noble of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingyin. This one has already paid respects to the Immortal Emperor and received his order to come and pay respects to the Eastern Abyss Empress." The yellow scarf warrior was stunned and raised his hand. "Do you have the Immortal Emperor's decree?" The Immortal Emperor is discussing important matters in the palace and doesn't have the time to care about this one. Nangong Jingyin calmly replied, "Thus, this one doesn't have the Immortal Emperor's decree, only the Nangong family's token." "Where's the token?" the yellow scarf warrior roared with a respectful tone. "Please examine it." Nangong Jingyin took out her token and handed it to the warrior. The yellow scarf warrior took the token and looked at it before saying, "Please wait a moment." Then, the yellow scarf warrior flew into the mountain and disappeared. Not long later, a woman in palace attire flew out with Nangong Jingyin's token. When she got close, she handed the token back and bowed with a smile. "Young Master Nangong, the Empress invites you in." "Many thanks, sister. Please lead the way." Nangong Jingyin took the token and carefully held it in his hand before returning the greeting. That woman covered her mouth and smiled. "Young Master Nangong, please." Nangong Jingyin looked at the woman's swaying waist and her graceful figure as she controlled the clouds with a trace of a smile on his face. Then, he lowered his head and followed behind. After flying over the mountain, 5-colored clouds covered the entire mountain range. Moreover, in the air, strands of elegant fragrance entered his nose. Nangong Jingyin lightly breathed in, and when that fragrance entered his body, a refreshing feeling appeared in his mind. Not only did his limbs and bones feel comfortable, even the qi in his middle dantian sped up. "Sister," Nangong Jingyin said, "the fragrance-spreading palace is indeed the most beautiful place in the immortal palace. Every time I go there, I feel a little younger. Sister is serving the Empress in the fragrance-spreading palace. Not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years later, you will still be as young as you are now." Hee. No wonder the Empress is biased. Young Master Nangong's mouth is really sweet. Hearing this, the woman was elated. Her face blushed, and she smiled. Celestial Empress was about to head to the back of the mountain to pick the wood heart grass. When she heard that young Master Nangong was coming, she ordered people to postpone the matter and hurriedly sent this servant to invite you. If it was someone else, the Empress would definitely not meet them. "Io, this is all my fault." Nangong Jingyin smiled and said, "The sisters are all prepared, but they were delayed because of me. I have to apologize." As she spoke, Nangong Jingyin took out a jade box and handed it over to that woman. "Sister, this is a heart-cleansing pill made by my Nangong family. It isn't anything precious, but it has some unique benefits for skin maintenance. Normally, the women of my Nangong family would use this to maintain their beauty. Sister, please give this to the other sisters and ask them to forgive me." "Is that so? This is the Nangong family's heart-cleansing pill?" That woman's figure stopped as shock appeared in her eyes. This servant has long heard of this heart-cleansing pill. Although the name sounds ordinary, it is extremely useful for women like us. Nangong Jingyin smiled and stuffed the jade box into the woman's hands. She waved her hand and said, "Rumors are inevitably exaggerated. This heart-cleansing pill is just an ordinary pill made by my Nangong family. Sister, you don't have to mind it." Hee. If that's the case, then this servant will bring the other sisters to thank young master." The woman giggled and carefully put it away. How could she not know how precious this heart-cleansing pill was? "By the way, sister, how is the Empress' mood these few days?" Nangong Jingyin asked casually. The woman naturally understood this logic. She didn't try to hide it and said with a smile, "Celestial Empress has been in a good mood these few days, much better than before. Otherwise, she wouldn't think of going to the back mountain." "Many thanks, big sister." Nangong Jingyin understood and didn't ask any more questions, only replying with a smile. Afterward, the woman brought Nangong Jingyin and flew forward again. In just a short moment, they entered the 5-colored clouds. Within the clouds, there was a palace on the foot of the mountain. This palace's style was simple and unadorned. An auspicious aura surged into the sky. Immortal birds were leisurely circling around the palace, and immortal beasts were leisurely pacing around the palace. The palace was extremely large and seemed to cover the entire foot of the mountain. However, there were layers of clouds above the palace, and the majority of it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There was a door in the palace, and there was a group of female generals in front of it. These female generals wore armor and held imperial artifacts. They all looked valiant and formidable. When the female generals saw someone flying over, they immediately went on guard. The two female generals in front even used eye-clearing techniques to examine Nangong Jingyin. Nangong Jingyin had a smile on her face as she nodded at the two female generals. She didn't stop and followed the woman who led the way to the palace. The two didn't land, and the group of female generals had already formed a formation and faintly surrounded the two of them. When that woman landed, she smiled at the female general in front and said, "General Rainbow Phoenix, this is the young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingyin. She's here to greet the Empress." Go in." General Rainbow Phoenix glanced at Nangong Jingyin and nodded. She waved her hand, and the group of female generals behind her moved aside. However, they still remained vigilant not far away. Behind the female general was the palace door. This door was also grand, and there were 3 flamboyant inscriptions on it: "Fragrance Spreading Palace." The doors of the Hall of Fragrance were divided into 9 sections, but they were not completely open. Only the door on the far right was half closed, neither too big nor too small. The woman walked to the door and said respectfully, "Young Master Nangong, please." "Okay." Nangong Jingyi nodded and walked in. The woman hurriedly turned around and walked toward the side door. Nangong Jingyi stepped into the fragrance-spreading palace and was greeted by thousands of flowers. Some were big, some were small, some were blooming, and some were budding. They filled the entire fragrance-spreading palace. Other than the dense fragrance in her nose, there was only a myriad of colors. There wasn't a single path, nor was there a palace. Nangong Jingyi looked around and couldn't help but feel dizzy. The moment Nangong Jingyi closed her eyes, that woman flew out from a flower beside her and said respectfully, "Young Master Nangong, please follow this servant. Sister, please." Nangong Jingyi opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear now. The woman didn't move. Instead, she stepped into a faint yellow flower bud. The instant she stepped in, the flower bud suddenly expanded to more than 30 meters in size. Nangong Jingyi didn't dare to delay and quickly followed. Swoosh! A faint yellow light mixed with clouds covered the entire flower bud. Nangong Jingyi felt the entire world shake. His body seemed to have moved a little, but it didn't seem to have moved at all. The flower bud returned to its original state. Chapter 4462. Shortly after, the woman brought Nangong Jingyi to 8 similar colored flower buds. After the last flower bud turned, the entire flower bud flew out from the flowers and brought Nangong Jingyi and the woman into the flower bushes. The bushes were torn apart like clouds, and Nangong Jingyi's eyes lit up. She was already on the stairs of a palace. "Empress!" The woman landed on the stairs and immediately bowed. Nangong family's young master Nangong Jingyi requests an audience. Announce. A clear voice sounded from within the palace, and a grassy lawn appeared from the clouds and extended to Nangong Jingyi's feet. Servant Nangong Jingyi greets Empress. Nangong Jingyi stepped onto the lawn and bowed. As she spoke, the lawn returned to the palace, and the clouds dissipated. Nangong Jingyi's eyes blurred, and she was standing in a palace filled with flowers. There is also a golden chair at the top of this palace, and a woman who was 3,000 meters tall sat on it. She had a dignified appearance and had a kind smile on her face. There were countless auspicious signs on her palace dress. On the left side of the golden throne, countless inscriptions formed the shape of a phoenix. They danced proudly, and wisps of luck that were as thin as strands of cloud surged out of the void as the phoenix flapped its wings. They either entered the woman's palace dress or the golden throne, and faint rumbling sounds could be heard. This woman was none other than the East Sea Empress, the mother of the world. Seeing Nangong Jingyi bow, the East Ocean Empress raised her hand. "Servant Nangong, you may rise." "Thank you, Empress." Nangong Jingyi still didn't dare to raise her head. She only looked at the auspicious clouds below her. The East Ocean Empress was very satisfied with Nangong Jingyi's respectful attitude and asked, "I heard that the calamities on the hidden immortal continent are endless. Not only are the commoners homeless, but many scholarly families are also declining. I wonder how the situation is now." Nangong Jingyi replied, "Empress, you care for the world, and I truly admire you. 10 days ago, this humble subject received a message from the clan and mentioned the recent disaster. Please be at ease, Celestial Empress. This humble subject does not know about other places, but within the capabilities of my Nangong aristocratic family, not a single person of the secular world has left their home, much less become homeless. Not only did my Nangong family use all of our resources to help the people who were affected by the disaster, we even traveled thousands of miles to purchase good seeds that could resist the disaster. We distributed them to the people of the world for free so that they could fill their stomachs and cultivate them. AI, if all the clans were like the Nangong clan, then why would the immortal emperor have to work so hard every day?" The East Sea Empress sighed. "It's really been hard on the Nangong clan. I don't dare. This is what I should do as a subject. Nangong Jingyin replied, neither haughtily nor humbly. Crown Prince, what brings you to my hall of fragrance today? The East Sea Empress smiled and said, your Nangong family has done a lot for the hidden immortal continent. If I can participate in politics, I will definitely ask the immortal emperor to reward your Nangong family. Nangong Jingyin smiled and said, this humble subject has not come to the Hall of Fragrance for a long time, and I miss Celestial Empress very much. Furthermore, this humble subject's mother has also sent a message, and she specially instructed this humble subject to come over. She said that she has something to tell Celestial Empress. Oh, what matter does Xing have to be so mysterious? The East Sea Empress smiled and said, this humble subject has known your mother since young. After this humble subject married into the Sun family, she married into the Nangong family. However, every year during this humble subject's birthday banquet, she would send her regards over. How long has it been? If there is something, why didn't she say it that day? This, Nangong Jingyin said embarrassedly. Mother said clearly in the message that this humble subject is not allowed to take a look, so this humble subject does not know. Take it out. The East Sea Empress smiled and said, yes. Nangong Jingyi nodded and carefully took out a palm-sized pink jade pendant and respectfully presented it. At this moment, a female official walked out from the nearby clouds. This female official took the jade pendant and looked at it. She then opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of qi, which entered the jade pendant. Rumble! With a soft sound, 4-color qi surged out from the jade pendant and transformed into a several qi-long subbody. This subbody was an absolute beauty, and she was also wearing palace attire. She looked around and bowed towards the East Sea Empress. This subject, Sun Yaoxing, greets Celestial Empress. This subject has come to greet Celestial Empress as a Yuan spirit child. This subject seeks Celestial Empress understanding. It's fine. The East Sea Empress waved her hand and smiled. This is the fragrance-spreading palace. Other than your family's boy, there are no other subjects here. There is no need to be so courteous. Furthermore, this humble subject also knows that if you were to make a trip to the Immortal Palace, you would have to submit a letter of approval first. Your Nangong family also has to go through many formalities, and this humble subject is truly inconvenient. For you to come and see this humble subject as a Yuan spirit child, this humble subject is already very happy. Thank you, Celestial Empress. Nangong Jingyin's mother did not lose her respect because of the Celestial Empress's words. She still carefully replied, how? The Celestial Empress recently? Sigh, not really. The EC Empress sighed. I believe you also know that this matter, this humble subject, does not feel good in my heart. That's right. Nangong Jingyin's mother smiled and said, which mother would be unhappy if this matter happened to her? If he was imprisoned in the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal, this subject will also think of a way to save him. You will think of a way, but this humble subject cannot. The EC Empress shook her head and said, this humble subject is the mother of the world and must be a role model. This matter cannot make things difficult for the immortal emperor. Speaking of this, the East Sea Empress was a little bewildered. She looked at the slightly dimmed subbody of Nangong Jingyin's mother and asked, Xinger, do you have any important matters? If this humble subject is able to do it, this humble subject will definitely help. Big sister, Nangong Jingyin's mother revealed a mysterious expression again. She even changed the way she addressed the East Sea Empress. She said softly, this little sister didn't leave much Yuan spirit in the jade pendant. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Then, this little sister will make a long story short. Go ahead. The East Sea Empress nodded. Actually, this little sister didn't come today for my own matters. Nangong Jingyin's mother said, this little sister heard about the 9th princess matter and knows that you are feeling terrible. So this little sister wants to help you. Oh, what does little sister mean? The EC Empress was dazed and was even more confused. Big sister, what do you think of Ener? Nangong Jingyin's mother changed the topic and asked. The East Sea Empress glanced at the respectful Nangong Jingyin and replied, Ener is a good child. Didn't the immortal emperor give him his courtesy name when he was 20 years old? Furthermore, during these years in the immortal palace, he has followed the rules and is the most outstanding among the princes of the four great families. Little sister, you are really lucky. Big sister, if our Nangong family and the Sun family are connected by marriage. Nangong Jingyin's mother smiled and said, "Do you think the immortal emperor will spare the ninth princess? We let her out to marry Yin." Oh, the East Sea Empress was shocked. Her eyes flashed with a complicated expression as her gaze landed on Nangong Jingyin. At this moment, Nangong Jingyin was also shocked and had a trace of shyness on her face. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet. After a while, the East Sea Empress asked, "Little sister, is this your idea or Nangong's?" "Big sister is thinking too much." Nangong Jingyin's mother smiled and said, "Nangong doesn't know about this at all. I didn't even tell Ener. I just want to hear your opinion. If you think it's suitable, I will discuss it with Nangong." Ener doesn't have anything to be picky about. The East Sea Empress said softly, "The Nangong family is also one of the four great families. If Nangong comes to propose marriage, the immortal emperor will definitely give face." Of course, at this point, the East Sea Empress didn't say anything else. In fact, she also understood that the four great families wanted to make the immortal emperor a mere figurehead. The immortal emperor had always wanted to find a breakthrough point between the four great families and the immortal palace. However, the four great families were like one, and the immortal emperor had no chance at all. At this moment, Nangong Jingyin's mother proposed marriage. It sounded like her own idea, but the East Sea Empress didn't believe that Nangong Jingyin's mother didn't discuss it with the Nangong family's family head, Nangong Tianjiao. As for the Nangong family's intention, the East Sea Empress could faintly guess. From the family head's name, Nangong Tianjiao, one could see that Nangong Tianjiao was a prideful person. At this moment, the Nangong family was not only suppressed by the Dongfang and Shimen families, but even the Dark North family, which had always been ranked last, had the strength to compete with the Nangong family. Therefore, if the Nangong family wanted to become the head of the four great families, Nangong Tianjiao had to find an external power. The Immortal Palace's military school was his best choice. Of course, when the Nangong family proposed marriage, it was unavoidable that they would hit the East Sea Empress when they were down. However, this was also a sore point for the East Sea Empress, so she had to consider it. On the day of the East Sea Emperor's birthday banquet, the Immortal Emperor invited the Thunder Temple's Virokana World Sovereign and the Great Sage Hall's Golden-Winged Great Pung Great Sage to discuss the Sutra seeking extreme bliss. He also invited them to watch the Immortal Palace's Heaven's Choice Gathering. The so-called Heaven's Choice Gathering was the battle to choose the Heaven's Heart, because in the previous Heaven's Choice Gathering, the ninth princess Xin won, and the Immortal Palace's half-Heaven's Heart was given to her to comprehend. However, in order to save Xiao Hua at the bottom of the Saint River, Princess Xin took out half of the Heaven's Heart. That half of the Heaven's Heart fell into Xiao Hua's Dantian and couldn't be taken out again. Therefore, in the Heaven's Choice Gathering, Princess Xin couldn't take out the only half of the Heaven's Heart. This caused the Immortal Emperor to lose all his face, and he was furious. Ignoring the East Sea Queen's pleas, he ordered the 3 provinces to bring the new princess to the hidden immortal continent and punish her severely. He also sent more people to find Tian Xian's whereabouts. Chapter 4463. Princess Xian was the youngest daughter of the East Ocean Empress. She had been suppressed in the hidden immortal continent for more than 200 years. How could she not be worried? Seeing that the Nangong family suggestion had the possibility of saving Princess Xian, she was naturally tempted. She believed that the immortal emperor would make some concessions in order to rope in the Nangong family. 200 years was a severe punishment for Princess Xian. Thus, the East Ocean Empress nodded. "Sister, I feel that this matter can be done, but I don't know if Ener is willing." Empress. Nangong Jingyin was a little embarrassed. This subject doesn't have any objections. Not to mention, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the ninth princess. Just the ninth princess's peerless beauty is the ideal partner for me. I'm just afraid I'm not worthy of the ninth princess. As long as you're willing. The East Ocean Empress nodded. We don't know where XIN is being suppressed. How can we discuss with her if we want to save her? Besides, some things can only be done in this way because of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Since Big Sister agrees, then I'll... Nangong Jingyin's mother's body suddenly dimmed, and her voice couldn't be heard anymore. She disappeared before she finished speaking. That jade pendant naturally fell into the hands of the female official. However, the female official's face was as pale as paper. She looked at the jade pendant in a daze before carefully handing it back to Nangong Jingyin. Iner, the East Ocean Empress, changed the way she addressed Nangong Jingyin. Send a message according to what your mother said. Yes, this subject understands. Nangong Jingyin hurriedly bowed. This subject will send a message to the clan. I believe that it won't be long before the Empress will be able to see the ninth princess. Very good. The East Ocean Empress smiled. Your mother is so considerate. I'll remember it. I'll take my leave now. I will send a message to you. Nangong Jingyin bowed, and when she turned around, she couldn't help but smile. When Nangong Jingyin walked out of the fragrance-spreading palace, a woman from before came forward to send him out. The moment he disappeared, the female official couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry out, Empress, Empress, please don't betroth the ninth princess to the Nangong family. Otherwise, even if the ninth princess was rescued, she wouldn't be happy. Perhaps she would rather be suppressed in the lower realms. Oh, ha ha ha. The East Ocean Empress was stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said angrily, Damned servant, are you hiding something from me? This female official was naturally the female official of the new princess palace. Ha ha. The new princess was suppressed in the lower realms by the 3 provinces of Leitang, so the Emperor's Star Palace was temporarily sealed. Ha ha ha, and the other female officials were either guarding the Emperor's Star Palace or sent to other palaces. Ha ha happened to be sent to the fragrance-spreading palace. Today, when she saw that the East Ocean Empress had the intention of betrothing the new princess to Nangong Jingyin, she immediately thought of Xiaohua. She naturally knew that the new princess was in love with Xiaohua. Hearing the East Ocean Empress's scolding, Ha-Ha's mind spun rapidly. But at this moment, she didn't dare to hide it anymore. She was afraid that the new princess would be depressed for the rest of her life. Thus, Ha-Ha-Ha carefully probed, Empress, do you still remember how the princess begged you to give her half a day before she was suppressed? I remember, the East Ocean Empress said impatiently. I thought she wanted to deal with Zhen Ru's matter, so I begged the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor only gave her half a day. Damn it, could it be that she... Yes, the princess went to the lower realm to bid farewell to that person. Ha didn't dare to say Xiao Hua's name and said submissively, Damn it, she's actually from the lower realm. The East Ocean Empress was furious. Which family is this person from? Why didn't I know anything about this? He's not a Confucian cultivator. Ha was about to cry. She knew better than anyone that as the 9th princess of the Immortal Palace, how could Xin marry a Taoist cultivator? Not a Confucian cultivator? Could it be a monk? Io, could it be a demon? The East Ocean Empress was even more surprised. Didn't the little monk that Xin befriended in the past attain Nanwu Wisdom Munju Shri Buddha fruit? No, it's not monk Ci Hui. It's a Taoist cultivator. Ha squeezed out another sentence. Damn it. This is another trick of that Grand Mist ancestor, right? The East Ocean Empress immediately thought of the Grand Mist ancestor. Ha quickly said, This servant doesn't know, but it shouldn't be. Hurry up and tell me. The East Sea Empress panicked. Her body glowed brightly, and the golden throne shone as brightly as the sun. She had wanted to save her daughter, but she had not expected her daughter to betray the Tao to such an extent. She had actually gotten involved with a Taoist cultivator. Ha had no intention of resisting the East Ocean Empress's power. She told her everything she knew in detail. In the end, she didn't forget to say, "This servant pleads with the Empress that the princess and that person are connected by heart. Although she hasn't told that person, but this servant can see that she's always thinking about that person. She's often in a daze with a smile in her eyes. If the Empress marries the princess to the Nangong family, I'm afraid the princess will never be happy. If that's the case, it's better to let her be suppressed in the lower realm." Damn it, damn it, damn it. The East Ocean Empress was furious. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Empress, this servant didn't have the princess's permission. How would I dare to say it?" Ha ha argued. "Moreover, that person is a Taoist cultivator. If the Empress finds out, won't she beat this servant to death? Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you to death now?" The East Ocean Empress sneered. "This servant is afraid, but this servant is more afraid that the princess will be sad for the rest of her life." Ha 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 replied hurriedly. "Even if this servant is beaten to death by the Empress, I don't want the Empress to hurt the princess's life because of your love for her. Previously you were suppressed because of Gusu Chioti's relationship with a Taoist cultivator. Now, you're really a troublemaker." The East Ocean Empress was so angry that she trembled and almost cursed. "This servant doesn't dare." Ha ha felt wronged. "This servant doesn't know how the princess met that person. That person? Who is that person?" The East Ocean Empress snapped out of her anger and scolded. "Tell me." He ha ha bit her lips and said softly, "His name is Xiaohua." Xiaohua. The East Ocean Empress was stunned. She thought for a while and said, "This name is familiar. It doesn't seem like he's a subordinate of the Grand Mist ancestor." The Empress knows Xiaohua's name? Ha 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 was shocked. "I think I've heard it somewhere before." The East Ocean Empress thought and asked, "Where is this Xiaohua in the hidden immortal continent? What's his cultivation? How does he know?" At this point, the East Ocean Empress stopped. How could Ha Ha know so much about the new princess? This servant doesn't know where Xiaohua is in the hidden immortal continent. This servant only knows that he should be at the 5th grade Essence Force 200 years ago. Now, he should be at the 6th grade Essence Force. Ha naturally had to flatter Xiaohua. She did her best to increase Xiaohua's cultivation. He is merely a 5th grade origin power. How could he possibly reach 6th grade origin power in 200 years? The East Sea Empress scoffed. However, as she spoke, she suddenly exclaimed in shock, "I remember now." As she spoke, the East Ocean Empress thought for a while and muttered, "He should still be in the Lingyun Palace at this time." As she spoke, the East Ocean Empress raised her hand and patted the golden seat. A piece of gold leaf flew out from the golden seat. The East Ocean Empress said a few words and pointed. The gold leaf fell into the golden seat and disappeared. "What does Xiaohua look like?" The East Ocean Empress asked. Ha hesitated for a while and waved her hand. A tricolored cloud flew out and condensed into Xiaohua's image in the air. He's just an ordinary cultivator." The East Ocean Empress looked and waved her hand, shattering Xiaohua's image. She said, "Do you know what Xin said to Xiaohua in the lower realm?" This servant doesn't know. Ha 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 smiled and said, "The princess only brought this servant along as a companion." What else do you know? The East Ocean Empress was a little angry. Ha 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 said, "This servant also knows that Xiaohua is a rare, merciful person. His cultivation is also very profound. In the future, his name will shake the world." There's no need to wait. The East Ocean Empress couldn't help but snort again. "If I'm not wrong, his name will soon shake the world." Ha 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 was stunned. She looked at the East Ocean Empress in confusion. Why isn't he here yet? The East Ocean Empress was a little anxious. She patted the golden seat again and sent out another piece of gold leaf. This time, the East Ocean Empress didn't ask ha 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 anything. She sat on a golden seat and thought quietly. It seemed like she was planning something. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was still no movement. The East Ocean Empress sent out another piece of gold leaf. Fortunately, another piece of gold leaf flew over. The East Ocean Empress looked at it and ordered, "In a while, The new Sun Palace Great General Sun Cho, who is in charge of the Immortal Palace's defense, will come to visit me. Go, and bring him here. Yes, Empress. Someone outside the palace answered and left. The East Ocean Empress looked at Ha 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 and said, "You can leave first." Yes. Ha Ha didn't dare to say more and obediently left. Not long after, Sun Jian entered the Hall of Fragrance. He looked at the East Ocean Empress in confusion and bowed. The new Sun Palace Great General Sun Cho greets the East Ocean Empress. My beloved subject, you may rise. The East Ocean Empress pretended to wave her hand, indicating for Sun Jian to rise. She said, "My beloved subject, what brings you here?" Chapter 4464. Sun Jian said respectfully, "I am a newly appointed Great General of the Sun Palace, responsible for the safety of the Immortal Palace. However, I do not know much about the Immortal Palace, so I am here to ask for your guidance." "Oh, the Immortal Emperor has entrusted the heavy responsibility of the Immortal Palace's defense to you. Looks like he has high hopes for you." The East Sea Empress nodded slightly and replied, "If we're talking about the defenses of the Immortal Palace, then that should be the greatest secret of the Immortal Palace." At this point, the East Sea Empress raised her hand and patted the golden chair beneath her. Caw! Several phoenix cries rang out, and dozens of phoenix-shaped inscriptions flew out, covering the entire Hall of Fragrance. When the clouds surged out, the East Sea Empress figure slowly shrank until she turned into an ordinary woman with a kind face. Although the East Sea Empress had a smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with concern and anxiety, the elegance she exuded was still unbearable. "Aunt, why did you call the boy over?" Sun Jian smiled and said, "You sent 3 messages in a row, which made Uncle very unhappy." It's up to him whether he's happy or not." The East Sea Empress snorted coldly. "Only he is allowed to uphold the dignity and face of the Immortal Emperor, but not the feelings of husband and wife. Can I be a little angry?" Sun Jian naturally knew what the East Sea Empress was angry about. He could only comfort her. "Aunt, if it's just about the 9th princess, Uncle did not do anything wrong. After all, he is the Immortal Emperor, and there are 8 other princesses above the 9th princess. Not only does he have to face the Thunder Temple and Great Sage Hall, he also has to answer to the other 8 princesses. If he doesn't punish the 9th princess, how can he lead the Confucian cultivators? Even if he wants to punish her, he doesn't have to be so cruel." The East Sea Empress knew that Sun Jian's words were reasonable. She sighed and said, "Poor XNXN. She has been suppressed in the lower realm for more than 200 years. I wonder how she is doing in the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal?" "Aunt, don't worry." Sun Jian was still comforting her. "The 9th princess controls the Thunder and Thunder provinces. Even if she is imprisoned, the law enforcers will not dare to make things too difficult for her. As long as there is a chance in the future, Uncle will definitely find a chance for the 9th princess to atone for her crimes." The East Sea Empress sneered. "He only cares about his throne. Ever since the Heaven's Choice Assembly, he hasn't come to the Hall of Fragrance. All right, Jean, you have to keep an eye on the Immortal Emperor for me. I heard that he's been going to the Flower Medicine Palace recently. If there's any movement, you have to inform me as soon as possible." Flower Medicine Palace. Sun Tian was slightly taken aback as he asked curiously, "Isn't that Fairy Yu?" At this point, Sun Jian smiled bitterly. He knew he couldn't continue. Sure enough, the East Sea Empress' face turned cold when she heard Fairy Yu. She said coldly, "That's right, it's Fairy Yu. What do you think the Flower Medicine Palace has to do with? Was it worth him going there again and again? Does he think that I won't be able to find him just because he's invisible?" "Ahem." Sun Tian coughed lightly and said, "Auntie, boy understands. Boy will definitely patrol the Flower Medicine Palace diligently in the future and give Uncle some warnings." That's good." The East Sea Empress nodded and said, "Auntie didn't raise you in vain. In this immortal palace, you're the only person I care about the most. Auntie, if there's nothing else, Boy will take his leave first." Sun Jian smiled and said, Boy's enemies haven't discovered the boy's true identity. Boy has to quickly find out who harmed boy. Oh, don't be anxious, the East Sea Empress hurriedly said. And he called you over to ask you something. Auntie, please speak. Sun Jian was a little confused. He thought that the East Sea Empress had called him over to keep an eye on the immortal emperor. Auntie, do you remember that when you just came back, you said that you fell into the heavens prison with a Dao sect cultivator called Xiao Hua? The East Sea Empress stared at Sun Jian and asked, Yes, why? Sun Jian was even more confused because the East Sea Empress was looking at him strangely. What does that Xiao Hua look like? The East Sea Empress hurriedly asked. When Sun Jian revealed Xiao Hua's appearance in the air, the East Sea Empress' eyes revealed a look of realization. She pondered for a moment and said, In other words, before this Xiao Hua fell into the heavens prison, he was a level 4 or 5 elemental energy. Now, he's a level 8 elemental energy like you? This. Sun Jian was a little hesitant. He didn't talk much about this with the East Sea Empress. However, after thinking for a moment, he answered honestly, reporting to Annie, Xiao Hua's aptitude is rare in this world. Many a boy's sacred arts were taught by him. Moreover, his current strength should be at level 9 elemental energy. Level 9 elemental energy? Then isn't he a Dao sect, Mahayana realm cultivator? The East Sea Empress was shocked, but her eyes revealed a kind of joy. Yes. Sun Jian didn't dare to be too secretive in front of this Annie who is similar to his mother. He said, Xiao Hua's current strength is at least level 9 elemental energy. Good. The East Sea Empress clapped and smiled. Then she asked, That's right, what's Xiao Hua's character like? Annie, why are you asking about this? Sun Jian was rather confused. He felt that the East Sea Empress didn't look like an empress at all. She was practically like a matchmaker in the marketplace. Hurry up and tell me, the East Sea Empress asked impatiently. Xiao Hua's character is too good. He has too many good points. Sun Jian thought for a moment and said, Boy, it's not good to list them one by one. In any case, it's best to describe him as unparalleled in chivalry and benevolence. Is he really that good? The East Sea Empress couldn't believe it. She asked curiously, Jian, you're not lying to Annie, right? Why would Boy lie to Annie? Sun Jian said with a smile. Annie doesn't even know him. There's no need for that, Boy, right? Then, the East Sea Empress' eyes turned again, and she asked, Does he have a dual cultivation partner? Sun Jian was completely stunned. He also looked at the East Sea Empress in disbelief. Auntie, why are you asking this? AI, it's nothing, the East Sea Empress said with a smile. Annie just feels that he saved you, and you're Annie's boy. Auntie is thinking of how to repay him. Our immortal palace has the most female officials. If I introduce one to him, not only can I repay his kindness, I can also recruit a capable person for your uncle. That's why I called you over to ask. Forget it, Sun Jian said with a wave of his hand. Boy hasn't seen Xiao Hua have a dual cultivation partner. However, from what he said, he seems to have someone he likes. However, due to some reasons that he isn't willing to say, they can't be together for the time being. The East Sea Empress' face revealed a benevolent expression. She said with a smile, Looks like this Xiao Hua is a good child. Sun Jian said with a smile. Spiritual Master Xiao has always been good to his own family. Even if it's a stranger, he's still benevolent. However, he's someone who can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Whenever someone takes him seriously, his temper flares up. Not to mention the ordinary demonic beasts. Even the devil race would be eaten alive by him. That's for the best. That's for the best. The East Sea Empress was more and more delighted as she listened. She nodded and said, Tell Annie more about Xiao Hua? Even if Sun Jian was an 8th grade origin energy literature saint, he was still a human. As long as he was a human, he couldn't hide any secrets. Sun Jian was somewhat wary of immortal emperors, afraid that they would provoke Xiao Hua. However, in front of his own aunt, he didn't hide anything. He told her how he met Xiao Hua, how he fell into the heavens prison, and how he cultivated. Of course, Sun Jian didn't go into detail about what happened in the ruins. He only said that it was an experience in the illusion. Illusions tested one's humanity the most. Of course, The EC Empress didn't suspect him. Sun Jian also told the EC Empress about what happened in the soaring Dragon Mountain range. He was afraid that the Immortal Palace really had something going on with the Fortune Gate. He wanted to rely on the EC Empress to deal with the Immortal Emperor. Sun Jian spoke for almost an hour before he bid farewell and left. After Sun Jian left, the EC Empress sat on the golden throne and pondered for a long time. Then, her expression changed. The joy on her face turned into coldness. She said in a low voice, "Escort Bayan to the palace." "Yes, Empress." The female general outside the Hall of Fragrance immediately answered. In just a moment, Bayan was brought in. Bayan's face was pale. She had only left the Hall of Fragrance for an hour, and now she was being escorted by a female general. She was terrified. Bayan, the East Sea Empress looked coldly at Bayan and said, "As female officials of the Emperor Star Palace, you knew that the 9th princess actions were wrong. Not only did you not remind her, you even hid it for her. Now that the 9th princess has been severely punished, you can't escape punishment either. Seeing that you have worked hard and that you have just been punished, I will not let the 3 provinces imprison you in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. I will only banish you to the lower realm. Do you accept this?" When Bayan heard this, she couldn't help but tremble. She opened her mouth to explain, but the East Sea Empress didn't mention any other mistakes. She only said that she hid it and didn't punish her too severely. She was only removed from her position as an immortal official and banished to the lower realm. She really had nothing to explain. After thinking for a moment, Bayan lowered her head and said, "I accept." At this point, Bayan looked up and said, "However, I ask that Empress reconsider what I said earlier. Don't let the 9th princess regret it for the rest of her life." "Oomph." The East Sea Empress snorted. "You don't need to worry about my matters. Just worry about yourself." "I understand." Bayan lowered her head, not daring to say more. "Take her out," the East Sea Empress ordered. The female generals beside her immediately rushed forward, took Bayan, and pushed her out. Rainbow Phoenix. After the female generals left, the EC Empress asked again, "Which part of the hidden immortal continent is the most chaotic right now?" "Empress." The Rainbow Phoenix general hurriedly replied, "Right now, the 9 states of the hidden immortal continent are suffering from famine and war. I can't say which part is the most chaotic." "Oh." The East Sea Empress glanced at the Rainbow Phoenix general and said calmly, "Just now, the new Great General of the Sun Palace, Sun Cho, said that the Great General of the Lunar Temple has already gone to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to suppress the remnants of the Tao sect." "Yes, that's it. Banish Bayan to the soaring Dragon Mountain range." Chapter 4465. Empress. General Colored Phoenix was shocked and hurriedly said, "Although Tao Wu has some strength, she is a woman after all. If she is banished to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, I'm afraid she will be in danger. Empress, please show mercy and spare Tao Wu." "Damn it." The East Sea Empress was furious. "I've already made a decision, and you dare to disobey? Do you want to be banished to the lower realm too?" "I don't dare." General Colored Phoenix did not dare to say more. She lowered her head and followed the order. She directed the female general of Fragrance Hall to escort Tao Wu and urged the clouds to fly out of the magnificent mountain range. Xiaohua, Xiaohua. The East Sea Empress sat on the golden chair with a mysterious smile on her face. She thought to herself, "I'd like to see what kind of surprise you can bring me." Xiaohua naturally did not know that Princess Xian was suppressed in the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal of the hidden immortal continent. He also did not know that the East Sea Empress was trying her best to scheme against him in order to save her daughter. At this moment, he was flying to the Chitty River with Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu. These 3 Dao sect cultivators could now be regarded as the supreme cultivators of the Dao sect in the 3 continents. However, they did not use any special magic. They just moved their bodies and flew high in the sky of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. The speed of the 3 was not fast, but not too slow either. Seeing the constantly changing scenery and the changes in the sky, Xiaohua naturally would not give up the opportunity to ask the 2 immortals for advice. Whether it was the questions he had during cultivation or his own guesses, he told them all. Xiaohua had a good impression of Xiaohua. He did not have much time to give him pointers during their previous meetings. Now that he had free time and wanted to borrow Xiaohua's power, Su Ji answered all of Xiaohua's questions. Looking at Fairy Xingyu, at first, she just pursed her lips and smiled. From time to time, she would mock Su Ji, saying that he wanted to take in a disciple before leaving the 3 continents. However, a few days later, as Xiaohua's questions became more and more profound, Fairy Xingyu could not help but speak. Fairy Xingyu's cultivation was not as high as Su Ji's, but she was the law envoy of the Palace of Justice. She knew many secrets of the immortal world and had seen many immortal cultivation techniques. Sometimes, Fairy Xingyu could answer Su Ji's questions very well. Of course, occasionally, there would be questions that the 2 immortals couldn't answer, causing them to argue. As they argued, the 2 immortals looked at each other. After all, Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu were immortals from the immortal world, while Xiaohua was only a Mahayana cultivator from the 3 continents. If Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu's cultivation was a lake, then Xiaohua was just a small puddle. However, when faced with Xiaohua's question, Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu felt that Xiaohua was no longer a small puddle. He might also be a lake. However, the lake might be smaller than them, but there were many waterways in the lake, and the waterways led to the boundless sea. Xiaohua was currently cruising around the edge of the lake, bitterly looking for the waterway that led to the sea. As long as Xiaohua found the direction that led to the boundless sea, regardless of the size of the waterway, it would not be able to stop his cultivation from growing like a hot knife through butter. At this point, Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu no longer doubted that Xiaohua could ascend. The only thing they wanted to know was what level Xiaohua would be when he ascended to the immortal world. However, they also guarded the secret of the immortal world and did not dare to reveal it. The only thing they could do was explain the profound meaning of cultivation to Xiaohua without reservation. After Xiaohua ascended to the immortal world, they could draw him into their sphere of influence. Of course, there was still a difference between Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu. Su Ji did not reveal his own selfish motives. He only tried his best to tell Xiaohua about the gains and losses of his cultivation. On the other hand, Fairy Xingyu often revealed some of the benefits of the Palace of Justice. Xiaohua was not in the mood to think too much. He only knew that he was now taking an immortal as his teacher. Every word from the 2 immortals was like a bright star in the sky, illuminating his cultivation path. He had long been immersed in an intoxicated state that was even more intense than ascension. Alas, until one day, Fairy Xingyu sighed. Xiaohua, your cultivation path is no longer difficult. All you need is time. From now on, even if you don't cultivate and sleep every day and night, your strength will slowly increase until the laws of the 3 continents can no longer tolerate you. They will wake you up and kick you directly to the immortal world. As for the tribulation, I can see it even with my eyes closed. How could the thunderbolt technique taught by the punishment envoy of the Palace of Justice not be able to withstand the thunder tribulation of ascension? If it weren't for the fact that entering the immortal world is a big crime, I would almost want to take you back to the immortal world. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with starlight. Wisps of mystery swam in the starlight like chains. He raised his head in a daze. His thoughts had not awakened from the experience that should not exist in the 3 continents. He did not hear Fairy Xingyu's words at all. Don't listen to her nonsense, Su Ji said with a smile. No one knows what the result will be until the last step. Although I am the punishment envoy of the Punishment Palace and sometimes control the Thunder Tribulation, the Thunder Tribulation is the will of heaven and earth. Even an immortal cannot know the profound meaning of the Thunder Tribulation. Although you have cultivated the Thunderbolt technique, there is still a long way to go before you can resist the Thunder Tribulation. Well, if you still have time, you can experience the Fury of Thunder in Enchanting. The Fury of Thunder is the thunder cultivation technique practiced by the punishment envoys of the immortal world. It is said that it was created a long time ago when the punishment celestial lord comprehended the thunder tribulation and refined the immortal slaying stage. Of course, the fury of thunder is still different from the thunder tribulation. It can only help you understand the thunder tribulation a little more. Huh? Fairy Xing, you covered her mouth and laughed. Su Ji, didn't you say that you can't reveal the secrets of the immortal world? Why? Did you tell Xiao Hua what cultivation technique the punishment envoys practice? It doesn't matter. Su Ji glanced at Fairy Xingyu with a rare trace of warmth in his eyes. He replied, Immortals are also humans. How can they not have feelings? For a cultivator like Xiao Hua, even if I have to risk being punished, I want him to enter the immortal world as soon as possible. If Xiao Hua enters the immortal world, you can't snatch him from me. Fairy Xingyu pouted. Although he has already cultivated the thunderbolt technique. Su Ji smiled but didn't say anything. Fairy Xingyu hurriedly said to Xiao Hua, many of the cultivation methods I gave you are for the Master of Law of the Palace of Law to cultivate. For example, the light and cloud light technique, the swift and lightning technique. Thank you, seniors. Xiao Hua blinked and the strange phenomenon around him disappeared. He bowed and said, In the past few months, I have gained too much. To put it bluntly, this junior has been cultivating for such a long time, but there has never been a professor who has been so kind to me. This junior's heart is filled with gratitude. You don't have to be so polite. Fairy Xingyu said with a smile. When you go to the immortal world in the future, just listen to me. Su Ji said seriously, Xiao Hua, your aptitude is extraordinary, and we like you very much. But it is not your aptitude that makes me want to teach you. It is your mind and temperament. Not every cultivator of the Tao sect can take the dignity of ordinary people to heart, and they don't care about the life and death of the people in the world. You let Zhaixing Liu and the Luo Merchant Union broadcast good seeds on the hidden immortal continent, and let the Fortune Gate in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range plant good seeds. The food you cultivated in the original Fiend God blood pool alone has saved countless people in the secular world. In today's hidden immortal continent, the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect may not know who Daoist Xiao is, but ordinary people in the secular world know. Of course, they may not know that Daoist Xiao is Xiao Hua, but they really put Daoist Xiao in their hearts and are grateful to him. With his kindness, I can't not teach you what I have learned. Speaking of this, Su Ji raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance, intentionally or unintentionally, and said, Of course, I am just an ordinary law enforcer of the Punishment Palace. My cultivation may be higher than yours now, but in the future, I absolutely believe that you will be stronger than me. I only hope that no matter when and where you are in the future, you will not forget how good Fairy Xingyu and I are to you today. Also, don't forget the root of these good things. Don't forget your original heart and the justice you pursue. Boom! It was unknown whether it was because Su Ji's words came from the bottom of his heart and caused Xiao Hua to feel the same way, or because Xiao Hua had been comprehending an extremely profound cultivation technique for the past few months, and it had triggered his memories. As Su Ji's voice fell, Xiao Hua's mind rumbled, and then many scenes gushed out from who knows where: a grave mound, a skinny child, a strict father, and a few deafening words of reprimand. Xiao Hua, be grateful. Remember, you must be grateful. Our family is relatively poor, and you left early. In the past 5 years, I know that your life has been more difficult and dangerous. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a father and didn't teach you well. This isn't your fault. It's all my fault. Our family has received a lot of kindness from the Misty School. As they say, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You must remember that we must repay the kindness of the Misty School. Alas, last night, you talked about human nature in the Leaf family. Your father didn't know much about it. At that time, he didn't dare to disrespect you and didn't interrupt you. What you said may make sense, but I feel that although we can't be on guard against others, we shouldn't think too badly of others. I also know that the people in the martial arts world are sometimes very scheming, but justice lies in the hearts of people. Even if there is no heart, God is watching. Also, now that you have the ability, I don't want you to become a hero who is loved and respected by others. I just want you to become a righteous person who can face everyone with a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart." These words seemed to be very far away, but Xiao Hua felt as if they were right in his ears. Tears welled up in Xiao Hua's eyes as a sense of homesickness inundated him. "Father, grandmother, mother, are you all right?" A grand ascension stage human, the center of attention of countless people, had finally found a trace of his lost memories in this faraway land. Chapter 4466. That's right. All law enforcers must have justice in their hearts. They must face all living things in the immortal world with a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart. Only in this way can they face the thunder tribulation and their own immortal slaying stage with a pure heart. When Xiao Hua's memories gushed out, he was extremely emotional. Wherever his thoughts reached, the immortal slaying stage in the space released faint lightning. This lightning killed all things and also gave birth to all things. In the midst of life and death, a suction force that made Xiao Hua's mind feel extremely close was born. Xiao Hua didn't need to think too much. His mind had already fallen into the space. In the space, the immortal slaying stage that had been flashing with lightning along with Xiao Hua's comprehension of the thunder art. At this moment, seeing Jade Archive Xiao Hua appear, it released a dazzling brilliance like a thunder flower in full bloom. Jade Archive Xiao Hua couldn't help but turn into a stream of light and fall into this thunder flower. Xiao Hua's emotions were slightly shaken, and ring-shaped thunderbolts immediately appeared around his body. Crack, crack, crack. They rushed out in all directions. Su Ji and Fairy Xing were stunned. Just as they were about to activate their Dharma power to resist, they saw the weakness in Xiao Hua's eyes. Their hearts skipped a beat. The two of them looked at each other. With a flash of their bodies, they went far away, leaving the thunderbolts swimming around Xiao Hua and flashing wantonly. Su Ji, Fairy Xingyue, saw Xiao Hua's figure looming in the thunderbolt, as if his whole person had turned into a thunderbolt. Her heart was filled with surprise as she whispered, "I can't understand Xiao Hua anymore." "That's right," Su Ji also whispered, "especially now. Back then I saw Celestial Venerable Master of Laws personally make a move." Fairy Xingyu nodded and said, "In my memory, that palm was like the entire heavenly Tao appearing in front of my eyes. I feel that, even if I cultivate for another 100,000 years, I won't be able to compare to a grain in the Celestial Venerable's hand. Although Xiao Hua's strength is not as strong as ours, from the thunder he turned into, I actually saw that kind of vague feeling, a feeling of the heavenly Tao overflowing. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a Celestial Venerable?" Shoo! Although Su Ji knew that he was talking to Fairy Xingyu, he hurriedly stopped her from guessing. Xiao Hua is Xiao Hua. A Celestial Venerable is a Celestial Venerable. Even if it's an immortal king, it has nothing to do with us. We formed a relationship with Xiao Hua in the 3 continents, but now that we've arrived at the Celestial Realm, I really don't know if this is fate or not. Let's just do what we need to do. Don't say too much. Fate. Fairy Xingyu's eyes were also watery. She raised her hand to hold Su Ji's arm, tilted her head slightly to Su Ji's shoulder, and whispered, "I'm really grateful to the heavens. If it weren't for this fate, my soul would have been destroyed long ago." Well, Su Ji's body stiffened slightly, and he slowly withdrew his arm. He forced a smile on his face and said, "Actually, as long as it's an immortal from the immortal realm, if they encounter such a situation, anyone would help." Humph. How boring. Fairy Xingyue snorted coldly. "Not as interesting as Xiao Hua." Sigh. Su Ji sighed and shook his head slightly. However, after a while, Fairy Xingyue smiled again and whispered, "Su Ji, you've never told me about your hometown. Since you've told me, tell me more about it." Su Ji looked at Xiao Hua's figure flickering in and out of the lightning. This figure was sometimes in human form, sometimes in the form of lightning, and sometimes even in the form of a heart. Su Ji could feel the familiar aura of thunderous fury emerging from the core of this heart. Su Ji suppressed the surprise in his heart and didn't dare to disturb Xiao Hua too much. He flew another 100 kilometers and released his divine sense. While guarding Xiao Hua, he said, "My memories of my hometown have faded, but there are many interesting things that happened there. I remember when I was young." Fairy Xingyue cupped her cheeks with both hands and stared at Su Ji with a smile on her face. Weren't the memories that Su Ji was talking about her memories as well? She didn't know how long it had been since a man had been so patient and talked so tirelessly. He opened up the memories of time bit by bit and gradually filled the cracks in her heart with love. Love was never an expression of ordinary people. The demon clan, cultivators, and immortals, no matter how long they had been cultivating, when love came, they had no power to resist, because love was destined. It was irresistible and inexplicable. More than a month had passed, and the cold wind was gradually blowing. Su Ji frowned and looked at the flashing lightning in the distance. At this time, the lightning was different from before. The unruly and arrogant feeling was gradually gone, and the anger contained within was gradually born. Similarly, Xiao Hua's figure had completely turned into a thunderbolt, but this thunderbolt was condensed into the shape of a heart. Su Ji. Fairy Xingyue was also a little impatient. She secretly whispered, "It seems that the time for the Star Moon Palace to appear is coming. Why don't we wake Xiao Hua up?" "No." Su Ji spoke resolutely and decisively. "Even I've only encountered the lightning transformation stage twice in the immortal dimension. Xiao Hua has just come into contact with the fury of thunder, and he can have such a realization. His future thunder cultivation technique is limitless. We'll go there ourselves. There's no need to wake him up." But Fairy Xingyue was puzzled. "Didn't your divination say that he is your hope? The mystery of opportunities is not something that can be understood by divination." Su Ji replied faintly, "If I ruin Xiao Hua's opportunity for the sake of my opportunity, this opportunity, I'd rather not have it." "Okay." Fairy Xingyue bit her lip and said, "I'll listen to you. You go first." Su Ji glanced at Xiao Hua, as if he was worried. Fairy Xingyue stamped her feet in midair and said reproachfully, "You're so scheming. I didn't think of waking Xiao Hua up." With that, Fairy Xingyue moved her body and left, taking advantage of the north wind. Su Ji thought for a while and set up a few simple restrictions. His body flashed with a blue watery light and disappeared in midair. However, just as the two of them flew 1,000 miles away, an earth-shattering sound of thunder came from behind them. Su Ji and Fairy Xingyue hurriedly stopped. Without releasing their divine senses, they saw that in the distant sky, a bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky like a jade pillar. In that bolt of lightning, Xiao Hua's godlike figure appeared. Looking at the space above Xiao Hua's head that had been torn apart by the lightning, layers of shadows fell. That shadow was like an inkstone, but also like a tombstone, exuding a kind of silence and desolation. Immortal slaying stage? No, this is the sound of thunder from the fury of thunder. Su Ji could not help but exclaim, "Is Xiao Hua really a genius? He can comprehend the sound of thunder just by relying on the catalog of the immortal slaying stage that I gave him." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As they spoke, an inexplicable sound rushed to them. Wherever this sound passed, not only did the ancient trees and withered grass on the ground turn into powder, but even the rocks and gravel on the surface of the ground were shattered. Whirlpools appeared on the water surface. Even the two immortals felt as if they were being whipped by thousands of whips. Fairy Xingyue said with a wry smile, "I also want to nigh, but he doesn't have the aura of the immortal slaying stage on him. He can't cultivate the fury of thunder with the help of the immortal slaying stage." While the two of them were overestimating Xiao Hua's divine senses swept over. In just a moment, Xiao Hua's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, and he asked curiously, "Seniors, Why didn't you wait for me? Fairy Xingyue rolled her eyes at him and said, We didn't dare to wait any longer. If we waited any longer, you would have become a celestial master. Sorry, Xiao Hua said with a smile. I haven't been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. It's rare for me to be in closed-door cultivation today. I've kept you waiting. Oh, Fairy Xingyue hit the nail on the head and exposed Xiao Hua's lie. Haven't you been in closed-door cultivation in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years? How can you say that you haven't been in closed-door cultivation? Ouch! Xiao Hua touched his nose, as if he suddenly remembered something. He said anxiously, By the way, I remember something. What is it? Suji asked. Seniors, do you know where the water origin is in the 3 continents? Xiao Hua didn't intend to know the answer. He just wanted to change the topic. It was not beyond his expectations. Not only Suji, but Fairy Xingyue also showed a wry smile and said, Do you think the water origin is innate heavy water? I've cultivated for so long, but I've never seen the water origin. If you know where it is, please let me know in advance. I also want to watch the fun and broaden my horizons. Suji nodded and said, Xingyue is right. The origin is too rare. When a realm is born, the origin of the 5 elements will exist. However, as time passes, the origin will either dissipate in the realm or be obtained by others. I don't know how long the 3 continents have existed. They must have been obtained long ago, right? Moreover, not to mention with your cultivation, even with our strength, it would be useless to obtain this origin source item, unless a heavenly venerable or immortal king. At this point, Su Ji stopped talking. He looked into the distance and said, Let's hurry. It's getting late. I'm sure the disciples of Zhaixing Lu are waiting anxiously. All right. Xiao Hua successfully changed the topic. Although there was regret on his face, he didn't care. Let's go. Fairy Xingyue turned into the wind. Su Ji and Xiao Hua were like lightning, flying into the distance. In less than 10 days, there were more and more crimson rocks around the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Sometimes, the crimson rocks almost covered the entire mountain range. Xiao Hua understood that they were about to reach the Chitty River. On this day, the sky had just brightened. The pale sun peeked out from the horizon. Fairy Xingyue's floating figure slowly slowed down. She raised her hand and pointed at a place that was almost invisible to the naked eye. We've reached Zhaixing Lu. It seems that Xingyue Palace hasn't appeared yet. Let's go to Zhaixing Lu to rest first. Chapter 4467. As her fingers moved, Fairy Xingyue's face gradually changed, finally turning into the appearance of a graceful woman. Xiao Hua glanced at it and couldn't help but ask, Senior, is this your original appearance? Fairy Xingyue smiled and said, Why? Are you reluctant to part with Princess Baiwa? No. Xiao Hua stole a glance at Su Ji and replied, Junior is just curious and casually asking. Then what do you think? Fairy Xing, you had no intention of answering Xiao Hua at all. Xiao Hua shrugged, indicating that he couldn't guess. Su Ji said indifferently, Neither Xingyue nor I have our original appearances. Our appearances can't be revealed on the 3 continents. What you see is an illusion. All right, this junior understands. Seeing that Su Ji's appearance had also changed, Xiao Hua tactfully shut his mouth. While they were talking, several divine senses and clear eyes swept over. When they landed on the 3 of them, they retracted their gazes happily. After a short while, a dozen or so Confucian martial grandmasters around the 7th grade of Origin Energy flew over. They were either dressed in Confucian robes or armor. When these martial grandmasters saw Fairy Xingyue, they bowed respectfully and said, Subordinate greets Palace Master. And Fairy Xingyue nodded and waved her hand to signal them to get up. She raised her hand and pointed at Su Ji and Xiao Hua, saying, These are my good friends, Senior Su and Spiritual Master Xiao. When you see them, it's like seeing me. Yes. The dozen or so Confucian cultivators didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed to the 2 9th-level cultivators, saying, Greetings, Senior Su and Spiritual Master Xiao. However, when the 3 words Spiritual Master Xiao came out, several Confucian cultivators came to their senses and exclaimed, "Spiritual Master Xiao? Xiao Hua? Spiritual Master Xiao of the Fortune Gate?" Xiao Hua touched his nose, regretting that he didn't disguise himself. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it's me. It's really Spiritual Master Xiao. It's really Spiritual Master Xiao." At this time, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators were all excited. Junior thought that Spiritual Master Xiao had returned to the hidden immortal continent. "I really didn't expect to see Senior here." Fairy Xingyu looked at Su Ji, who was somewhat neglected, and asked, "What's wrong? Is Spiritual Master Xiao very famous now?" "That's right, Palace Master. Don't you know?" A Confucian cultivator nodded vigorously. "Right now, one demon and one human are in the limelight in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. One of them is the heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix, who has just become a 7-star great saint. This great saint of the demonic race is the first great saint of the Great Holy Temple, and he was the one who facilitated the 7 saints to become sworn brothers. Although this great saint doesn't have any power of his own within the 1,000 demonic sacred realm, when he entered the Great Holy Temple, he attracted the congratulations of tens of thousands of stars. Who knows how many demonic races have benefited from this?" Another Confucian cultivator continued, "And this person is naturally the Fortune Gate's Taoist Xiao. It is said that Taoist Xiao fought the 3 great saints of the demonic race, the golden-winged great roc, the 5-colored sea god shell, and the flying feather-void beast alone in by Qingyu. He even commanded hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples to massacre by Qingyu, flattening the heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain. If it weren't for the heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix, Taoist Xiao and the 3 great saints of the demonic race would have turned hostility into friendship, and I'm afraid that another great saint of the demonic race would have fallen. It seems it's not that complicated." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and wanted to explain, but before he could say anything, another Confucian cultivator shouted, not only that, Taoist Xiao was very angry because his good friend was suppressed in by Qingyu. When he ordered the Fortune Gate's disciples to return to the hidden immortal continent, they were to kill the demonic race along the way. They must walk a bloody path. And the Fortune Gate's disciples did exactly that, steadily advancing from Bai Qingyu to the North Sea and East Sea. Wherever they passed, rivers of blood flowed, and many demonic races were killed. "This is purely a rumor." Another Confucian cultivator hurriedly refuted, "The information I received is not like this. The Fortune Gate's disciples did not kill too many demonic races. They only killed the demonic races that blocked their path. As long as there was no resistance, they never made a move. There are some problems with the information you received." Another Confucian cultivator with a slightly shorter stature shouted, his scarlet-red face showing a layer of agitation. Wherever the Fortune Gate's disciples went, all the demonic races in the 1,000 demonic sacred territory trembled in fear. None of them dared to show their prowess. Of course, according to this old man's knowledge, there are close to 400 to 500 demonic races and 37 demonic kings in the 37 demonic territories near the North Sea, and they are urgently discussing how to stop the Fortune Gate's disciples. However, because Taoist Xiao had issued an order when the Fortune Gate's disciples set out, they were to kill anyone who stood in their way. Therefore, these demonic kings did not dare to act blindly without thinking, and they are currently seeking help from the Great Sage Hall. Damn it, this is so satisfying. At this point, the Confucian cultivator bowed deeply to Xiao Hua and said, "Taoist Xiao, Junior Zhu Hong is in charge of the star-picking tower in the 1,000 demonic sacred territory. Although Junior has not been humiliated in the 1,000 demonic sacred territory, in this demonic territory where humans are inferior to dogs, I have seen all the humiliation the demonic races have done to our human race. Junior has never been so happy as today. Taoist Xiao is the pride of our human race, the leader of our human race. Taoist Xiao, although your reputation is like the sun in the midday sky in the 1,000 demonic sacred territory, and this news has not been approved by the Palace Master, we dare not leak it. Even in the star-picking tower, Not many people know about it. But rest assured, your reputation is like rolling thunder. Before long, before the Fortune Gates disciples set foot on the hidden immortal continent, your name will be known throughout the world. Seeing that the Confucian cultivators were so excited that they ignored her and were about to crowd around Xiaohua, Fairy Xingyu's face turned sullen, and she said angrily, Xiaohua, I treated you as a relative in vain. You caused such a big commotion in the 1,000 demonic sacred territory, and you didn't even tell me? Xiaohua was speechless, and he argued, Senior, it's not that Junior didn't want to tell you. But this matter of fighting and killing really spoils the mood. Moreover, no matter how big of a commotion Junior caused, isn't it not as powerful as Senior Xingyu? Senior, look at your subordinates. Which one of them isn't an all-powerful figure? Which one of them isn't capable of doing earth-shattering things? It's just that they can't act casually for the sake of Xingyu's development. Junior didn't have such scruples and dare to act. Your mouth is smeared with honey. Fairy Xingyu curled her lips in disdain, but her face was smiling like a flower. Suji frowned and asked, I forgot to ask you, who is that little white dragon whose soul is similar to yours? Oh, his name is Xiaobai. His original body was a giant python. Later on, he cultivated into a python dragon, and his physical body was destroyed. His primordial spirit cultivated with Junior, and after he took over Junior's body, it was somewhat similar to Junior's. The ancient Bell Mountains Demon King coveted Junior's fortune gate, and the seven-colored sea god Shell also had some matters to discuss with Junior, so they took Xiaobai as Junior and captured him. Xiaohua concisely explained the cause of the matter, but when Suji heard Xiaohua mention the seven-colored sea god Shell, a look of shock appeared on his face. He raised his hand and said, It's not too late to talk about this in the star-picking tower. Yes, Senior. Xiaohua hurriedly shut up. Let's go. Fairy Xingyu ordered and flew to the front. Suji naturally ignored the Confucian cultivators and followed behind. Xiaohua was about to follow when he saw the dozens of Confucian cultivators looking at him eagerly. He thought for a moment, slowed down, and raised his hand. Fellow immortals, let's go together. Yes, Senior. Zhuhong was overjoyed and flew over first. A few other Confucian cultivators hurriedly followed, and the rest flew at the back with smiles on their faces. Those who surrounded Xiaohua were basically generals in armor. They were straightforward, and Xiaohua's massacre of Bai Qingyu was very satisfying and greatly boosted the morale of the human race. They admired Xiaohua greatly, and some of them became familiar with Xiaohua in less than half a cup of tea. Seeing that Xiaohua was not arrogant and was also Fairy Xingyu's relative, they soon talked about everything. Xiaohua had always been curious about this mysterious Xingyu. It seemed that Xingyu's tentacles were spread all over the 3 continents. Not to mention anything else. Even Fairy Xingyu and Suji didn't know that Xiaohua massacred Bai Qingyu and led the troops south. But Xingyu had already received the news, and most of the news was true, which made Xiaohua really admire her. Yingpe and Xiong could be considered outstanding in this regard, but the Fortune Gate and the Continuous Merchant Union were far inferior to Xingyu. Therefore, Xiaohua himself also became acquainted with these Confucian cultivators. Looking at the mountain-like pavilion in front of him, Xiaohua had already chatted a lot with these generals. Xiaohua already knew that these dozens of Confucian cultivators were the masters of the star-picking tower in the 1,000 Demon Sacred Realm. They had gathered here because Fairy Xingyu had closed the star-picking tower in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. It was also because they had made great contributions to Xingyu that Fairy Xingyu allowed them to enter the Star Moon Palace. Of course, these masters were puzzled by Fairy Xingyu's decision to close the star-picking tower. This was because the star-picking tower in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm was different from the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. There were many demon races in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm who were willing to trade with the star-picking tower in exchange for what they wanted. Similarly, the star-picking tower could also obtain demon fruits, demon herbs, and other things that the human race couldn't normally obtain from the demon races. It could be said that the star-picking tower's profits in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm were more than those of the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. Xiaohua naturally understood Fairy Xingyu's plan. If the Star Moon Palace was as Su Ji had divined, it would be her and Su Ji's last chance. Moreover, it would also be her most confident chance. Therefore, Fairy Xingyu had to wrap things up well. Although the Star Moon Palace was huge, it might not have any supreme cultivators. At most, it might have some ninth-grade Essence Force worshippers. If there were no supreme cultivators protecting it in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the star-picking tower would definitely be targeted by the demon race. If one of the many star-picking towers was invaded by the demon race, then there would be a snowball effect. Not only all the star-picking towers in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, but even the star-picking towers in the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss would also be affected. Fairy Xingyu wouldn't let the star-picking tower fall to such a state. Therefore, she had made such a plan. Chapter 4468. Xiaohua didn't think too much about it before, but when he saw how dejected these tower masters were, it was obvious that they didn't want to give up on their previous efforts. Of course, he couldn't tell these tower masters about Fairy Xingyu's plans, so he asked about the secrets of the 3 continents and the situation of the Dao sections. Xiaohua's questions didn't involve Fairy Xingyu, so these tower masters didn't have any scruples and answered with a smile. In the end, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly asked, "By the way, I met a fellow immortal called Zhu Qing in the Bronze Pillar Nation star-picking tower. Do you know where he is now?" I got it." A slightly powdery Confucian cultivator next to Zhu Hong slapped his forehead and shouted, "I'm Zhu Qing's good friend." Zhu Qing once said that he met an extremely interesting Dao cultivator in the Bronze Pillar Nation, and he admired this cultivator a lot. He said that this cultivator was only at the 3rd or 4th stage of Essence Qi, but he needed a rare, benevolent heart and filled the book of heroes of our star-picking tower. I really didn't expect that this Dao cultivator was Taoist Master Xiao. Xiaohua looked at the Confucian cultivator's coquettish appearance and his slightly pinched fingers, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and asked, "Where is fellow immortal Zhu Qing now? I also want to ask him if his book of heroes is filled." "I'll let you know, Taoist Master Xiao." The Confucian cultivator smiled and replied, "Although Zhu Qing isn't a tower master and his strength is average, he has made a lot of contributions to our star-picking tower. Now, he has received the Palace Lord's favor and has been escorted to the star-picking tower." "Ha, very good." Xiaohua nodded slightly. He also understood that the so-called contribution should be the body of Princess Baiwa. However, it was also because of Zhu Qing that Princess Baiwa didn't die in the countryside. This drinking and pecking was really wonderful. While they were talking, the star-picking tower of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm was already in sight. This star-picking tower was different from the one Xiaohua had seen in the Bronze Pillar Nation. It was in the shape of a tower. This pagoda was different from the ordinary pagodas of the Buddhist sections. It was very fat and large. Just from afar, it looked like a square. The tower-shaped Zhaixing Lu was divided into more than 10 levels. Each level had a different color, and each level was slowly rotating. Because of the different speeds and angles of the rotation, the light and shadow of the entire Zhaixing Lu was constantly changing. Sometimes it was flames, sometimes it was colorful lotuses, sometimes it was flower buds. This light and shadow was really dazzling in the cold red mountain range. "Xiaohua, this is Star-Picking Tower's jade pendant." Fairy Xingyue, who had been flying in front, suddenly raised her hand, and a stream of light flew over. She said, "Take this jade pendant, and you can freely enter all the pavilions in Star-Picking Tower." "Okay." Xiaohua didn't mind and casually took it. The group of Confucian cultivators next to him raised their eyebrows and showed surprise in their eyes. However, this surprise disappeared in a flash, and they didn't even exchange glances with each other. Boom! Just as Fairy Xingyue finished speaking, a layer of fiery starry flames suddenly appeared in front of her and Suji. This starry flame completely enveloped the space within a few miles. A wave of air mixed with cold ice immediately emerged from the void. Moreover, amidst the biting cold wind, the power of the stars and moon fell out of thin air. A chilling intent spread all over the place. Xiaohua, what do you think of my waning moon-chilling star array? Fairy Xingyue asked with a smile, ignoring the starry flames that had descended. She turned her head to look at Xiaohua contentedly. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua almost fell from the sky. He had been surprised when he saw the starry flames appear. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fairy Xingyue to trigger a large array outside his Zhaixing Lu. Now that he heard Fairy Xingyue's words, he understood that Su Ji had praised the capital star array of Black Wind Ridge very much. Xiaohua had replied with a little self-satisfaction, and Fairy Xingyue had remembered it. She was actually showing off here. Elder sister, Xiaohua held his forehead with one hand and said, You are the master of Xingyue. How can I compare myself to you? My large array can only resist cultivators of the 4th grade of origin energy, but your large array can resist great demons and demon kings of the 7th or 8th grade of origin energy. This waning star chilling moon great array is far from being comparable to my Fortune Gates capital star array. Fairy Xingyue flicked her sleeve, and a brilliance like the stars gushed out and landed on the starry flames. The starry flames slowly extinguished and disappeared into the void. Then, Fairy Xingyue moved her body again. Just as she was about to move, Su Ji, who was beside her, said indifferently, Although the waning moon-chilling star array is sharp, it's much weaker than the capital star array. Fairy Xingyue's body also stagnated and fell a few feet before she flew up again. She turned her frosty face and stared at Su Ji, saying, Su Ji, will you die if you say something nice? After saying that, she ignored Su Ji and turned into a ray of starlight, disappearing instantly. Su Ji's expression did not change. He looked at Fairy Xingyue's back and moved his body. However, as soon as he moved, hundreds of meteor phantoms appeared from all directions, sealing off the area within 1,000 feet of Su Ji. Moreover, the space within this 1,000 feet swayed as if it was being blown by the wind. The meteors seemed to be dragging their tails as they struck Su Ji. Boring. Su Ji spat out 2 words indifferently. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the void. Layers of water-blue lightning surged out like a fountain, rushing in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Kacha! Amidst the crackling sounds, all of the meteors were shattered and turned into nothingness. Then, Su Ji's body flew slowly and landed on the top floor of Zhaixing Lu in the distance. Sigh. Xiaohua shook his head helplessly behind the two of them. He secretly cursed. Damn it. He's an immortal who knows how old he is, yet he's still involved in these romantic affairs. It's really nauseating. Senior Su, you obviously have some feelings for Fairy Xingyue. Why didn't you make it clear? When you appeared as Do Shanjun back then, weren't you also extremely handsome? Didn't those women from the Bronze Pillar Nation go crazy for you? Could it be that the real Fairy Xingyue doesn't dare to confess? Oh, I understand. Xiaohua came to a realization. According to Fairy Xingyue, Punisher Heavenly Venerate doesn't seem to get along well with Ruler Heavenly Venerate. If the two of them develop feelings for each other, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Damn it, it's really uncomfortable to be an immortal. Xiaohua flew back to the place where Su Ji had shattered the waning moon-chilling star array. The aura of the shattered void had not been completely annihilated. Xiaohua's protective brilliance was still cut open. While Xiaohua had witnessed Su Ji's strength, he was also quite convinced by him. That day in the Bronze Pillar Nation, Xiaohua's bullying of Do Shanjun could be said to have caused Do Shanjun to lose face. Even during the battle at the Black Wind Ridge, Xiaohua had not let Do Shanjun off easily. Xiaohua now knew that Do Shanjun could have pinched him to death with a finger at that time. However, Su Ji had not taken out any special magical power. He had only used a Confucian magical power that was suitable for Do Shanjun to fight with Xiaohua. Even though he had been defeated, he had still used any magical power of the Dao sect. Xiao Hua could not compare to his self-restraint and breadth of mind. It seems that the job of a punishment envoy is not something that any immortal can do. Xiao Hua sighed. I don't know how Senior Su cultivated before he became an immortal. What kind of place is his hometown? It can actually cultivate such an outstanding immortal. Naturally, there were restrictions around the star-picking tower. However, since Xiao Hua had the jade pendant given to him by Fairy Xingyue, he naturally would not be stopped. He also landed at the top of the star-picking tower. At the top of the star-picking tower was a palace that did not look big, but had an enormous space inside. When Xiao Hua entered, Su Ji was already sitting on a futon. He was holding a jade eye in his hand and looking at it with a frown. Fairy Xingyue was lying on a strange net woven from soft vines. She was suspended in the air, and her snow-white jade feet were swaying like crystals. Xiao Hua's gaze moved away from the toenails that were painted with starlight. With a wave of his hand, he picked up a spirit fruit that seemed to be 5 stars from a jade table and took a light bite. A ball of fiery juice rushed into his mouth. Xingyue. Su Ji put down the jade eye and looked at Fairy Xingyue. What happened to the 3 demon realms, Qijing, Yuan Feng, and Bingxin? Why didn't any of the demon realms survive? How would I know? Fairy Xingyue replied, unhappily. The Great Sage Hall forced me to close the star-picking tower. How would I know? Besides, it's just 3 demon realms. If they die, they die. Maybe it's the work of those heavenly kings in the Elysium world. The problem is that 5 temples in the Western Paradise were also destroyed. Su Ji asked, and these 5 temples covered a radius of nearly 1,000,000 miles. Whether it was the heavenly kings guarding the temple or the Buddhas in the temple, even the good men and women around the temple, they all disappeared. Don't you think there's something fishy about this? Of course I know, Fairy Xingyue replied, unhappily. But these are the 3 continents, not the star field of the immortal realm. They are not under my control. Besides, even if I wanted to, I don't have the time. The Star Moon Palace is about to appear. Returning to the immortal realm is our biggest problem. That's true. Su Ji nodded. We don't have time. At this point, Su Ji intentionally or unintentionally looked at Xiao Hua and said, but other people have the time. Fairy Xingyue raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Su Ji, what do you mean? I worked hard to create Xingyue. I don't want to give it to a little money grubber. Xiao Hua, even if it's you, don't even think about taking Xingyue. When Su Ji heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, when she saw that Xiao Hua had some potential, Fairy Xingyue fought to give Xiao Hua some benefits. However, when it came to giving Xiao Hua something that belonged to Fairy Xingyue was stingy. He really didn't understand what Fairy Xingyue was thinking. Chapter 4469. However, Fairy Xingyue's subsequent words immediately enlightened Su Ji. Don't think I don't know what he's thinking. Fairy Xingyu snorted coldly. Didn't he support the monster clan to establish the continuous merchant union to compete with Xingyu? I like to see how his continuous merchant union can develop to the same scale as my star moon. Then, Fairy Xingyu looked at Su Ji and said, could it be? You know that his continuous merchant union is just a child's play? At this point, you're encouraging him to pick the peaches? Forget it. Su Ji waved his hand and said, just pretend I didn't say anything. Then, Su Ji looked at Xiao Hua and asked, by the way, why did that rainbow seashell make things difficult for you? She doesn't seem to be a monster clan member of the 1,000 Monsters Sacred Realm, right? She's very powerful. Even I don't want to provoke her. How did you get out of trouble? This. Xiao Hua habitually touched his nose before lying and was about to speak. Fairy Xingyu saw it at a glance and shouted, he's going to lie again. When you met me earlier, you told me a lot about Bai Qingyu, but in the end, you still lied a lot. Elder sister, what did I lie to you? Xiao Hua had to remove his hand from his nose and said, if I say some things in front of you, wouldn't I be showing off? Besides, there's nothing to say when dealing with a few monster kings. My fortune gate is far inferior to Xingyu's, so I don't dare to say more. That's more like it. Fairy Xing Yu snorted coldly and didn't seem to be angry anymore. She shouted, "Tell me, how did you get rid of that female seashell? I met her back then. Her seashell was too strong, so I didn't have a good way to get rid of it. Actually, it's nothing." Since Xiao Hua had already decided to lie, he had already picked up the brush in his mouth and said with a smile, "I have some connections with this rainbow seashell called Beixian. Didn't I tell you earlier? Junior wasn't born in the 3 continents, but in the Dawn Rain continent. Junior's sect is called Shanghuoming." Then Xiao Hua briefly described the battle between him and Beixian. He didn't talk about the divine punishment. He talked a lot about the feelings of kinship. In the end, he even embellished the matter between Little White Dragon and Bibbo, making Beixian look like an old woman looking for a relative. When she found Xiao Hua, the disciple of her deceased relative, she was moved by Xiao Hua's righteousness and was even more shocked by the love between Bibbo and Little White Dragon. She pardoned Xiao Hua's crime of killing by Qingyu's hundreds of thousands of demons, and even bestowed by Qingyu to Xiao Hua as a thank you gift for finding the 7-colored conch. Then she took Little White Dragon and Bibbo away and wanted to nurture them well. After Xiao Hua finished telling the happy ending, he took a spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. In the end, Beixian took the 2 descendants who had a lot to do with her and returned to her cave residence to live a happy life. Is that all? After listening to Xiao Hua, who looked at her innocently, Fairy Xingyue was stunned. She asked curiously, "Who didn't do anything? Should she let you go?" "Yes." Xiao Hua was also a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He nodded and said, "I've always convinced people with reason. Besides, I even brought her brother here. What else could she do?" "Yes, that's true. If it weren't for you, Beixian definitely wouldn't have been able to see her brother." Suji didn't know if he really believed it or if he was faking it. He nodded and praised. "She should be thanking you. She was the one who caused all of this, so it's a happy ending for all of us to be happy." Xiao Hua smiled. He didn't believe that Beixian-er's big 7-colored halo shell world would be known by others. He also didn't believe that Beixian-er would tell others what happened inside. Moreover, Su Ji and Fairy Xingyue obviously wouldn't have the chance to see Beixian-er again. He wasn't worried about being exposed at all. "I don't believe that things will end so simply." Fairy Xingyue shook her head and said, "That 7-colored seashell isn't an easy person to get along with. You killed so many demons. How could she let you go so easily? That's impossible." Upon hearing Fairy Xingyu's words, Xiao Hua understood. Although Fairy Xingyu was meticulous, she was not from the royal family and did not know the dangers of the royal family. Therefore, it was impossible for her to consider things from Beixian-er's point of view and think of the reason why Beixian-er had taken action. Therefore, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "If they continue to fight, both sides will suffer. And Fairy Xingyue, do you think she will care about those juniors who are separated by who knows how many generations? Instead of offending a human clan Mahayana realm expert, it's better to take advantage of the situation and turn a bad thing into a good thing. After all these twists and turns were caused by her own actions, right?" Suji ignored them and frowned. "Xingyue, where is this so-called Red Sea domain? Why don't I have any impression of it?" Fairy Xingyue glared at Xiao Hua. She knew that Xiao Hua wouldn't say much, but she couldn't find any clues. Fairy Xingyue said to Su Ji, "Beixian-er is from the Sea Clan. Her so-called Red Sea domain should be in the Demon Realm." "How could you know?" "Even I. This is the first time I've heard of it." "Why is the 3 continents so chaotic?" Su Ji smiled bitterly. "I always thought that this Beixian-er was from the Demon Realm, but I didn't expect her to be from another high-level world like us. From what Xiao Hua said, I can't tell whether this Red Sea domain is from the upper realm or not." Fairy Xingyue shook her head slightly. "However, from Beixian-er's strength, the Red Sea domain is not much different from the Demon Realm. I'll check it carefully when I return to the Palace of Justice." "Seniors," Xiao Hua smiled and said, "this junior will go for a walk and see my old friends. Seniors, let's discuss the matter of returning to the immortal realm." "And go ahead." Suji nodded. However, just as Xiao Hua walked out of the hall, Fairy Xingyue's voice sounded again. Xiaohua, don't seduce the star-picking house master of Xingyue. Xiaohua staggered and turned around helplessly. Elder sister, your Xingyue is not the e-home brothel. Do you think this junior is interested in seducing them? Fairy Xingyue covered her mouth and laughed. She secretly glanced at Su Ji. Fortunately, Su Ji seemed to be thinking about something and frowned. He did not pay attention to what Fairy Xingyue said. The outside of the hall was empty, with only bare stone walls. There was no one around, and there was no exit. Xiaohua released his divine sense, scanned the area, and walked towards a certain direction. Sure enough, when Xiaohua arrived in front of the stone wall, a ripple appeared on the stone wall, and a moon gate appeared. Xiaohua floated past the moon gate, and a ripple swept across the jade pendant in front of his chest. Outside the moon gate was the pavilion that Xiaohua had seen outside the star-picking house. Layers of beautiful halos slowly flowed between the pavilions, and an unconcealable coldness emanated from the halos. This coldness not only spread outside the star-picking house, but also seeped into the bottom of the star-picking house. Restrictions that looked similar to defensive formations were born in this coldness. Xiaohua walked to the edge of the pavilion and looked outside the star-picking house. In just a moment, it was already snowing outside. The snowflakes were beautiful, and when the brilliance of the star-picking house fell on them, they reflected a variety of colors. Xiaohua felt a sense of contentment, even without the company of a beautiful woman. Of course, this feeling of contentment only lasted for a moment. Xiaohua lifted his gaze and looked towards the horizon covered by dark clouds. He said in a low voice, "Mother, has there ever been snow in Guizhuang?" Naturally, no one answered Xiaohua's whisper. He looked for a moment and turned his head again. There was a flight of stairs in front of him that led to the next floor. Xiaohua thought for a moment and walked over. However, just as he walked down the stairs, he saw Zhu Qing standing there respectfully, holding something that looked like a book. Fellow Taoist Zhu. Seeing Zhu Qing standing there, Xiaohua hurried over and said with a smile, "It's really been a long time. Senior." How could Zhu Qing dare to let Xiaohua call him fellow Taoist? He hurriedly replied, "It's enough for you to call this junior Zhu Qing. This junior doesn't dare to talk to senior as an equal." There's no need to be like this," Xiaohua said with a smile. "We are old friends, and we had a good chat in the Bronze Pillar country. You don't care about this? Senior is wrong. Etiquette is the foundation of why our human race is stronger than the demon race. If this junior doesn't respect etiquette, law, and etiquette, how is this different from the demon race? I remember that this junior also said to Star-Picking House in the Bronze Pillar country that Taoism pursues the heavenly Tao and wants to roam the firmament with their own bodies. Confucian cultivators also pursue the heavenly Tao. However, Confucian cultivators believe that the heavenly Tao is the human path. Experiencing the world of mortals will naturally temper the heavenly Tao in their hearts. The heavenly Tao is either Tao or law or reason. If this junior can't even abide by this etiquette, how can this junior comprehend the will of the heavens and the hearts of the people? Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. He nodded and said, That's right. You said this on the ferry under the Rainbow Bridge that day. This Xiao still remembers it. It's good that senior remembers it." Zhu Qing had a respectful smile on his face. He handed over the book in his hand and said, "This junior remembers that senior once said that you wanted to finish writing the Book of Heroes in the Star-Picking House. This junior held senior's words in high esteem that day. This junior also believed that senior could realize that dream. However, what this junior didn't expect was that in just 200 years, senior had already risen from biographies to this era. Although senior's deeds aren't enough to finish writing the entire this era, this junior knows that it won't be long before senior will have his own Book of Heroes." In the face of Zhu Qing's respect, Xiaohua's interest was somewhat dampened. However, after some thought, he understood Zhu Qing's difficulties. Zhu Qing was only a Confucian cultivator at the beginning of the 5th grade of Essence Force. He was a human Mahayana cultivator. Even the palace master of the Star Moon Palace treated him as an equal. How could Zhu Qing, the tower master of the star-picking house, dare to address him as a brother? Of course, Zhu Qing wasn't that kind of person. Of course, he wouldn't do anything that crossed the line. Why should he make things difficult for him? Thus, Xiaohua smiled and took the book. He said, Zhu Qing, back then you told this old man that the Book of Heroes in the Star-Picking House isn't a book. Why is this book fooling this old man today? Chapter 4470. Hearing Xiaohua refer to himself as an old man, Zhu Qing immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, Senior will know when you take a look. Yes. As Xiaohua spoke, his gaze landed on the book. He saw that the book was rough to the touch, similar to an ordinary book. There were even layers of paper-like imprints on the side of the book. But when he actually flipped it open, Xiaohua discovered that the book was completely made of jade. Senior, use the eye-clearing technique. Minister Zhu immediately reminded as Xiaohua flipped through the book. All right. As Xiaohua spoke, a faint green light appeared in his eyes. Under the light of his clear eyes, the jade began to glow. A book with a golden base and jade words appeared. And on the cover of this book, there were 2 lines of big words, which were respectively, Hero Book, Xiaohua's Chronicle. This era? Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. This old man remembers that this record is the emperor's biography. Because the emperor is the highest leader who manages the country's affairs, he wrote a record for them and called it this record. It's precisely because this record shows where the world's origin lies, so that the officials and the people all have a certain degree of discipline in their actions. On the other hand, aristocratic families recorded the affairs of the vassal kingdoms. This was because the vassals established the Chung family, and their descendants were hereditary. Thus, their biographies were called aristocratic families. Biographies recorded all kinds of historical figures other than emperors and dukes. At best, this old man can be considered a biography. How did I become a chronicle? Senior, you don't know. Zhu Qing said respectfully. Zhaixing Lu's Book of Heroes is different from that of ordinary Confucian cultivators. The emperors and generals of the secular world are not included in the Book of Heroes. If their cultivation was profound and they had made great contributions to the hidden immortal continent, they might be listed in the biographies. The epic in the Book of Heroes of Zhaixing Lu is specially prepared for the supreme cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. For example, the chronicles of immortal Emperor Go Chun, Vairocana Relai, Golden-Winged Peng Grand Sage, and Octagonal Pentaceratops Grand Sage. Each of these chronicles recorded the achievements of immortal emperors, Vairocana, Rulai World Sovereign, and Golden-Winged Peng Grand Sage. Aside from the chronology, the noble clans of Zhaixing Lu are also different from the noble clans of ordinary Confucian cultivators. They record the noble clans of the 100 schools of thought, such as the Dongfang noble clan, the Shimen noble clan, the Nangong noble clan, the Dark North noble clan, etc. It records the history and deeds of these noble clans. The so-called biographies recorded the deeds of other cultivators besides the current era and the aristocratic families. There were many records in these biographies. There were Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, Taoist sects, and demons. It was the true Book of Heroes of Zhaixing Lu. Senior was previously listed in the biographies, which should be the biographies of Xiaohua. However, just a few days ago, Senior shocked the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm, and your name spread far and wide. The Book of Heroes that recorded Senior's deeds was also changed to the Chronicles of Xiaohua. This junior was fortunate enough to be the first person to create a biography for Senior. This Chronicles of Xiaohua was also personally created by this junior. Thank you, thank you. Xiaohua looks at the respectful Zhu Qing and says with emotion, I didn't think that the joke this old man made that day would actually come true today. Thank you for your hard work. I don't dare. It is this junior's honor to be able to write this Chronicles for Senior. The pride on Zhu Qing's face doesn't seem to be fake, and he answers very happily. Xiaohua slightly nods and looks at the big words on the jade. However, The Chronicles of Xiaohua still has 4 words, and he doesn't see what's inside. Xiaohua asks curiously, Zhu Qing, how do you see what's inside? Senior, Zhu Qing says with a smile. Zhaixing Lu's Book of Heroes records the deeds of various heroes. Some are secret, and without a certain level of authority, you can't see them. This junior can only see a part of Senior's chronicles. Didn't Palace Lord give Senior a jade pendant? Senior can just put the jade pendant on the Book of Heroes. Okay, Xiaohua responds and puts the jade pendant on the Book of Heroes. Indeed, starlight appears on the jade pendant. In the starlight, the Book of Heroes starts to move by itself, page by page. Since it's his own chronicles, Xiaohua originally wanted to read 10 lines at a glance. However, just as he reads the first page, he sees the first sentence, Xiaohua of Dao Sect, origin unknown, first appeared in Yu Province's Longevity Town, only 3rd grade of elemental force. And next to this sentence is another line of small words, suspicious, origin of other realm, name of realm unknown, hiss. Xiaohua inhales a breath of cold air and hurriedly continues to flip. Sure enough, at the place where C.I. Hang appeared, there are 2 lines of small words, suspicious. This C.I. Hang might be Xiaohua in disguise because the timing of Xiaohua's coma is really too coincidental. However, Xiaohua has never revealed his Buddhist cultivation, so it's impossible to confirm. Suspicious. There's a C.I. Hang in Single Liang country. The name and appearance are all the same, but that day, C.I. Hang didn't leave Single Liang country, so C.I. Hang might have escaped detection. His granny. Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing didn't show any surprise and said with a smile, Senior, this junior can only see a few places, but this junior knows there might be many places that Senior can't think of. People often say, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Many times, things that we think are undetectable are actually not hidden at all. AI, that's right. Xiaohua also shook his head and continued to read. The more he read, the more shocked he became. There were actually many secrets that he didn't want others to know. But fortunately, Xiaohua didn't care about the secrets recorded in the Book of Heroes. When Xiaohua flipped to the last page, he saw the record. Fortune Gate's 200,000 disciples massacred by Qingyu, then led the troops to heaven, concealing Ridge and ancient Bell Mountain. In this battle, the Fortune Gate ascended the battle stage of the 3 mainland struggle for hegemony. Xiaohua is qualified to be listed in this chronicles. Behind this was another line of slightly lighter handwriting. Suspicious. These 200,000 disciples are Xiaohua's Iron Army in the Kunlun immortal realm. Fortunately, Xiaohua saw this and let out a long sigh. This Xiao's biggest secret has yet to be revealed. Moreover, the secret of these clones has yet to be discovered. Granny, this star moon is too powerful. If this Xiao can obtain it in his hands. Of course, this thought flashed through Xiaohua's mind. Since Fairy Xing, you had already warned Xiaohua not to covet it. Xiaohua definitely wouldn't go and provoke a true fairy from the immortal realm. Xiaohua closed the chronicles of Xiaohua in his hand and asked with a smile, Zhu Qing, is there any other book of heroes in this star-plucking tower? Reporting to Senior. Zhu Qing carefully received the Book of Heroes and respectfully said, all of Star Moon's books of heroes are placed in the Moon Embracing Palace. Normally, only a few copies are placed in various star-plucking towers. Because Senior recently appeared in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, Senior's Book of Heroes was sent to the star-plucking tower here. Of course, the star-plucking tower in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm has been closed recently, and the other star-plucking tower's books of heroes were also sent here. However, these books of heroes are mostly chronicles and biographies of the demons. If Senior is interested, you can head to the Hall of Heroes to take a look. Moon Embracing Palace? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, what kind of place is the Moon Embracing Palace? Senior, please no, Zhu Qing answered. The reason why Star Moon is called Star Moon is because the star refers to the star-plucking tower and the moon refers to the Moon Embracing Palace. I'm sure Senior already knows what the star-plucking tower is. The moon-embracing palace is the palace where the palace lord resides. As for where the moon-embracing palace is, I don't know either. Oh, I see. Xiaohua smiled. Fairy Xing had told him so much, but she had never mentioned the moon-embracing palace. Of course, she was wary of him. He asked again, the Hall of Heroes is in the star-plucking tower, right? Yes. Zhu Qing nodded. Good. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhu Qing, if you have the time, can you bring me to the Hall of Heroes? Of course. Zhu Qing was very happy. I'm just about to return the Book of Heroes to the Hall of Heroes. Senior, please. The Hall of Heroes was on the floor, where Zhu Qing was respectfully standing. In just a moment, Zhu Qing brought Xiaohua to the Hall of Heroes. This was an extremely majestic-looking pavilion. Before they even reached the front, a murderous aura mixed with an overwhelming will hit them in the face. A kind of loneliness and desolation of being suddenly on the battlefield involuntarily arose. In the eyes, a bloody light rushed out from the pavilion. Bursts of war drums and the neighing of thousands of horses also surged in the surroundings like a hidden fragrance. Xiaohua had been on the battlefield, so he was no stranger to this murderous aura that came out of nowhere. Zhu Qing shrunk his neck, as if it was somewhat unbearable. Zhu Qing. Xiaohua keenly felt the change in Zhu Qing's true qi and said with a smile, this place doesn't seem to be suitable for you. Give a Book of Heroes to me. I'll help you bring it in. No need. Zhu Qing shook his head and said, returning the Book of Heroes is my duty. I can't let Senior do it for me. As he spoke, true qi surged around Zhu Qing's body. Thumb-sized clouds emerged from the surface of his body, protecting Zhu Qing as he stepped into the door of the pavilion. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out from above the pavilion. A flying sword flew out like a flying immortal from outer space, slashing towards the top of Zhu Qing's head. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and immediately sensed Fairy Xing use thoughts from the sword intent. He understood that this was the prohibition of the Hall of Heroes. Sure enough, with a soft boom, a faint starlight rushed out from the top of Zhu Qing's head. The flying sword fell on the starlight and instantly turned into nothingness. Zhu Qing's figure disappeared from the pavilion. Xiaohua had a jade pendant in front of his chest, so of course he wouldn't care about this flying sword. When he stepped into the Hall of Heroes, he couldn't help but be stunned again. However, he saw that the Hall of Heroes was not a library like he had imagined. Instead, it was a space that resembled a starry sky. In the dreamlike night, the figures of the Yao clan adorned the starry sky. Not far from Xiaohua, a lifelike statue of Xiaohua flashed with golden light and stood there with a faint smile. Zhu Qing had placed the Book of Heroes in the hands of this statue. Next to Xiaohua's statue, Feng Wu's demon body statue spread its wings as if it was about to soar. Under Feng Wu's phoenix claws, there was also a Book of Heroes flashing with golden brilliance. Chapter 4471. Senior. Just as Xiaohua was sizing it up, Zhu Qing put down the Book of Heroes, turned around, and said respectfully, Junior can't stay in the Hall of Heroes for long. Senior can look around as you please. Junior will wait outside the Hall of Heroes. Zhu Qing, you don't have to wait. Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. I don't know when I'll go out, so you should rest early. I don't dare, Zhu Qing said respectfully. Senior doesn't know anyone else in the stargazing tower. Junior can't not wait on you. All right then. Xiaohua understood that even if he didn't agree, Zhu Qing would still wait outside. He nodded and flew to the phoenix parasol statue. Zhu Qing didn't dare to say anything and floated out of the Hall of Heroes. Xiaohua was the only one left in the entire starry sky. Xiaohua picked up the Book of Heroes on the phoenix parasol statue's claws. When he saw the cover, it was titled Heaven-Defying Thunder Phoenix, Great Sage. He took a deep breath and opened it. When he saw what was written on it, he couldn't help but laugh. There was only one line written on it, Heaven-Defying Thunder Phoenix, Great Sage. Origin unknown. 7 stars, Great Sage. When he entered the Great Sage Hall, 10,000 stars greeted him. He guided 10,000 stars into the sun and bestowed the 1,000 demons with the power of 10,000 stars. He was supported by 10,000 demons. And the line next to it wrote, "Suspected, Phoenix clan descendant, born in the 10,000 demon realm." Not bad, not bad. This is the true heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix. Xiao Hua smiled and put the Book of Heroes back on the Phoenix Parasol statue's claws. He looked around again. Beside the Phoenix Parasol statue, there were naturally statues of the other 6 saints of the Great Sage Hall. However, these statues didn't have the Book of Heroes. Damn it. So Fairy Xingyu is also afraid of the Great Sage Hall coming to cause trouble. She doesn't dare to put the Great Sage Hall's Book of Heroes here. Xiao Hua curled his lips and cursed silently. Since she doesn't dare to put it here, why put these statues here? Xiao Hua was naturally most concerned about the secrets of the Great Sage Hall's Great Sage Hall. Without these secrets, Xiao Hua had lost interest in the hall. However, he still looked around and casually found some books of heroes to check. There were quite a few heroes albums in the Hall of Heroes. Even though Xiao Hua was aimless, he still looked at them for an hour. Seeing that there were more and more trivial matters in the heroes albums, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and prepared to leave. At this moment, he saw a statue of a demonic beast that was even larger than the golden-winged rock. He flew over and raised his hand to take out a palm-sized book of heroes from the mouth of the monster statue. Written on the book were the biographies of Qi Jing, Yuan Feng, Bing Qin, and Qi Hua. Xiao Hua understood that this was a compilation of the biographies of several demonic beast experts. When he opened the biographies and skimmed through them, he couldn't help but frown when he reached the end. At the end, it said, Qi Jing, Yuan Feng, and Bing Qin, the 3 demonic realms. All the demonic beasts were killed overnight. Qi Jing became an abyss, Yuan Feng became a wasteland, and Bing Qin became a barren ridge. There were no bloodstains, no corpses, and no traces. Everything turned into nothingness. The biographies of Qi Jing, Yuan Feng, and Bing Qin came to an end. Of course, there was a small line of words next to the end. This. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and thought of what Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji had said when he left the top floor of Zhaixing Lu. He hurriedly looked in another direction, where the Heroes album of the Buddhist sect was recorded. However, the Buddhist sect was different from the 1,000 demonic sacred realm. They were temples of different styles. Xiao Hua couldn't find the 5 temples that Fairy Xingyu didn't mention. However, when Xiao Hua looked at the shining Qi Jing statue, he had some understanding in his heart. His divine sense swept through the temple, and he also found 5 temples with dark colors. Xiao Hua flew to one of the temples and saw a hero's album in front of the mountain gate of the temple. On it was written, Aristocratic Family of Qingzhou Temple. Qingzhou Temple is Qingzhou Temple. It's really weird to make it an aristocratic family. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the Mahavajrana revered Buddha knew about this, wouldn't he be mad? Oh, there's no need to look at this aristocratic family of Qingzhou Temple. Just looking at Mahavajrana revered Buddha will make him go crazy. Immediately, Xiao Hua opened this book of aristocratic families to take a look. He saw that on the first page of the Book of Heroes, it was recorded, Qingzhou Temple was built in. It was built in the 73rd year of the calendar by begging alms from the school of La Qing, Zhao Luohan. The following pages of the Book of Heroes recorded the many good deeds and evil deeds of Qingzhou Temple in full detail. Next to every paragraph, there was also a comment of doubt. And at the end, just like what Xiao Hua saw earlier, it said, Qingzhou Temple had 1 protector heavenly king, 3 venerable masters, 4,213 Buddha sons, and more than 7,610,000 ordinary people within 100,360 li radius. In one night, they all disappeared without a sound of warning, without a single scream, without a single drop of blood left behind, and without a single piece of bone left behind. The Buddhist formations, Buddhist weapons, pagodas, and other things in Qingzhou Temple also disappeared without a trace. The remark on the other side was also suspicious. How strange. Every time it swayed, his figure would change a little. When the wave enveloped the entire Hall of Heroes, Xiaohua's figure had already turned into a karma hand. Swoosh! The wave immediately reverberated when it touched the stone wall of the Hall of Heroes. The karma hand formed by Xiaohua produced thousands of thin threads and fell into the thousands of sculptures one by one. The strokes that had previously fallen into the wave turned into a trickle and flowed into the karma hand along with the karma threads. In just a few breaths, the reverberating wave collided with the karma hand again. The wave was like a surging wave. Strange scenes of light and shadow flashed in this wave. At the same time, the wave spread out in all directions with the karma hand as the center. It rushed through the restriction of the Hall of Heroes and fell into the entire Zhaixing Lu. On the top floor of Zhaixing Lu, Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji seemed to be talking about something. The water-blue thunder mark between Su Ji's eyebrows suddenly flashed. Su Ji was shocked. Just as he was about to get up, the wave of the karma wave had already wrapped around Su Ji. Su Ji seemed to be imprisoned. Both his figure and expression were frozen in place. It was the same for Fairy Xingyu, who was opposite Su Ji. Her bare ankles flashed with a pure white luster and were slightly raised. The fluorescence from her toenails that were smeared with starlight also froze in mid-air. If the two immortals were controlled by the wave of karma, how could the other humans in Zhaixing Lu be spared? The entire Zhaixing Lu turned into a solidified light and shadow in the river of karma. Both time and space were still. Waves of karma surged out from the karma hand. The threads of karma were born from the thousands of sculptures. Through the records, they surged to various parts of the Thousand Demons sacred realm. It was unknown how long it took. Time was not the only and absolute thing in the river of karma. The area affected by the river of karma was also unknown. However, in the stillness of everything, the thunder mark between Su Ji's eyebrows flashed again. Swoosh! A spear-like object flew out of the thunder mark. As soon as it appeared, an extremely obscure wave fell into the river of karma. Kacha! A crack appeared where the ripple was. The stillness of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm in Zhaixing Lu was shattered. At the same time, the seemingly endless river of karma was also cut off. However, it disappeared in an instant. Chapter 4472. It was only then that Su Ji finished speaking. He stood up abruptly and looked at the Hall of Heroes. Fairy Xingyu lowered her raised ankle. She looked at Su Ji in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know." Su Ji's eyes flashed with lightning. He said hesitantly, "I have a strange feeling, as if someone is spying on us, huh?" Fairy Xingyu used her divine thought to check. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Is there anyone in this world who can escape the detection of our divine ability? My punishment fairy weapon has been activated." Su Ji suddenly touched the thunder mark that had disappeared with his finger and shouted, "There's definitely something unusual. Otherwise, I would have known when the punishment fairy weapon was activated. Moreover, what on the 3 continents is worth the punishment fairy weapon activating itself?" Su Ji pointed in the direction of the Hall of Heroes and asked, "That place is in that direction?" "There?" Fairy Xingyu was puzzled. "Below is the Hall of Heroes. Below that is the Hall of Heroes. Below that is the auction hall." Su Ji's figure swayed. "Quick, the Hall of Heroes, damn it. How could Fairy Xingyu not know what had happened?" She said angrily, "Could it be that the 7-star great saint sneaked into the Hall of Heroes?" The two ignored the restriction of the Hall of Heroes, crossed the space, and landed in the Hall of Heroes. Ripples flashed into space in the Hall of Heroes. Amidst the lightning and starlight, Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji appeared. When the two of them saw everything in the Hall of Heroes, they were surprised again. Fairy Xingyu shouted, "Xiaohua, why are you in the Hall of Heroes?" "Huh?" At this time, Xiaohua had just placed the hero book of the last temple in front of the statue's mountain gate and was about to turn around and leave. Hearing Fairy Xing Yu's exclamation, Xiaohua was stunned. He turned around and asked curiously, "Seniors, why did you suddenly appear? Is there something important? Are you the only one in the Hall of Heroes?" Suji asked hurriedly. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, it's me. Previously, this junior." Xiaohua was about to explain, but Suji wasn't interested in listening at all. His gaze swept across the entire Hall of Heroes like lightning, and his figure once again flashed with lightning and disappeared. It's fine. When Fairy Xingyue saw Suji heading to the assembly hall, she waved her hand at Xiaohua and said, "Do whatever you want." After saying that, Fairy Xingyu also disappeared. "I'm fine with anything." Xiaohua helplessly scratched his head and thought to himself, although there are many Book of Heroes in this Hall of Heroes, it is still limited. The hand of cause and effect that I have comprehended has only been comprehended once in all the Book of Heroes. If you don't mind, then tell this Xiao where the moon-embracing palace is. Xiaohua finished thinking. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he was startled again. Not good. I just realized that I disturbed the two immortals. It seemed like a long time had passed. If not 100 years, then at least 1,000 years, right? Xiaohua hurriedly came out from the Hall of Heroes. Sure enough, Minister Zhu was still standing respectfully in the distance. Xiaohua hurriedly asked, "Minister Zhu, how long have I been inside the Hall of Heroes?" "How long?" Minister Zhu didn't quite understand, but he still answered honestly, "Senior, you have been in the Hall of Heroes for the time it takes to burn an incense stick." "Oh, that's good." Xiaohua felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Minister Zhu said again, "Senior, if you have the time, can..." Without waiting for Minister Zhu to finish speaking, his figure paused. It was obvious that he was listening attentively. After a few breaths, Minister Zhu respectfully saluted somewhere and said, "This subordinate understands." Then, Minister Zhu saluted Xiaohua again and said, "Senior, there are some urgent matters at Jiaxing Lu. This junior can't accompany you. Senior can go to the top floor to rest or walk around as you wish. After this junior is done, I will come find you." "All right, you can go now." Xiaohua was originally excited to chat with Minister Zhu, but seeing Minister Zhu's unusually respectful manner, he was already a little tired. Seeing that he had something to do, he waved his hand and let him go. "This junior will take his leave." Minister Zhu still saluted very politely and quickly left. Alas, etiquette is naturally necessary, but if you take etiquette too seriously, then it's meaningless. This Xiao originally wanted to have a good chat with you. Why is this Xiao still interested now? Xiaohua looked at Minister Zhu's back and understood in his heart that he had only met Minister Zhu once. He wasn't even as familiar as Princess Baihua. It was normal for him to be respectful to him. What happened at Jiaxing Lu? Xiaohua, the main culprit, didn't have the slightest awareness. He smacked his lips and said, "With two immortals here, who dares to be rash? This Xiao had better walk around casually. Perhaps I could find some cheap things?" After walking a few steps, Xiaohua stopped again and laughed even more involuntarily. "Damn it, with this Xiao's realm. Where can I go to pick up cheap things? Even if there are cheap things, this Xiao would be embarrassed to reach out with my cultivation." As he spoke, Xiaohua's body fluctuated, and his Mahayana cultivation realm slowly fell. It only stabilized when it fell to the upper 4th level of origin power. Xiaohua sized it up and nodded, saying, "This realm is suitable for this Xiao after 200 years. Anyway, even Fairy Xingyu and Suji didn't know what happened to Bai Qingyu. Those human cultivators of Jiaxing Lu probably only cared about entering Star Moon Palace and wouldn't know about Bai Qingyu's matter like those Tower Lords of Jiaxing Lu, right? Otherwise, this Xiao will have to change his appearance. Xiaohua finished his preparations and raised his head to look in the direction that Zhu Qing had left. There was a flight of stairs there. Xiaohua walked over and walked down the stairs. There was no movement on the next few floors. Clearly, these were the pavilions that Jiaxing Lu used for their own purposes. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. he just walked down the stairs. After half a cup of tea's time, he saw a faint restriction fluctuation, and a burst of noisy aura came from below the pavilion. Xiao Hua smiled, as if he saw a large pile of good-quality spirit grasses appear in front of him. However, just as he turned around the stairs and saw the situation in front of him, Xiao Hua was a little disappointed. This was a huge hall that was thousands of feet wide, and there were many cultivators clustered inside. These cultivators were either Confucian cultivators or Taoist cultivators. There were even some bald monks. In a large corner of the hall, there were actually more than 10 demons sitting together. However, there were no spiritual herbs and the like that Xiao Hua was hoping to see. Oh, looks like these cultivators and the Yao clan should be the candidates to head to the Star Moon Palace. Xiao Hua looked at the cultivators with varying levels of strength and understood. Then, he didn't plan to stop and continued walking down. However, at this moment, a slightly excited voice called out, "Xiao? Senior Xiao?" Xiao Hua was taken aback. He raised his head and looked over, only to see that not far away from him, there were a dozen or so scholars in scholarly attire. These scholars were either holding folding fans in their hands or holding wine cups in their hands. They were talking loudly and giving pointers. A Confucian cultivator with a slightly aged face was looking at him. That Confucian cultivator's pair of thick and long eyebrows were very eye-catching. "Mr. M.O. Jianli?" Xiao Hua looked at this unfamiliar face and immediately remembered. Wasn't this the Confucian cultivator M.O. Jianli that he met in Longevity Town in Country Shi? That day, he and M.O. Jianli had fought against the water monsters of Liao River and had a fierce battle with Jiangsheng of Dongtian River. He didn't expect to meet him in Thousand Demons' Sacred Territories star-picking tower hundreds of years later. "Yes, it's me." Seeing that Xiao Hua recognized him, M.O. Jianli hurriedly got up and walked quickly to Xiao Hua. He bowed and said, "It's been many years since we parted in Longevity Town. I really didn't expect to meet you in Thousand Demons' Sacred Territories star-picking tower." M.O. Jianli was one of the first Confucian cultivators that Xiao Hua met after coming to Hidden Immortal Mainland. This M.O. Jianli cultivated the noble spirit river and used the righteous qi of heaven and earth to temper his heart. His character and temper were very much to Xiao Hua's liking. It was a pity that after Xiao Hua left Longevity Town, he didn't have the time to go to Country Shi. Although M.O. Jianli had sent Xiao Hua a Jade-Eye message, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to go to Chongyan Sect to visit M.O. Jianli. Xiao Hua's surprise was the same as M.O. Jianli's. He hurriedly helped M.O. Jianli up and asked curiously, "Mr. Mo, why are you at Star Picking Tower?" "Oh, I understand. You're also qualified to go to Star Moon Palace. Congratulations." Entering the Star Moon Palace was originally a joyous occasion. Xiao Hua did not even think before he opened his mouth to congratulate M.O. Jianli. However, when these words reached M.O. Jianli's ears, a layer of red actually appeared on his face, as if he was very ashamed. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was a little confused. M.O. Jianli's eyes flickered. He followed Xiao Hua's tone and asked, "Could it be that you're also going to Star Moon Palace?" "Yes, of course I'm going to Star Moon Palace. My purpose is the same as yours." Xiao Hua didn't hide it and said casually, "Mr. Mo, you and I are old friends. We've even experienced life and death together. There's no need to call me senior. Call me Xiao Hua, or fellow immortal. This isn't too appropriate." At first, M.O. Jianli called Xiao Hua fellow immortal. However, after Xiao Hua's battle with Jiangsheng, M.O. Jianli felt that Xiao Hua's strength surpassed his, and that he was a hidden expert. Therefore, when he sent Xiao Hua off, he called him senior instead. Now, it had been close to 300 years. M.O. Jianli had already cultivated from a scholar who cultivated energy into qi to a scholar who cultivated qi into spirit. He wasn't far from becoming a grandmaster. Among his peers, his cultivation speed was considered fast. However, when he looked at Xiao Hua now, he still felt that Xiao Hua was stronger than him. How could he call Xiao Hua fellow immortal? "There's nothing inappropriate." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Why don't I turn around and leave? Haha, then we'll do as you say. Mo Jianli had always been carefree. When he heard Xiao Hua's words, he smiled and said, Come, 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 fellow immortal Xiao. Let me introduce you to a few old friends. Chapter 4473. As he spoke, Mo Jianli's face was filled with excitement. He pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and walked to the group of Confucian scholars where he was before. He shouted in a slightly loud voice, Fellow immortals, let me introduce you. These are the Taoist friends I made in the immortal town 300 years ago. His name is Xiao Hua. He is a cultivator who cares about the people. We fought against the water tribe of Liao River together. I remember now. Brother Mo, this is the Taoist cultivator with boundless strength that you were talking about. A martial cultivator with a slightly burly figure suddenly came to a realization. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. I'm Pu Qing. Greetings, fellow immortal Xiao. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Hua returned the greeting. Greetings, Xiao Hua. Then, a few Confucian cultivators near Mo Jianli greeted Xiao Hua politely. Although they were not as close as Pu Qing, they were still polite. When it was the turn of a Confucian cultivator with a white face and no beard, Mo Jianli's face froze. He looked a little unnatural, but he only hesitated a little, then said to Xiao Hua with a smile, Fellow immortal Xiao, this is Gongshu Minghu from the Gongshu family. He is less than 2,000 years old, but he is a master of the 5th level. He is a rare master among us. Mo Jianli was not flattering Xiao Hua, but it sounded like he was flattering Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not understand why, but he still smiled and was about to say something. At this time, Mo Jianli said to Gongshu Minghu, Senior Gongshu, this is my good friend, Xiao Hua. He is a Taoist cultivator with a good character. His future is limitless. You should get to know each other better. Gongshu Minghu had originally been whispering to a Confucian cultivator beside him, ignoring Mo Jianli's introduction. However, when he heard Mo Jianli's slightly exaggerated introduction, a smile appeared on his face. He had originally wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but when he heard Mo Jianli's last few words, his face changed. He looked at Xiao Hua and said coldly, I don't like Taoist cultivators. There is no need to talk about helping, let alone getting to know each other better. As for good character, it sounds ridiculous. There are many people in the world with 2 legs, but there are not many Taoist cultivators with a heart. Mo Jianli's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. Gongshu Minghu didn't care about Mo Jianli's expression. He turned his eyes from Xiao Hua to Mo Jianli and said seriously, Mo Yin, you have to remember what happened to the Chongyan sect. Remember why you lost your home. Your Chongyan sect was doing well in the country of Shi. Why was it destroyed? Why were you expelled from the Chongyan sect? Wasn't it because of the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect? You were already a literary master. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? From Xiao Hua's point of view, this Gongshu Minghu definitely deserved to be taught a lesson. But from Mo Jianli's point of view, although Gongshu Minghu did not give him any face, he was still a Confucian senior after all. These words might sound unpleasant, but they were still the teachings of a senior. Mo Jianli gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. Yes, Senior Gongshu is right. Junior should have learned his lesson from being expelled from the sect, and from the tragedy of Chongyun sect's destruction. That's great. Gongshu Minghu nodded. He glanced at Xiao Hua and said, Then in the future, don't hang out with these cultivators who don't know your background. They will ruin your reputation and bring shame to us Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua didn't care about Gongshu Minghu's words. In his eyes, Gongshu Minghu was even less than an ant. He just frowned and looked at Mo Jianli, thinking about what Gongshu Minghu just said. Then, Mo Jianli slightly raised his head, looked at Gongshu Minghu, and said word by word, Senior cares about Junior. Junior naturally has to thank Senior. However, Junior has the right to make friends with whoever he wants. Even if Junior's reputation is ruined, it is Junior's own business. Nobody can interfere. Besides, Junior doesn't think it is shameful to make friends with a Taoist cultivator who put his own life on the line and fought with the Water Tribe just to save the ordinary people of the Longevity Town. Junior also doesn't think Junior's actions will bring shame to Confucian cultivators. Junior is just a poor cultivator. I am far from Senior's arrogant identity and prominent position. Junior's actions can't be so good. Humph, the child can't be taught. Gongshu Minghu saw Mo gently ridiculing him. He sneered, flicked his sleeve, and scolded. Rottenwood can't be carved. With Gongshu Minghu's assertion, the few Confucian cultivators who were close to Mo gently before couldn't help but move away. Although Gongshu Minghu didn't leave, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators had already excluded Mo gently. Mo gently looked at the dozen or so Confucian cultivators who he hadn't introduced yet and sighed in his heart. Fellow immortal Mo? Xiao Hua's voice was light again. Why were you expelled from the sect? How did Chongyun's sect get destroyed? What's the state of she now? Alas, Mo gently sighed. Looking at the invisible barrier between him and the other Confucian cultivators, he smiled bitterly and said, Fellow immortal Xiao, it's a long story. Don't worry. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Take your time, Gongshu Minghu. Just as Mo Jinli was about to speak, a clear voice came from the stairs. Xiao Hua was stunned and turned his head in disbelief. He saw two beautiful women with bright eyes and white teeth standing there with arrogance on their faces. Wasn't one of them Gongshu Yisin? Gongshu Minghu pulled away from Mo Jinli and was talking to the other Confucian cultivators with a trace of arrogance on his face. When he heard someone call his name, he turned his head impatiently. When he saw Gongshu Yisin and the other woman, his face immediately lit up. He almost ran to them and bowed. Minghu greets your aunt, Exin, and Annie Ming. May I know why you called me Minghu? Gongshu Yisin's face showed obvious disgust and disdain. She said coldly, Gongshu Minghu, although your surname is Gongshu, you're from a side branch of the Gongshu family. You're not listed in the genealogy. You call me aunt. Where did that come from? If you call me Anne in private, then so be it. I won't argue with you. But you called me Anne in public. Are you disregarding the genealogy of the Gongshu family? You don't care about your face, but I do. Don't ruin the reputation of the Gongshu family and embarrass the Gongshu family. Gongshu Minghu knew that Gongshu Yisin had always been arrogant and didn't put ordinary people in her eyes. But he didn't expect his words to cause so much trouble. However, Gongshu Minghu knew that although Gongshu Yisin's words were unpleasant, every word was correct. Even if he wanted to refute, he couldn't. Just like when he scolded Mo Jinli from the perspective of a senior Confucian cultivator, he stole a glance around. There were already Confucian cultivators snickering. His face was hot and red. Sister Exin, the woman named Gongshu Yiming smiled and pulled Gongshu Yisin's sleeve. Although Minghu can't be listed in the genealogy, in terms of seniority, he is more than 1,000 years old. He should call you aunt, a senior who is hundreds of years old. There is nothing wrong with what he said. Why do you have to be angry with that junior? Humph. Gongshu Yisin rolled her eyes at Gongshu Yiming and said to Gongshu Minghu, I won't argue with you this time. Uncle Jing Yi called you down for something. Hearing this, Gongshu Minghu felt relieved and hurriedly said with a smile, I know. Thank you, aunt. Senior. However, just as he was about to take a step, Gongshu Yisin suddenly screamed. She looked behind her and cried out in surprise. Ah, you. Gongshu Minghu was shocked. He looked at Gongshu Yisin, who suddenly lost her composure, and I didn't know what happened. Looking at Gongshu Yexion's eyes again, she stared at Gongshu Minghu's back. After a few breaths, her face flushed red. She seemed to be suppressing her inner excitement. She hurriedly said, Jinren Xiaoyu, why are you here? Why didn't I see you enter Star Picking Tower? Xiao, Jinren Xiao, Senior? Although Gongshu Minghu didn't turn around and didn't know if Xiao Hua was the senior Gongshu Yisin was talking about. But he was stunned because he knew that behind him were Mo Jinli and the others. Among the dozen or so Confucian cultivators, There was no one with the surname Xiao. And the special one, Jinren Xiao, wasn't that the title of a Taoist cultivator? Sure enough, Xiao Hua's voice sounded faintly. So it's Miss Eason. I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. How have you been? I'm naturally well. Gongshu Eason's arrogance had long disappeared. Facing this Xiao Hua who was only 600 years old, but his Taoist cultivation and formation skills were far higher than her, she really didn't have the right to be proud. And the question of whether he was only 400 years old also gave birth to a knot in her heart in these 200 years. How have you been? Gongshu Eason was like a little girl, foolishly asking back. But in an instant, she realized it was inappropriate. While blushing, she hurriedly turned around and grabbed Gongshu Eason, cheerfully saying, "Sister Eason, this is my Chong." When she said the word Chong, Gongshu Eason's voice instantly lowered a lot. This is the formation master I told you about, a Taoist expert. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to step into the upper 5th level in 200 years. Oh, sister, don't look down on him because he's only at the upper 4th level. He's the best at deceiving people. That year, Sister Gusu was at the middle 5th level, but she admitted that she wasn't his match. Oh, right, I forgot again. He's also a lightning cultivator expert. You can compare notes with him on the 5 Chi Righteous Thunder. Chapter 4474. Gongshu Exin, who was a little shy at first, was in high spirits at the end. She couldn't help but laugh, as if the toy she had hidden for a long time was finally seen by others. Boom! Gongshu Minghu's head seemed to be hit by a hammer. His face was pale, and he didn't know what to say or do. Junior Gongshu Yiming greets Daoist Xiao. Seeing Gongshu Exin praise Xiao Hua so much. Although Gongshu Yiming was puzzled, he didn't dare to neglect and respectfully saluted. Get up. Xiao Hua lightly waved his hand and said, Xiao Hua and Exin are old friends. You don't need to be polite. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Gongshu Yiming saw Xiao Hua's bearing, and his suspicions were mostly gone. The atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. After all, many people saw Gongshu Minghu humiliate Mo Jianli, and at this time, these 2 girls from the Gongshu family, who were called aunts by Gongshu Minghu, actually called Xiao Hua Sr., this really stepped on Gongshu Minghu's face to the ground. Daoist Xiao. Suddenly, Gongshu Yiming seemed to think of something and respectfully said, My Gongshu family's granduncle Jingyi is downstairs. Would Daoist like to see him? This. Xiao Hua hesitated and replied, Xiao Hua and the Gongshu family aren't familiar with the others. It's not appropriate. Don't worry, don't worry. Hearing Xiao Hua say he wasn't familiar with the others, Gongshu Eason hurriedly called out, Daoist Xiao, my family's granduncle Jingyi is also proficient in some Daoist techniques. He's already a 7th level Daoist master, only 1 step away from becoming a sage of literature. If Daoist Xiao listens to granduncle Jingyi's advice, perhaps your cultivation will improve even further. Xiao Hua looked around at the expressions of the Confucian cultivators. He knew that after Gongshu, Exin, and the others left, these Confucian cultivators would gather again. So he nodded and said, In that case, Missy Exin, please lead the way. Good. Daoist Xiao, please. Gongshu Exin and Gongshu Yiming looked at each other, eyes filled with joy, and quickly walked up the stairs. Xiao Hua turned to look at Mo Jianli and smiled. Daoist Mo, come with me. I have something to ask you. This good. Mo Jianli was even more confused when he heard that Xiao Hua's cultivation was even stronger than a 5th grade origin energy. However, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed after. On the other hand, Gongshu Exin had come to find Gongshu Minghu. Now he was left here. Gongshu Exin and Gongshu Yiming had forgotten about him before they left. Gongshu Minghu hesitated for a moment. Although he looked embarrassed, he still hurriedly followed Mo Jianli out of the hall. Gongshu Jingye was already waiting for him downstairs. He did not dare to be negligent. Several people had just disappeared when the entire hall was once again filled with discussions. Although he didn't know what they were talking about before, their only topic now was probably Xiaohua, Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua followed Gongshu Exian and Gongshu Yiming to the stairs. Gongshu Exian and Gongshu Yiming walked in front, whispering something. Occasionally, they would sneak a glance at Xiaohua, then pursed their lips and chuckled, looking very excited. Xiaohua looked on helplessly. He was embarrassed to eavesdrop. However, he and Gongshu Exian had only talked about Song Langzi's cave residence. Presumably, the two were talking about the thrill at that time. Xiaohua nodded politely to the two and also whispered to Mo Jinli about the state of Shi. As for Gongshu Minghu, he followed behind the four from afar, like a tail. The Gongshu family's floor was not close to here. There was no flying restriction in Star Picking Tower. However, in order to show respect, everyone did not fly unless there was an urgent matter. Gongshu Exian and the others walked down the stairs. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they passed several floors of pavilions and walked out of the stairs. Along the way, there were many family disciples going up and down the stairs. Many people greeted Gongshu Exian. Clearly, Gongshu Exian's reputation was very well known among the family. Many family disciples almost ignored Xiaohua and Mo Jinli. Xiaohua naturally did not have time to look at their faces. He frowned as he listened to Mo Jinli's story. At this time, he also understood the reason. After Mo Jinli, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong returned from the disaster relief in Shi. Because of their contributions, they were rewarded. Mo Jinli was rewarded with a higher-level cultivation method. However, this reward was not fully implemented. Because there was no fruit of Guanyin Bodhisattva in Longevity Town, the entire Shi became the focus of Yu Province, and even the 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent. Not only was Xiaohua's battle with Jiang Sheng not mentioned, even Mo Jinli and the others' rescue of the people in the town of Longevity was also erased. There were even Confucian cultivators who blamed Chongyun sect for the lack of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the town of Longevity on the unfavorable inspection of the development of the Buddhism sect. They did not fulfill the responsibility of a Confucian sect, especially when the town of Longevity was slowly becoming the #1 town of the Buddhism sect in the Zhongxian continent. The Confucian cultivators made things difficult for the Chongyun sect. They demanded that the Chongyun sect be responsible for this matter and proposed countermeasures. Under such circumstances, the Chongyun sect could only push out Zhu Junfeng, Mr. Tian, and the others from the Longevity Academy, as well as Mo Jinli, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong. After all, Zhu Junfeng was in charge of the Longevity Academy, and Mo Jinli and the others had been to the Longevity Town and had personally experienced that milestone. Punishment was necessary, and so was punishment. Everything had to be explained to the Confucian cultivators of Yu Province. Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tian's punishment did not need to be discussed in detail. As the leader of Qiu Jian and the others, Mo Jinli did not want the other 3 to bear the blame, so he took all the blame. Fortunately, although Shangguan Feiyu, as the head of Chongyun sect, could not resist the pressure of Yu Province's Confucian cultivators, he was lenient in dealing with Mo Jinli. He did not make things too difficult for Mo Jinli, and only expelled him from Chongyun sect. After Mo Jinli left Chongyun sect, he did not change his name and join other sections. He only became a professor in some unknown colleges. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Mo Jinli, who had thrown away glory and trifles, returned to tranquility. He, who was engrossed in reading, found the opportunity to break through the noble spirit river. His cultivation also flowed like the river, and he reached the level of a scholar. However, after reaching the level of a scholar, Mo Jinli needed a more profound Confucian cultivation technique. Although the noble spirit river was the most widespread technique left in the hidden immortal land, after reaching the level of a scholar, it belonged to the secrets of various sections. It was very difficult for cultivators without a sect to obtain it. Mo Jinli could only go to Zhaixing Lu to find a suitable technique. Later, due to a coincidence, Mo Jinli passed the test of Zhaixing Lu and was listed as one of the candidates to enter Xingyue Palace. Unlike Xiao Hua, Mo Jinli had an agreement with Zhaixing Lu. He would listen to Zhaixing Lu's arrangements and participate in the grand meeting of Xingyue Palace, and Zhaixing Lu would provide Mo Jinli with the conditions to cultivate. With this opportunity, Mo Jinli's cultivation became much smoother. In the past 200 years, his progress was also gratifying. When Xingyue Palace discovered that Xingyue Palace might appear in the sacred realm of thousand demons, Mo Jinli and the rest of the cultivators were sent to the sacred realm of thousand demons by Zhaixing Lu. Therefore, not only did Mo Jinli not know about Bai Qingyu, but he also did not know about the divine demon blood pool. As for Chongyun's sect, when the Longevity Town became the #1 town of the Buddhist sect, it was already in the eyes of the Bodhisattvas. It was destined to be the center of tragedy. Chongyun's sect did a lot of effort to expel Mo Jinli and punish Zhu Junfeng. They also made a lot of compromises. The entire Chongyun sect was like duckweed in the wind and rain, struggling bitterly. However, after the Longevity Town's Shao Jin Temple's abbot, Lu Shan, who did not have any cultivation, was mysteriously killed, Chongyun's sect could no longer hold on. Although this incident was the last straw that broke the Chongyun sect's back, it was also a heavenly tribulation that the small Chongyun sect could not withstand. Chongyun's sect was annihilated by a bodhisattva who came out of nowhere. Whether the bodhisattva who annihilated the sect was a Buddhist or a Confucian cultivator, whether he was venting his anger or trying to frame them, no one knew the truth, just like Lu Shan's death. The death of the entire Chongyun sect was even more tragic than Lu Shan's death. Lu Shan's death almost led to a war between the immortals and Buddhas, which led to the Nirvana sutra seeking. But the death of Chongyun's sect was really like duckweed, falling into the wind and rain. Unless Mo Jinli mentioned it to Xiao Hua now, who else would remember that unremarkable little Confucian sect 200 years ago? Seeing Gongshu Yisin and Gongshu Yiming slow down, Xiao Hua stopped and looked at Mo Jinli, saying, "Jinli, when I first arrived at the Longevity Town, I encountered the Liao Jiang incident. I also met a Confucian cultivator like you, who is as noble as a river. I have a very good impression of you. The Liao Jiang incident, the root cause is related to a disciple of mine. How about this? As compensation, from now on, you will follow me." At this point, Xiao Hua hesitated again. He originally wanted to take Mo Jinli as his disciple. However, he also had a premonition that he could not casually take in his disciples. Previously, he took in Yuanya, Fu Juwen, Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Wu Tian, Chang Yuan, Jiang Hong, and Yu Zhongshuan as inner disciples. But when they arrived at the ruins, Wu Tian chose to stay in the upper world for his own pursuit. Xiao Hua's inner disciples stopped at 7. After that, he took in Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, Chang Yu, Xian Songzi, and Reverend Jingting as outer disciples. In Bai Qingyu, Xiao Hua took in Ao Zhantian and Su Tingzi as outer disciples. However, it was also in Bai Qingyu that Chang Yu died. Prince Lan's loyalty was doubted, and Xiao Hua's number of outer disciples fell to 7. Perhaps it was because he had just experienced the hand of cause and effect. Xiao Hua became alert. He felt that he could only accept 7 disciples and could not accept more. If he accepted Mo Jinli, then he would have more than 7 disciples. Even if there was really something wrong with Prince Lan, Mo Jinli had already taken the last disciple spot. But Mo Jinli was only a 4th-level literature master. With Xiao Hua's strength, he probably did not have much time to teach such a low-level Confucian disciple. Moreover, Xiao Hua already had a candidate in mind for the last disciple spot. Therefore, Xiao Hua hesitated. Chapter 4475. Junior appreciates Senior's kind intentions. Mo Jinli smiled. Junior is a Confucian cultivator. It would be inconvenient for me to follow Senior. Moreover, Junior is a disciple of the Chongyun sect, which is related to the Longevity Town's conflict. It would also bring trouble to Senior. Huh? Xiaohua laughed and said, "If you didn't say this Xiao would have hesitated. But since you have spoken your mind, how could this Xiao disappoint you? This Xiao may not have the time to teach you a Confucian cultivation technique, but this Xiao remembers that you should cultivate a Confucian sword technique. This Xiao has a disciple who is good at sword techniques. This Xiao thinks that he should take you as a disciple of the Fortune Gate." Fortune Gate? Mo Jianli was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and shouted, "When did Senior enter a Confucian sect? This Junior doesn't seem to have heard of a Confucian sect called the Fortune Gate." While the two were talking, Gongshu Minghu had already walked behind them. Xiaohua looked at Gongshu Minghu and walked towards the pavilion. He said, "This matter is settled. When we come out of the Bright Moon Palace, this Xiao will take you to see him." Senior, Mo Jianli hurriedly chased after him, wanting to say something. Unfortunately, Xiaohua smiled and said, "You don't have to say anything. If you see this Xiao's disciple and feel that it's not suitable, then it's fine. It's not too late to refuse." Xiaohua didn't think that Mo Jianli would refuse Yu Zhongxuan and Chang Yuan, who were already at the 7th level. "Oh, okay." Facing Xiaohua's arbitrary decision, Mo Jianli was helpless. He nodded slightly and followed behind Xiaohua. However, his thoughts were different from Xiaohua's. He didn't believe that Xiaohua's disciple would have any outstanding cultivation. Of course, he didn't complain about why Xiaohua didn't take him as a disciple. Mo Jianli was a grateful person. After being expelled and homeless, he felt that Xiaohua's kindness was a kind of enjoyment. Turning the corner, they came across a small hall. Gongshu Yisin and Gongshu Yiming walked to the entrance of the hall and looked back. When they saw Xiaohua and Mo Jianli coming over, they smiled at each other and quickly walked in. When Xiaohua entered the palace, he saw a tall young Confucian cultivator who looked similar to Gongshu Yisin. The Confucian cultivator had a smile on his face as he looked at Xiaohua. Next to him, Gongshu Yisin was holding his arm and acting like a spoiled little girl. On the two sides of this Confucian cultivator, there were a few men and women who were around the 5th or 6th grade of origin energy. These men and women all had imposing appearances and were intelligent on the inside, like dragons and phoenixes among men. Needless to say, this person was the Gongshu Jingyi that Gongshu Yisin had mentioned, the 7th level elemental energy grandmaster. Looking at Gongshu Jingyi sitting steadily on the chair, waiting for him to pay his respects, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He had really lifted a stone to smash his own foot. He originally disliked Zhu Qing's respect for him and wanted to find a more approachable feeling. He didn't expect that as soon as he met Mo Jianli, he would be humiliated by Gongshu Minghu. Gongshu Yisin came over to smooth things over for him, and then he had to follow her to pay his respects to a 7th level elemental energy grandmaster. Gongshu Yisin had good intentions. After all, the guidance or care of a high-level elemental energy grandmaster was a kind of opportunity. Gongshu Yisin would disdain to introduce ordinary cultivators. However, Gongshu Yisin had met Xiaohua. How could a human Taoist Grand Ascension Stage cultivator meet a Confucian grandmaster with the power of a junior? Etiquette, etiquette, Xiaohua sighed. The etiquette of Confucian cultivators is a bit pedantic, but in essence, it is a kind of order. As the Immortal Realm's executioner, Su Ji upholds it. I was a bit rash today. Thinking of this, Xiaohua slightly straightened his body, about to reveal his cultivation level. However, at this moment, a slightly excited voice came from behind him. "Yiming, you also came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? I just came to Star Picking Tower and heard that the Gongshu family was also here. I was thinking that since you were a junior of the Gongshu family, how could you not be on this trip to the Star Moon Palace? Look, this is the thunder amplification wood that I found for you. It will definitely be useful for you to cultivate the 5 Qi righteous thunder." Xiaohua did not need to turn around, nor did he need to look back, nor did he need to use his divine perception to check. Just this voice alone was enough for Xiao Hua to laugh. He could clearly tell that this was Duan Muqing, who had formed a grudge with him in Star-Picking Tower in the Bronze Pillar Nation. That night, Xiao Hua had taught Duan Muqing and Duan Muqiu a lesson. He had also said in front of Duan Muqing that he wanted to see if the so-called Confucian family still had justice, fairness, and justice. Duan Muqing had also made it clear that she did not believe in justice, fairness, and justice. She had asked Xiao Hua to wait for her justice. After that, when Xiao Hua had almost forgotten, he had finally waited for the Duanmu family's justice. That was the pursuit of Duanmu Liangsheng in Songlang Zi's cave. Duanmu Liangsheng could be considered a hot-blooded man, but he was after all a disciple of the Duanmu family. Although he admired Xiao Hua, he had no choice but to kill him. Fortunately, although Xiao Hua's strength at that time was slightly inferior to Duanmu Liangsheng, it was not a problem for him to escape. Therefore, he was able to escape from the Duanmu family's justice. Duanmu Liangsheng had also obtained an opportunity in Songlang Zi's cave and did not find trouble with Xiao Hua again. What Xiao Hua did not expect was that when he had just returned to the 3 continents from the primitive continent and had not even taken a step into the hidden immortal continent, all the karma from before had actually appeared here. Not only did he see Mo Jinli and Gongshu Exin, but he also saw Duanmu Qing, whom he had almost forgotten. Suddenly, Xiao Hua had a bad premonition. Damn it, it can't be. Could it be that Su Ji's divination skills are so miraculous? This Star Moon Palace is indeed the last time I leave. When the two of them return to the immortal realm, I will also have the opportunity to choose. Otherwise, with so many old grudges, how could they all appear here? Of course, this thought was just a flash. He had some understanding that it was not his old grudges, but the opportunity of the Star Moon Palace. Because of the appearance of the Star Moon Palace, all the families in the hidden immortal continent would send disciples who needed opportunities to come to the Star Moon Palace. Not only the disciples of the families who had grudges with him, but also the disciples of the families who had grudges with him would all have the opportunity to come to the Star Moon Palace. They would also, at the appropriate time, resolve the grudges between them. While Xiao Hua was thinking, Duan Muqing had already said something excitedly. She walked past Xiao Hua and arrived in front of Gongshu Jingyi. She bowed and said, "Great-granduncle, Junior Duan Muqing from the Duanmu family pays respect to great-granduncle." Gongshu Jingyi was waiting for Xiao Hua to greet him, but Duan Muqing's sudden appearance stole Xiao Hua's limelight. Gongshu Jingyi could not stand in front of the Duanmu family. He retracted his gaze from Xiao Hua and raised his hand. "Get up, this is Star-Picking Tower. No need to be too polite." Oomph. Gongshu Exin was not willing to give Duan Muqing a good face. She snorted and said, "You're just a branch of the Duanmu family, and you dare to call yourself a disciple of the family? Aren't you afraid that the Duanmu family's ancestor will scold you?" Duan Muqing did not dare to say anything in front of Gongshu Exin. Gongshu Jingyi's lips curled. He knew clearly about Gongshu Exin's arrogance. He also knew that her scolding of Duan Muqing was reasonable. However, he could only scold her. Duan Muqing is also a disciple of the family. There are some words that you cannot say casually. Great-granduncle, you think I want to say it?" Gongshu Exin said coldly. "If he did not pester Yiming Jiejie, even if I saw him, I would only treat him as a toad." He did not go back to look for a mirror. He is not only a branch disciple of the Duanmu family, he is also a literary master who has just stepped in his spirit-refining chi. How can he be worthy of Yiming Jiejie? Moreover, Yiming Jiejie had already told him clearly 100 years ago that she did not wish to see him again. But what about him? Seeing Yiming Jiejie's soft personality, forcing her step by step, showing an infatuated face in front of the elders to gain sympathy. Isn't it just a thunder-amplifying wood? What's so great about it that he would give it to Yiming Jiejie in front of great-granduncle? This kind of wild ambition, great-granduncle is embarrassed to say it, but I will say it. Excellent. Gongshu Yiming at the side also seemed to be unable to bear it. She pulled Gong Shu Exion's sleeve and said, "Don't say it in front of everyone. This is not good." What is not good about it? It is because you're always thinking for others that you have landed in such an awkward situation. Now, many disciples of the aristocratic families know that this guy is pursuing Sister. Even if there are outstanding disciples who want to propose marriage to Sister, they would be embarrassed. They would be afraid of brushing away the face of the Duanmu family. Gongshu Exian understood Duanmu Qing's thoughts and hit the nail on the head. In reality, the Duanmu family does not even know of this guy's plans. It is not that bad. Gongshu Yiming's face was slightly red as she said in a low voice. Xiaohua originally did not like Gongshu Exian's outspokenness, but hearing it now made him very happy. He smiled and stopped walking, watching with interest. Duanmu Qing naturally did not know that Xiaohua was here. His face was slightly pale as he said in a low voice, "Senior Gongshu, Junior knows that my cultivation is shallow and my background is not as good as Senior's. So from Senior's point of view, Junior's actions are indeed so. But Junior can say it to Senior without any reservation, to the disciples of the Gongshu family. Junior can even say it to the heavens and the earth with a clear conscience. Love had no limits, no rank, and no strength. Perhaps Yiming Lady feels that Junior is not suitable. But from the moment Junior saw Yiming Lady, I have already treated her as my fairy. Junior does not dare to think too much because I am afraid that if I think too much, it will make that impression dim. Junior can only think faintly when the lanterns are lit, and hope that the night will make this longing last a little longer. Junior also knows that Junior is not worthy of Miss Yiming, but Junior is willing to be one of Miss Yiming's many admirers. Junior hopes that her path of cultivation will be smooth. Junior is willing to give up everything for her. Chapter 4476. Duanmu Qing spoke with deep affection. Not only did Gongshu Yiming blush, even Gongshu Exian felt embarrassed and felt that she might have gone overboard. Duanmu Qing continued. Junior heard that Miss Yiming's 5-Chi Thunder had reached a bottleneck and was unable to break through, so I have been thinking of a way for her. 200 years ago, Junior heard that the star-picking tower of Copper Pillar Country was bidding for the thunder-developing wood. Junior hurriedly went there to bid for the thunder-developing wood and give it to Miss Yiming to comprehend. Unfortunately, Junior was deceived by a despicable Dao-sec cultivator and was unable to bid for the thunder-developing wood. In the following days, Junior has been looking for opportunities. Fortunately, the heavens were moved by Junior. A few years ago, Junior finally bid for a similar thunder-developing wood at the auction of the Luo Merchant Union. After Junior obtained the thunder-developing wood, Junior hurriedly went to find Miss Yiming. Unfortunately, Miss Yiming was no longer in the Gongshu family. Junior asked around, but could not find Miss Yiming's whereabouts. Later, Junior heard news of the Star Moon Palace and immediately understood. Although Junior is not a candidate to enter the Star Moon Palace, Junior still tried my best to ask a senior in the family to bring Junior here. Junior does not wish to enter the Star Moon Palace. Junior only wishes to see Miss Yiming here and give her this thunder-developing wood. Junior also knows that as long as Miss Yiming enters the Star Moon Palace, after she comes out, her 5-Chi Thunder will definitely break through the bottleneck and step into the upper 5th grade of Essence Force. Junior is even more inferior. However, Junior does not regret it. Junior hopes that Junior can be a pebble under Miss Yiming's feet. As long as Miss Yiming can step on Junior safely, Junior will be satisfied. As she spoke, Duanmu Qing took the thunder-developing wood and walked in front of Gongshu Yiming. She looked at Gongshu Yiming affectionately. Damn it, Xiaohua was flabbergasted. This guy really knows how to talk. I can't compare to him. Even Xiaohua said so. Gongshu Yiming's face was naturally hot. She lowered her head slightly and raised her slender white hand to take the thunder-developing wood. Seeing that Gongshu Yiming was about to take the thunder-amplifying wood, Gongshu Exian, who was trying to break up the couple, came to her senses. She hurriedly pulled Gongshu Yiming behind her and said coldly, "Humph, I hate this kind of flowery speech the most. You want to trick me with a piece of wood? If you have the ability, come here on a rainbow cloud." Gongshu Exian looked up at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, I remember you have a thunder-devouring bead, right? 200 years is enough for you. Why don't you lend it to Big Sister Ming first? Don't worry, after you borrow it, my Gongshu family will definitely protect you and won't let the immortal palace find trouble with you." Xiao Hua. When Duanmu Qing heard Xiao Hua's name, she was startled as if she was bitten by a snake or scorpion. She turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had a bitter smile on his face, but he was feeling very good in his heart. He had just used his divine ability and was about to make trouble. When he heard Gongshu Exin was disrupting the situation, he immediately took 2 steps forward and touched his nose. He looked thoughtfully at Duanmu Qing and said, "Young Master Duanmu, that despicable cultivator from the star-picking tower in the Bronze Pillar country who used despicable means to deceive you is here. I want to ask you, what despicable means did I use to deceive you at the auction at Star-Picking Tower?" You. Duanmu Qing was dumbfounded. Those few words of his were merely to set off the atmosphere, to emphasize the hardships of not being able to obtain the thunder amplification wood. However, he never expected that Xiao Hua, whom he hadn't seen for several hundred years, would actually be right behind him. Moreover, he had directly passed by Xiao Hua without even noticing him. Moreover, Xiao Hua's question was even more heart-wrenching. Not to mention that Xiao Hua did not have any despicable means. Even if he did, that was Star-Picking Tower's auction, and it was from hundreds of years ago. Duanmu Qing bringing up old scores in Star-Picking Tower's territory was not only giving Star-Picking Tower a bad look, but also finding trouble for herself. Details determine success or failure. The remorseful Duanmu Qing really wanted to grab the extra words out of everyone's ears and swallow them herself. Ha ha. When Gongshu Exian heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She hurriedly said, "What? You were the one who bid for the thunder developing wood? How could you have won against young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family? Quickly tell us, how despicable were you at that time?" Seeing that Gongshu Exian did not mind blowing things up, Xiao Hua was also happy to add insult to injury. He nodded and said, "Even if Lady Gongshu did not say this, I would still say it. Not to mention my innocence, even Star-Picking Tower's justice will be tarnished." Hearing Xiao Hua mention justice, Duanmu Qing's face turned pale. Xiao Hua did not add any details and narrated everything from the time he met Duanmu Qiu to the time he said fairness, justice, and justice to Duanmu Qing. Indeed, without waiting for him to say much, when the group of Gongshu family disciples heard that Duanmu Qing sat on the dragon horse carriage and headed towards Star-Picking Tower, their faces were filled with disdain. The aristocratic family's carriages all had their own standards and were not for any aristocratic family disciples to sit on. Gongshu Exian could sit on it. Gongshu Yiming could sit on it. Murong Songyan could also sit on it, but Duanmu Qing, a side family disciple, could not sit on it, because she could not represent the Duanmu family. Xiao Hua naturally did not know about this rule, but the Gongshu family disciples knew it clearly. Without mentioning anything else, how could Gongshu Yiming accept her flamboyant personality? Oh, that's right. After explaining the matter at Star-Picking Tower, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Looking at Gongshu Exian, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "I almost forgot. Duanmu Gongzi is a person who keeps his promises." That was what I said that day. Duanmu Qing, I will remember your words, but I will give you a word of advice. Don't think that no one knows what is right and wrong here. Even the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators cannot stop the mouths of the people. A Duanmu family carriage driver is now Jin Gui. You can only let him bully others, but others cannot retaliate. I will wait for your Duanmu family's condemnation. I want to see if the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators still have justice. And at that time, Duanmu Gongzi's reply was, justice, Justice and justice? Let's go. Let this Taoist wait for his justice. Xiaohua looked at Duanmu Qing and smiled. Duanmu Gongzi, did I say anything wrong? Duanmu Qing bit her lips and did not reply. And the result? Say it, say it. Gongshu Exan was interested and urged. What happened after that? After that, Lady Gongshu, do you still remember the 5th grade middle tier Confucian cultivator who suddenly appeared in the Cloud Mountain maze? Xiaohua asked. Gongshu Exan actually did not have any impression of Duanmu Yangsheng, but at this time, she did not know how to reply. She nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, yes, that extremely powerful Confucian cultivator. And he is the justice that the Duanmu family gave me. Xiaohua said with a smile. Oh, Duanmu Liangsheng? Order of death? Gongshu Jingyi, who was at the side, was watching the younger generation quarrel like a play. However, when he heard this, he suddenly understood. He frowned and said a few words in a low voice. He looked at Duanmu Qing and didn't say anything. However, the disciples of the Gongshu clan who were present all despised her. Everyone knew what Duanmu Qing had done after the order of death. In front of such sinister thoughts, the sweet words that Duanmu Qing had said earlier had become a honey sword. Yes, Xiaohua smiled. The Duanmu family's order of death is the justice that Duanmu Gongzi gave me. If not for my good luck, I am afraid that I would not have the chance to talk about Duanmu Gongzi's heroic deeds in front of everyone. Sigh. Duanmu Qing sighed slightly. She looked at the crowd, and her gaze landed on Gongshu Yiming's face. She said, "Things are not as simple as Immortal Shao said. However, I do not wish to explain anything at this moment, because the same thing can be said by different people. It will have different effects. I admit that I do not have a glib tongue like Immortal Shao. Everything will be revealed in the future. However, Miss Yiming, even though I may have done something wrong, your cultivation cannot be delayed. This thunder-amplifying wood is very important to you. It is innocent. You must accept it. What is the use of a mere thunder-amplifying wood? It is just a chicken rib. Only those who do not understand the lightning cultivation arts would treat it as a treasure." Xiaohua took 2 steps forward and disdainfully glanced at the jade box in Duanmu Qing's hands. Inside the jade box, there was a lone thunder-amplifying wood that was sealed within. Xiaohua said coldly, "Duanmu Qing, do you think that you can let Miss Yiming's 5-qi legitimate thunder break through the bottleneck with a piece of wood that has been struck by lightning? If that is the case, there are probably a bunch of lightning cultivators in this world, right?" Duanmu Qing tried her best to maintain a cultured and refined image in front of Gongshu Yiming. Even when Xiaohua exposed her earlier, she did not get angry. She understood that Xiaohua was just a Dao cultivator. Even if she was from a side branch of the Duanmu clan, she was still a disciple of the clan. Her words were far more important than Xiaohua's words. There was no need for her to confront Xiaohua here. She could just wait for an opportunity to make up for it. But now, Xiaohua had once again belittled the thunder amplification wood that he had painstakingly found as worthless. He looked at Xiaohua and said coldly, "This one does not have the qualifications to know if this thunder amplification wood is useful for Miss Yiming's cultivation. However, this thunder amplification wood was something that Miss Yiming occasionally mentioned on that day, so this one remembered it in my heart. This one also admits that this one really does not know how useful this item is for Miss Yiming to break through her bottleneck. However, I know that as long as I work hard, Miss Yiming will definitely benefit from this thunder-amplifying wood. What about you? Could it be that a Dao cultivator who is not even at the 5th grade of elemental energy knows that this thunder-amplifying wood is useless to Miss Yiming? What qualifications do you have to say such useless words?" Chapter 4477. At this moment, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't put Duanmu Qing in his eyes and wouldn't be so bored as to argue with her. Xiaohua faintly smiled. He raised his hand and took out a silk handkerchief from his bosom. He said, "For me to be able to say such words, I naturally have my reasons. I won't be like some people whose mouth is full of nonsense and only one word is true. Saying this, Xiao Hua placed the silk handkerchief in front of Gongshu Yiming, saying, Miss Yiming, do you think this is useful for your cultivation of the 5-Qi thunder? This is? Seeing Xiao Hua take out a silk handkerchief instead of thunder-developing bead or thunder-developing wood, let alone Gongshu Yixin, even Gongshu Yiming blushed. She looked at Xiao Hua with some confusion. After all, silk handkerchiefs were mostly for private use by female cultivators. Men and women giving silk handkerchiefs had other meanings. Damn it! Others might be puzzled, but Duanmu Qing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She already thought that Xiao Hua was revealing something to Gongshu Yiming in front of everyone, flirting in front of her. Xiao Hua, what do you mean by this? Gongshu Yixin was straightforward, shouting, I told you to take out the thunder-amplifying bead. What do you mean by this? Why don't Miss Yixin take a look first? Xiao Hua turned and smiled at Gongshu Yixin, saying, You have a certain level of attainment in formations. You should be able to see it. Oh. Gongshu Yixin looked at Gongshu Jingyi. That Gongshu Jingyi just looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything. He was also young. How could he not know the jealousy between young people? Seeing Gongshu Jingyi not saying anything, Gongshu Yixin said, raising her hand to take the silk handkerchief. When she took the silk handkerchief, she used her silver moon pupil. Just one look, and her expression changed. She looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. The clear-eye technique in her eyes didn't disappear. She exclaimed, Xiao Hua, it's true. Don't worry. Xiao Hua smiled. Don't you know my reputation? Che. Gongshu Yixin retracted her silver moon pupil, curling her lips, saying, What reputation do you have? That day in the cave, you cheated so many people. Then, Gongshu Yixin didn't give the silk handkerchief to Gongshu Yiming. Instead, she held it in her hand, smiling at Yiming. Sister Yiming, can I make a deal with you? Can you lend this item to sister to study? What is this? Gongshu Yiming looked confusedly at the silk handkerchief in Gongshu Yixin's hand and asked. Gongshu Yixin opened her mouth and seemed to have some misgivings. She didn't give the handkerchief to Gongshu Yiming and transmitted to Gongshu Yiming. This is the Immortal Palace's 5 brocade cloud painting. Gongshu Yiming was ecstatic. She almost cried out, How is this possible? The 5-Qi thunder was the purest form of cultivation in the Immortal Palace. The Gongshu clan also had it, but the flaws were obvious. They couldn't fix the flaws in their cultivation method during the tribulation. Therefore, Gongshu Yiming had always wanted to get the cultivation method of the 5-Qi thunder from the Immortal Palace. This 5 brocade cloud painting was not a complete lightning cultivation method, but it contained the 5-Qi thunder. If Gongshu Yiming had this item to study, she could easily break through her current bottleneck. Gongshu Yiming screamed and quickly covered her mouth, smiling at Xiao Hua. Thank you, immortal friend Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled. No need to be so polite if there's anything you don't understand. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Duanmu Qing, who was at the side, retracted her hand and withdrew the awkwardness in everyone's eyes. She interrupted Xiao Hua's words and said with a hint of anger, Xiao Hua, I did not want to lower myself to your level when you used the matter from several hundred years ago to frame me. But then you used filthy words to slander my Duanmu clan's kill order. This matter involves the dignity of my Duanmu clan, so I represent the Duanmu clan to invite you to join the battle to bury the hatchet. And when Gongshu Jingyi heard this, he unconsciously snorted from his nose and said unhappily, Duanmu Qing, you are in my Gongshu family's pavilion, representing the Duanmu family to challenge Xiao Hua. What is the meaning of this? Duanmu Qing was startled and immediately realized the impropriety of her words. She hurriedly smiled and said, Great-granduncle, it is all Junior's fault. Junior was really disheartened by this Dao sect cultivator. My words were wrong. Junior apologizes to great-granduncle and apologizes to the elders of the Gongshu clan. Finishing, Duanmu Qing did not give Gongshu Yixin and the others a chance to speak. She said to Xiao Hua, Xiaohua, you and I originally had a personal grudge. Now, the battle to bury the hatchet at Jiaxing Lu is about to start. You may not be a disciple of a great clan, but you are in Jiaxing Lu now. You can still join the battle. How about it? In the battle to bury the hatchet, let's settle our previous grudges? This time, Duan Muqing kept on talking about personal grievances. Gongshu Jing, you just looked indifferently and didn't say anything. Gongshu Exen glared at Duan Muqing and said coldly, "What? Angry out of humiliation? All your tricks have been exposed. You can't live with your face? You want to be silenced by the battle to bury the hatchet? One look and you can tell he is a bluff. You can't beat Xiaohua, so you want to use the power of the Duanmu clan to suppress him?" Then, Gongshu Exin waved her hand at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, ignore him. You're not a disciple of a great clan. Why are you participating in the battle to bury the hatchet?" Senior Exin, Duan Muqing looked at Gongshu Exin and said seriously, "Xiaohua may not be a disciple of a great clan, but he is in Jiaxing Lu, and this is before the opening of the Star Moon Palace. He also has a grudge with Junior. This meets the conditions for the battle. Of course, if Xiaohua does not wish to participate, Junior will not force him. He only needs to apologize to Junior in front of everyone during the battle to bury the hatchet. Junior may consider forgiving him, and can also consider asking the sect to take back the kill warrant." At this point, Duan Muqing glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Besides, if a man of indomitable spirit does not even dare to accept such a small challenge, what right does he have to call himself a man? What right does he have to cultivate the powerful lightning energy?" Xiaohua laughed involuntarily when he heard Duan Muqing's provocation. He really did not know how to answer. How could he, a human Mahayana realm cultivator, be so calculated with this guy? Even if he only revealed the strength of a peak 4th grade Yuan Qi, it was not possible to bet with him, right? Seeing that Xiaohua did not speak, Duan Muqing naturally thought that Xiaohua was timid. She added fuel to the fire and said, "How about this, Xiaohua? If you do not wish to participate, you only need to apologize to me here, and I will forgive you." Duan Muqing. Gongshu Exin snorted before Xiaohua could say anything. "If you are so capable, why don't you fight Xiaohua one-on-one during the battle to bury the hatchet? Don't think I can't see your sinister intentions. You just want to borrow the Duanmu clan's blade to kill Xiaohua." "Oh," Xiaohua asked curiously. "Exin, could it be that during the battle to bury the hatchet, it doesn't have to be two disciples who have personal grudges?" "Of course." Gongshu Exin was a little angry. "Since the various clans are participating, we have to consider their reputation. It doesn't have to be disciples with personal grudges. Don't be fooled. He can't beat you, so he wants someone else to do it." Xiaohua. Duan Muqing did not care that Gongshu Exin had exposed her thoughts. She smiled and said, "If I were you, I would definitely go up and give it a try. After all, my Duanmu clan's kill order is still in effect. Any Duanmu clan disciple can kill you, and they can even return to the sect to receive a reward. If you are lucky enough to win, the kill order will no longer exist, and you can cultivate in peace in the future." "Fine." Xiaohua looked at Duan Muqing, who was acting like a clown, and sneered in his heart. Since Xiaohua didn't have to do it himself, he could just find a Fortune Gate disciple from the Shenhua mainland. Hence, Xiaohua nodded and said, "This Xiao agrees to fight with you." "Good." Duan Muqing's eyes flashed with a cunning look. She smiled and said, "Looks like you are a man. Come, let's make an oath." Duan Muqing raised her right hand and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua waved his hand slightly, as if he was shooing away a fly. He said, "No need. You are not worthy." "Damn it." Duan Muqing could not help cursing in a low voice. "So you are so cunning. If we don't make an oath, who knows if you will participate? Perhaps you've been planning to slip away for a long time?" Duan Muqing was a little confused, just like A.O. Qian from the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. However, one was for power, the other was for love. Oh, or it could be said that behind love, there was also the pursuit of power. Duan Muqing pressed on, trying to force Xiao Hua into a dead end. However, when Xiao Hua fell into a dead end, he also fell into a dead end in Gongshu Yiming's heart. His various schemes aroused Gongshu Yiming's suspicion of his past actions. Since that is the case, Xiao Hua muttered, turned to look at Mo Jianli, and said, Jianli, help me make an oath. I have a new idea. I will change your master. Mo Jianli was stunned. He did not understand what Xiao Hua meant. However, Mo Jianli was a straightforward man. Since he felt that Xiao Hua's temper was good, he did not care about Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He raised his hand and said, Okay, young Master Duanmu, please. You. Seeing that Xiao Hua not only refused to strike his palm to make an oath, but also let a mere scholar-disciple take action on his behalf, he was so angry that his face had already turned green. This was really a kind of naked humiliation. You're really going too far. Good. Since you dare to make an oath with me, then remember the fight. Gritting her teeth, Duanmu Qing raised her hand and hit Mo Jianli's palm. She said, In the fight, there is no need to talk about life and death. Mo Jianli was used to seeing the faces of aristocratic disciples. He said coldly, Isn't it just a life? If you have the ability, then come and take it. Chapter 4478. Good. Gongshu Exin at the side clapped, looking at Mo Jianli and praising. As expected, there are great scholars everywhere. I didn't think that not only is Taoist Xiao so heroic, even the cultivators he befriends are more forthright than some of the aristocratic family disciples. Duanmu Qing gritted his teeth and looked at Gongshu Exin, but did not dare to say a word. He turned to Gongshu Yiming and said softly, Miss Yiming, after the battle to bury the hatchet, I will give you an explanation. This matter is definitely not what Xiao Hua said. A female cultivator's view of a person changed in an instant. Now, Gongshu Yiming looked at Duanmu Qing with a faint sense of unfamiliarity. She smiled. Actually, doesn't matter. The words doesn't matter was more painful than a sword stabbing into Duanmu Qing's heart. He forced a smile and looked at Xiao Hua. Taoist Xiao, I will see you at the battle to bury the hatchet. And I know. Xiao Hua nodded. If Duanmu Liangsheng can come, that would be the best. Liangsheng did not come to Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. I have disappointed Taoist Xiao. Duanmu Qing smiled and nodded at Gongshu Yiming before turning to leave. But Xiao Hua's words almost made him fall, and I know. You have many granduncles. It doesn't matter who comes. Seeing Duanmu Qing leave in a sorry state, Gongshu Exin felt a little disappointed. She looked at Xiao Hua apologetically. Xiao Hua, I am sorry I dragged you into this. I didn't expect you to have a grudge with him. Not bad. Xiao Hua smiled. You have changed a lot in 200 years. If it was you in the past, you would not have said this. Che. Gongshu Exin rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua. You think you are the only one who did not waste your life. Gongshu Exin could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her eyes looked at Gongshu Yiming and Gongshu Jingyi, revealing more coquettishness. Gongshu Jingyi couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Gongshu Exin had always been arrogant. Not to mention the ordinary disciples. Even the famous female disciples of the four clans weren't worthy of her attention. And today, Gongshu Exin's attitude toward Xiao Hua was definitely something that Gongshu Jingyi had never seen before. This didn't allow him to not think about it. Gongshu Jingyi looked at Gongshu Yiming's excited expression and Gongshu Exin's shy expression. He smiled slightly and said, Little friend Xiao, you probably don't know about the battle to bury the hatchet before the various clans entered the Star Moon Palace, right? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Gongshu Jingyi thoughtfully. He then nodded and said, Immortal friend is right. This Xiao is not a disciple of an aristocratic family. So how could I know the reason for this battle? However, from what Duanmu Qing said, it should be a bet between the aristocratic clans to settle their grudges in Jiaxing Lu. Gongshu Jingyi heard that Xiao Hua didn't call him senior and unconsciously frowned. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua's vigilant expression and felt relieved. However, the more Xiao Hua acted like this, the more interested Gongshu Jingyi was. Not to mention Gongshu Exian's admiration for Xiao Hua, just the previous dispute between Duanmu Qing and Xiao Hua because of Gongshu Yiming, and Gongshu Yiming actually watched from the side and didn't say anything to stop it. Gongshu Jingyi knew that Gongshu Yiming might have some inconvenient reason for transmitting voice to him. Since Gongshu Yiming was happy to see the weak Xiao Hua and the powerful Duanmu clan fight, then Gongshu Yiming's meaning was obvious. Gongshu Jingyi wouldn't let go of this opportunity to recruit Xiao Hua into the Gongshu clan. After all, a formation master stronger than Gongshu Exian, even if his cultivation wasn't high, to the Gongshu clan, he was very precious. Therefore, although Gongshu Jingyi was unhappy, he was still very approachable and said, "Little friend is right. However, this bet is a little different from the usual. The reason for this bet is actually very simple. Because the Star Moon Palace is an ancient relic, all the clans of the hidden immortal continent want to get a share of the profits. And the grudges between the clan's disciples naturally can't be severed. So in order to prevent the grudges of the hidden immortal continent from being brought to the Star Moon Palace, all the clans discussed to have a bet before entering the Star Moon Palace. Although this bet can't wipe out all the grudges, it can at least make people feel that there is some balance. Maybe they can get along peacefully in the Star Moon Palace and not cause trouble for everyone." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow immortal already said that grudges can't be severed. How could it be resolved with a bet to bury the hatchet?" "Haha, of course this is the original intention." Gongshu Jingyi smiled and said, "After a few times, all the clans also felt that this was inappropriate, but the night is long and there's no mood to sleep. Instead of waiting for the Star Moon Palace to open in Star Picking Tower, why not find some fun to bet? So it's like this." Xiao Hua nodded. "In that case, it makes sense." But when Gongshu Jingyi heard this, he immediately stopped smiling and said word by word, "This bet to wipe out all the grudges is real. Every disciple of the clans will not be merciful. Even the elders of the clans will form a group of judges to judge every bet. So, little friend Xiao, you can't let your guard down." "Granduncle," Gongshu Exian hurriedly asked, "Xiao Hua dealing with that Duanmu Qing is of course no problem, but the Duanmu clan has a lot of experts. Any disciple of the 6th level of essence power will not be easy for Xiao Hua to resist." Gongshu Jingyi glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "According to what I know, the leader of the Duanmu clan is Duanmu Lianheng. He is famous for his bad temper. That year in Longevity Town, all the clans were watching and no one made a move. When Duanmu Lianheng arrived, he punched Buddha's sect Ci Man until her expression changed and ordered the Longevity Town's Buddha to retreat. When Duanmu Lianheng retreated, he was blocked by Manjushri Bodhisattva, who had just attained nirvana. However, seeing Duanmu Lianheng in this state, Dongfang Jiangliang of the Dongfang family blocked Manjushri Bodhisattva with his sword. From this, it can be seen that if little friend Xiao wants to bet with the Duanmu clan, I'm afraid." Gongshu Jingyi stopped. Gongshu Yiming smiled and said, "Granduncle, with you here, with my Gongshu clan here, how can Taoist Xiao be at a disadvantage?" Gongshu Jingyi smiled and said, "I'm naturally not afraid of Duanmu Lianheng, but I don't have a good reason." "Granduncle, you're wrong again." Gongshu Yiming hurriedly said, "Taoist Xiao is proficient in formations and thunder techniques. This junior and Exian can't compare to him. If this kind of person is used by my Gongshu clan, wouldn't Granduncle have a good reason? This depends on little friend Zhao's opinion." Gongshu Jingyi looked at Xiao Hua meaningfully and said, "Maybe he'll be a guest or have some marriage. Little friend Zhao's strength may not be enough to be a guest, but in terms of marriage, it's possible." Hearing about marriage, Gongshu Yiming slightly raised his elbow and touched Gongshu Exian. Gongshu Exian was stunned and suddenly blushed. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Granduncle, This? I'm afraid this won't work. I'm not familiar with Xiaohua. Exin, Granduncle didn't seem to be talking about you. Gong Shui Ming smiled and said, why are you so anxious? I. Gong Shu Exin, who was always proud and arrogant, stuttered, not knowing how to answer. She really respected Xiaohua, but to talk about love, it seemed too early to talk about it. Actually, you don't have to take it seriously. You and Daoist Xiao first put on a show, give Granduncle an excuse, and deceive the Duanmu clan. Gong Shu Yiming suggested. After this, who will know about this? But what if the fake becomes real? Gong Shu Exin was a bit sad, looking pitifully at Xiaohua, and said, Xiaohua, if I agree, you won't pester me like that Duanmu Qing, right? Looking at Gong Shu Exin, who had a high cultivation in formations, but was ignorant of the ways of the world, and even spoke like a sinner, Xiaohua smiled and said, many thanks. I won't make things difficult for you. Not at all. Gong Shu Yiming smiled and said, little sister Exin often talks about Daoist Xiao in front of me. She really respects you, but she doesn't understand what this means. How come I don't know? Gong Shu Exin looked at Gong Shu Yiming with shame and anger. I just feel that Xiaohua is powerful. I don't feel anything else. That day Gusu Qiudi also said the same. There were many Gong Shu clan disciples in the pavilion. At this time, a few girls wanted to come over. But when they heard Gong Shu Exin mention Gusu Qiudi, they looked at each other and sat back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gong Shu Yiming and Gong Shu Exin were very close. She didn't care about Gong Shu Exin's shame and anger, and said, no matter what you think, if Xiaohua has nothing to do with you, Granduncle can't fall out with the Duanmu clan. What do you say? Then he has something to do with him. Gong Shu Exin looked at Xiaohua, her face red, and said in a low voice, good. Gong Shu Jingyi smiled and said, since Exin also agreed, I'll take over Xiaohua's matter. Cough, cough. Xiaohua touched his nose, coughed bitterly, and said with a smile, I appreciate everyone's good intentions. A mere Duanmu Lianheng isn't worth me retreating. Gong Shu Jingyi frowned and said, little friend Xiao, now is not the time to act on impulse. A real man should know when to yield and when not to. Gong Shu Exin also forced a smile and said, Xiaohua, I know I don't understand things and always cause trouble. Today's matter originally had nothing to do with you, but I dragged you in, so you don't need to consider me. First pass this test. Chapter 4479. Good. Xiaohua heard Gong Shu Exin's words and clapped. I was hesitant before. To be honest, Exin, your formation skills are not bad, but you are too arrogant. You never put others in your eyes. You don't know what's important. You may not be strong in the future. Today, because of your words and your willingness to acknowledge your mistakes, I have decided to ask someone to take you in as a disciple and impart to you the Tao of array formations. Then Xiaohua looked at Gong Shu Yiming and said, and you, Lady Yiming, your 5 Qi Thunder cultivation is not bad. However, the cultivation method is not authentic. It even shows signs of deviating from the essence of a lightning cultivator. This has something to do with your character. You can also consider it. If you have any ideas, you can come find me with the Xin after we reach Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua, what are you talking about? Not to mention Gong Shu Yiming. Even Gong Shu Exin was shocked. She looked at Xiaohua and asked, Immortal friend Gong Shu, thank you for your good intentions. Xiaohua did not answer. He cupped his hands towards Gong Shu Jingyi and turned to leave Gong Shu family's pavilion. Mo Jinli also hurriedly cupped his hands and followed. Xiaohua. Gong Shu Exin did not seem to understand Xiaohua's words. She wanted to chase, but she still said, if you don't want to do this, I will talk to Granduncle. How about asking him to find Star picking loose? Stop. Gong Shu Jingyi glared at Gong Shu Exin and scolded. Granduncle. Gong Shu Exin felt wronged. How can you let Duanmu family bully people like this? Granduncle, a Gongshu family disciple who was originally sitting at the side, stood up and looked at Gongshu Jingyi and said softly, "This Xiao Hua seems not simple." Confucian families really attached great importance to etiquette. When Xiao Hua and the others came over, because Gongshu Jingyi didn't speak, the disciples of the Gongshu family didn't say a word. At this time, when Xiao Hua, an outsider, left, they all opened their mouths. A tall man nodded and said, "That's right. If we did not see him expose Duanmu Qing's tricks, just hearing his last words, we would think he was a noble person. But since he was so calculative with Duanmu Qing, how can he be a noble person? He must have something to rely on. The question is, what does he have to rely on?" Someone spoke again. "Exin, the silk handkerchief that Xiao Hua gave you, what is it?" Gongshu Jingya thought of something and hurriedly asked. 5 brocade, cloud painting array. Since they were all disciples of the Gongshu family, Gongshu Exin had nothing to hide. "Hiss!" Gongshu Jingya gasped and exclaimed, "The Sun family of the Immortal Palace? Could it be that his backer is the Immortal Palace? If that's the case, no wonder he doesn't put my Gongshu family in his eyes." A disciple of the Gongshu family said self-righteously. "That's right." The other female cultivator nodded sourly. "Didn't he say it already? We need to find a master for Exin and Ming. If it's not an immortal official from the Immortal Palace, who can be their master? There's no need for further discussion." Gongshu Jingye's face turns cold. No matter what this Xiao Hua's background is and what backing he has, as long as he doesn't have any conflict with my Gongshu family, it's fine. And the matter of the 5 brocade cloud painting, no one can leak it. "Yes, we understand." The disciples of the Gongshu family all replied in a low voice. "Also, Qingping, go to Zhaixing Lu and see if they have any news about Xiao Hua. Buy it at all costs." Gongshu Jingyi instructed another woman. "Yes, disciple will go now." Gongshu Qingping replied and hurriedly left. After finishing the arrangements, Gongshu Jingyi looked at Gongshu Minghu and said, "Minghu, come here. Let me ask you, how many cultivators did Zhaixing Lu select to enter the Star Moon Palace?" "Zhaixing Lu, did something happen?" Gongshu Minghu hurriedly went forward to answer. Not mentioning Xiao Hua, he brought Mo Jianli out of the pavilion, looked at the direction, and walked down another flight of stairs. "Senior." Mo Jianli followed for a moment, looked left and right, and said in a low voice, "Junior doesn't know what you're thinking. However, Junior sees that the Gongshu family doesn't have any evil intentions, and the Duanmu family is really powerful. If Senior doesn't use the Gongshu family, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with that Duanmu Qing." "Oh, don't worry about that." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I don't put that Duanmu Lianheng in my eyes. How can I not see through Duanmu Qing's provocation? If it wasn't for the Duanmu family's kill order, I wouldn't even care about him." Mo Jianli obviously didn't believe Xiao Hua's words, but he could only nod and say, "Senior, as long as you're confident." "All right." Looking at Mo Jianli, Xiao Hua said again, "Previously, I wanted to let my disciple take you in as a disciple, but then I thought of a good friend of mine who is also a Confucian cultivator. He's more powerful than my disciple, so why don't I let him teach you the real Confucian cultivation method? I didn't explain it to you at the Gongshu family." All right. Thank you, Senior, for your kind intentions." Mo Jianli hurriedly replied. Previously, Xiao Hua had a premonition that he couldn't take in too many disciples, but when he saw Gongshu Exin and Gongshu Ming's aptitudes, he was moved to take them in. As he pondered, he thought of Wen Chu, the Thunderbolt Immortal, and the other clones. Although he could only take in 7 disciples, he had several clones. If nothing unexpected happened, each of his clones should be able to take in 7 disciples. When Chu could teach Gongshu Ming the 5 Qi Thunder, the Thunderbolt Immortal could teach Gongshu Exin the Tao of Array. Then when Chu could also teach Mo Jianli the 5 Qi Origin. But seeing Mo Jianli's absent-minded appearance, Xiao Huan naturally understood what he was thinking. He smiled and was about to say something, when a faint clear light swept over. Then, when this clear light touched Xiao Hua and the others, it immediately dissipated. It was very strange. If Xiao Hua wasn't a Mahayana realm cultivator, he wouldn't have noticed anything. Strange. Xiao Hua was stunned. His eyes turned, and he was puzzled. Who's following me? Could it be the Duanmu family? Could it be that they can't even wait for a challenge to bury the hatchet? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua quietly released a strand of Buddhist consciousness. Buddhist consciousness was naturally more concealed than the light of clear sight. Not to mention that Xiao Hua's avatar had already attained the Buddhist consciousness of Namo Maitreya Buddha. However, just as Xiao Hua released his Buddhist consciousness, he saw a faintly discernible shadow floating behind him, quietly approaching. Damn it! Xiao Hua frowned. He was really angry. His body moved slightly, blocking in front of Mo Jianli. He raised his left hand, condensed spiritual power in his hand, and calmly made a move. But at this time, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the shadow left Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli and flew to the other side of the corridor. The corridor of Zhaixing Lu was very large, more than 100 feet long. Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli were on the left side, and the shadow was flying to the right side, more than 100 feet away from Xiao Hua. It didn't have the intention to attack at all. Xiao Hua also unconsciously condensed spiritual power in his hand, quietly waiting for the result. He didn't believe that in the 3 continents, within 100 feet, there was anyone who had a greater advantage than him. Just as Xiao Hua saw this and didn't release his spiritual power, what made Xiao Hua even more surprised was that the shadow only hesitated for a moment, then immediately flew over. Of course, after flying over, it stopped, and the shadow became even dimmer, as if it was observing something. Senior, with Mo Jianli's Abijna, he naturally couldn't detect the appearance of this shadow. He was a little confused as to why Xiao Hua suddenly blocked in front of him, and said curiously, "Senior, I suddenly thought of something." Xiao Hua smiled slightly and said without turning his head, "Come with me." As he spoke, Xiao Hua lifted his feet and walked towards the stairs. Yes. Mo Jianli didn't suspect anything, nodded, and followed. Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli left, and the shadow also hurriedly left. However, after a while, Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the corridor again. He looked at the place where the shadow disappeared, stroked his chin, and thought, Zhaixing Lu doesn't restrict flying, but most cultivators will not fly unless there's something urgent to show their respect for Zhaixing Lu. Not to mention that this cultivator is so stealthy. At this moment, the disciples of Zhaixing Lu seem to have something urgent to do, and they aren't at their shifts. Could it be that this cultivator did something unfavorable to Zhaixing Lu? However, after a while, Xiao Hua denied this. After all, Zhaixing Lu belonged to Xingyu, and Xingyu was founded by Fairy Xingyu. Although Fairy Xingyu didn't reveal herself, she was still an immortal from the immortal realm, and her Abijna was self-evident. Who would dare to pluck the hair from Tiger's body? Since he had come to this conclusion, Xiao Hua naturally turned around, wanting to turn back. However, at this moment, another ray of clear light swept over. Just like before, it stopped when it saw Xiao Hua, then retracted. Of course, Xiao Hua was prepared this time. As if he didn't notice anything, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Behind him, another shadow vaguely flew by, heading towards the corridor. When the shadow disappeared, Xiao Hua smiled and thought to himself, shadows appear again and again. I'm afraid there's a problem. Even if this shadow has nothing to do with Zhaixing Lu, I still have to go take a look. Otherwise, wouldn't my understanding of the hand of karma be in vain? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua leaped up and headed towards the end of the corridor. There was also a flight of stairs at the end of the corridor, but the stairs led upwards. At the same time, there was a bow that was shaped like a crescent moon. Xiao Hua flew in front of the bow and scanned it with his divine perception. He had already sensed the aura of a defensive array on the bow. He pondered for a moment, and a light flashed around him. The appearance of a small nose and small eyes appeared, and he rushed towards the bow. Chapter 4480. Swoosh. A dual-colored cloud descended and shrouded Xiao Hua's figure. Xiao Hua's concealing technique was also revealed. Moreover, under the cloud, the jade pendant in Xiao Hua's bosom shone with a strange brilliance. When this brilliance touched the cloud, it immediately left Xiao Hua. Naturally, the cloud also disappeared. Looking again in front of Xiao Hua, there was a small hall. Several Confucian cultivators at the 6th level of essence power were holding their respective imperial artifacts, standing there on guard, eyeing Xiao Hua like a tiger eyeing its prey. Among them, a general with an average stature and bulging muscles all over his body whispered, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Me?" Xiao Hua was taken aback. He didn't know how to answer. Moreover, he knew very well that this was a secret signal. How could he answer without a secret signal? However, looking at the Confucian cultivator at 6th grade, Origin Chi, Xiao Hua sneered and replied, "This one is a good friend of the Star Moon Palace Master. I was just wandering around when I had nothing to do." Xiao Hua originally wanted to say that he found this place a little strange, so he came over to take a look. However, before he could speak, the general spoke coldly. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he said, "Why are you dawdling like this? Why aren't you coming over?" "Oh." Xiao Hua was taken aback. He really didn't expect this sentence to be the so-called secret signal. These Confucian cultivators really keep up with the times. Of course, since the secret signal had been matched, he didn't say anything else. Bai Qingyu's experience had already told him that if he wanted to pretend, he had to pretend until the end. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the truth if he gave up halfway. Although Bai Qingyu, heaven-concealing ridge, and ancient Bell Mountain already belonged to the Fortune Gate, he still didn't know who was the real mastermind behind the scenes. Even the 3 great sages of the Great Sage Hall didn't know. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't say anything and walked into the hall. This hall was similar to the one Xiao Hua had seen before. There was nothing special about it. However, there were many more Gongshu family disciples inside the hall. Moreover, everyone was sitting with their heads down and didn't talk to others. When Xiao Hua walked in, no one raised their heads to look at him. Therefore, Xiao Hua looked around and found a place where there weren't many people and casually sat down. He also slightly lowered his head and only released his Buddhist sense to look at the situation around him. What surprised Xiao Hua was that the cultivators in this hall were all Confucian cultivators, and they were all above the great Grandmaster realm. Many of the cultivators were even wearing things that concealed their cultivation base. Xiao Hua's cultivation base was extraordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see through it. Hee, this is getting more and more interesting. Seeing the situation before his eyes, how could Xiao Hua not know that he was already in a very delicate situation? Moreover, he had coincidentally uncovered a mysterious veil. He was looking forward to seeing what was behind the veil. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still overthinking things. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the military generals who had been guarding the door earlier walked in, looked around, and said, "Today's gathering was rushed, so not many people came. Let's not talk about anything else. I just want to tell everyone that the previous plan will be put on hold for now. If there is no new information, everyone should not take any action for now. Just enter the Star Moon Palace and do your own things." "I have a question." Without waiting for the military general to finish speaking, a cultivator called out coldly, "Fellow immortal, please speak." The military general raised his hand and pointed. "I believe that all of you are like me, fellow immortals, and have put in a lot of effort for today. We naturally entered the Star Moon Palace for one purpose, but towards a star-picking tower." "Shut up." Without waiting for the cultivator to finish speaking, the military general roared angrily. A tricolored ball of light condensed in his hand, and he shouted, "Don't tell me you don't know the taboo?" Yes, I know I was wrong." The cultivator hurriedly apologized and said, "I just wanted to say that we have been preparing for a long time, and now that we have a clue, why did we suddenly give up this?" The military general was obviously stunned. He didn't expect someone to ask, He then turned to look at another cultivator. That cultivator pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, this is also a secret that you don't need to know. However, considering that all of you have made a lot of preparations, we may have a chance in the future. Thus, Master told me to tell you that the current situation is a little different. This is because the Star Moon Palace Lord has appeared today and brought back 2 cultivators of unknown origins. Furthermore, one of them is a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator. This is not something that we can deal with. Thus, our plan will be postponed." A human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator? How is that possible? The military general exclaimed. "I've never heard of a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator in the Dao sect. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I do." The cultivator said in an indifferent voice, "This is what Master told us to do. You can all disperse." Disperse. The military general faltered upon hearing this. "We're going to disperse just like that?" "That's right. What else can we do? Do you want a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator to kill you with a single slap?" The cultivator chuckled. "Hurry up and leave. Even today's gathering was decided after much deliberation by Master. He wants to minimize your losses. The Star Moon Palace's Palace Lord is only a 7th grade Origin Chi cultivator. How can we not be a match for her?" The military general exclaimed. "That human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator. Perhaps he's just passing by." "Shut up." The cultivator roared. "Master will think about this matter. It's not up to you to speak. Hurry up and leave. If the Star Moon Palace finds out about this, we'll all be dead." "Humph. If you knew something was wrong, you should have stayed outside Star Plucking Tower," one of the cultivators muttered. "Cut the crap. Hurry up and disperse." Another cultivator scolded in a low voice. "Do you know what it means by what's real is fake, and what's fake is real?" "I know what it means by the most dangerous place is the safest place." The cultivator muttered in a low voice before getting up and walking toward a curved outline of a small door not far away. Seeing that the cultivator had left, no one said anything else. They all got up and slowly made their way toward the small door. Although Xiao Hua hadn't been here for a long time, from these few short sentences, Xiao Hua learned a lot. As he watched everyone leave, he looked at the cultivators standing next to him and muttered in his heart. If he were to make a move now, he would definitely be able to capture these cultivators and perhaps find out the truth. However, when he thought of Fairy Xing Yu's stingy attitude, Xiao Hua curled his lips slightly. Damn it, they seem to be after Star Moon or Star Plucking Tower. Moreover, it's easy to tell that the Tower Master of Star Plucking Tower is among them. Why am I getting involved? Fairy Xing Yu has already made it clear that she doesn't intend to leave Star Moon to me in the future. Why should I meddle in other people's business? I just need to do a good job for the Merchant Alliance. If an immortal from the immortal world can make Star Moon into something like this, why can't I, a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator, do the same? While Xiao Hua was thinking, many cultivators had already left. Xiao Hua looked again and saw that several cultivators were already looking at him. He shrugged, blinked his eyes with Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, turned around, and followed the crowd through the small door. Outside the small door was another corridor. Xiaohua didn't see any other cultivators nearby. He was certain that this small door must be a defensive array of Star Plucking Tower. If it weren't for Star Plucking Tower spies, they wouldn't have been able to obtain such convenience. However, what did this have to do with Xiaohua? Xiaohua smiled, as if he had just watched a farce. He recovered his appearance and casually walked in a certain direction. The floors of Star Plucking Tower were the same as those seen outside. After passing through this small door, Xiaohua couldn't tell which floor he was on. However, he knew that Su Ji and Fairy Xing must be on the highest floor, so he walked up the stairs when he saw them. After walking through 2 pavilions, before Xiaohua could figure out which floor he was on, he heard a slightly oppressive voice above his head say, "There's no need to talk about this anymore. I've already made up my mind. If Morong Hui has any objections, feel free to look for me after we reach Star Moon Palace." Sweat. When Xiaohua heard this familiar voice, he immediately stood on the stairs and refused to move. Damn it, is this really the rhythm of my ascension? It's just Star Moon Palace, but acquaintances are appearing one after another. If it's not to settle the karma, why would they all appear here? Xiao Hua stood there and waited quietly. Sure enough, after a few breaths, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Wasn't it Murong Songyun? Murong Songyun was as graceful as before, but there was a trace of coldness between her beautiful eyebrows. Behind her, there were a few men and women who were around the 5th level of origin energy. Although their cultivation was similar to Murong Songyun's, they all lowered their heads and listened to Murong Songyun's reprimand. When Murong Songyun raised her head, she saw Xiao Hua standing there with a faint smile on his face. At first, she was stunned, then her beautiful eyes instantly clouded over. Her body stiffened as she stared at Xiao Hua, unable to say a single word. Immortal friend Murong. When Xiao Hua saw Murong Songyun's reaction, his heart trembled. He smiled and asked, "We haven't seen each other for many years. How are you?" You. Murong Songyun stared at Xiao Hua and breathed with all her might. Her already towering chest heaved up and down. After a moment, she took a deep breath. Rather than saying that she couldn't breathe properly, it would be better to say that she was inhaling the moisture in her eyes. Her mouth slightly stuttered as she asked, "Are you really still alive?" Hee, of course. Xiao Hua sighed and nodded. Even if the Chu family dies, this Xiao won't die. Chu family. Murong Songyun smiled. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming. I would rather the Chu family die. I don't want. Murong Songyun looked around and said with a stunned expression, "Go and wait. Do as I say." Yes, this subordinate understands. The few Confucian cultivators looked at Xiao Hua in astonishment. They lowered their heads and quickened their pace. They rushed past Xiao Hua and walked down the stairs. Chapter 4481. Murong Songyun walked in front of Xiao Hua in a few steps, but the closer she got, the smaller her steps, as if she didn't dare to close the distance between them. Her eyes almost never left Xiao Hua's face. When she got closer, she said, "Xiao Hua, you really scared me to death. What happened that day? In order to save me, you fell from the sword diagram. I also wanted to rush down, but I was entangled by that damn bald donkey. I thought since you died, I also didn't want to live alone. I wanted to die together with that damn bald donkey." At this time, 14th uncle finally arrived and solved my dangerous situation. But when I went to look for you again, there was no trace of you. Speaking to here, Murong Songyun stopped. His eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and his tone carried joy and joy as he said, "I originally thought you had already fallen in the demon god's blood, but who would have thought, before I could even return to the clan, I would receive the abnormality of the demon god's blood?" I really don't know how to describe the surprise at that time. Xiao Hua, you're truly a person who is good at creating miracles. I didn't dare to believe that you could actually survive in the god-devil blood pool, and I didn't dare to believe that you were actually farming there after the god-devil blood pool disappeared. Did you know? In these 200 years, I have been to the god-devil blood pool several times and personally saw the drastic changes there. Oh no, that place is no longer called the god-devil blood pool, but Shao Country. A country that is not a country of Confucian cultivators, nor a country of Taoism. A country that is named after a Taoist cultivator that they worship. A country that is bigger than all the countries in the hidden immortal continent. This country doesn't have a ruler, nor does it have any authority. Because other than the Taoist cultivator that is like a god in their hearts, there is no one else in the entire hidden immortal continent that could be the ruler of this country. Xiao Hua touched his nose and bitterly smiled. Miss Murong, there is no need to be so emotional. This Xiao only sowed some rice seeds there. Moreover, there is also the contribution of the literary saints of the various clans. This Xiao's actions are really insignificant. This might be insignificant in your eyes, and even in the eyes of other cultivators. It is merely a senseless act. But in the eyes of the hundreds of millions of citizens of Shao Kingdom, what you have done is a miracle. Murong Songyun smiled and said, "You can imagine that the entire 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent is a disaster. Thousands of li around the Shao Empire is filled with rice fields. Every citizen who can settle down in the Shao Empire has no worries about food or clothing. This Shao Empire is the immortal world in the eyes of all mortals. I have been to Shao Empire several times in the past few hundred years and witnessed the prosperity of Shao Empire with my own eyes. Today, Shao Empire has already become a rare paradise in the entire hidden immortal continent. Hearing Murong Songyun's words, Xiao Hua also smiled. Back then, he thought that if he didn't plant grain in such a large swamp, it would become a real swamp in the future. Leaving it there would be a waste. That was why he let the disciples farm with him. But he didn't expect that this matter would cause such a huge commotion under the influence of the literary saints of the various aristocratic families. It truly had a kind of unparalleled spirit of securing millions of acres of fertile land and protecting the hungry people of the world. Don't do small deeds without doing them. This saying is indeed correct. Xiao Huan nodded. This small kindness can sometimes become great kindness. At that time, this Xiao had never thought that there would be such a huge commotion. Oh, Miss Murong. That day, this Xiao was knocked unconscious by the heavenly king of the Buddhist sect into the demonic god blood swamp. When I woke up, not only was the demonic god blood swamp gone, there was only a large swamp. Even the disciples of the Chu family, Miss Murong, and the others were gone. This Xiao also doesn't know what happened in the demonic god blood swamp. If possible, can Miss Murong tell this Xiao what happened that day? Oh, Murong Songyun was slightly taken aback and said curiously, "Your words are a bit strange. These things were taboo back then, and no one would say a word about it. But since the sutra-seeking extreme bliss is about to end, the filth between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect has long disappeared. The truth of the demonic god blood swamp has spread quite a bit in the hidden immortal continent. Could it be that you don't know?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "It's precisely because there are too many rumors that this Xiao has no way to judge. That's why I want to hear from you." Hee. Murong Songyun said with a smile. "If you call me Jin Xiao and don't call me Miss Murong, I will tell you. Otherwise, don't even think about it." "All right." Xiao Hua's heart slightly swayed as he said, "Isn't it just Jin Xiao? Even if I have to call you Jin Xiao a million times, I am willing." Murong Songyun's face slightly reddened. She bit her lips and said softly, "This is what you said. From now on, call me Jin Xiao once a day." As she spoke, Murong Songyun looked down the stairs and said softly, "This time, I followed 7th granduncle to Zhaixing Lu because I wanted to take a look at the Star Moon Palace. Come with me to see 7th granduncle. He appreciates you. Along the way, I will tell you everything that happened in the Divine Devil Blood Pool." This, Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, but after a moment, he felt relieved. After all, he had already come to Zhaixing Lu, so he would definitely meet Murong Jiang. Previously, he had hoped to obtain the protection of the Murong family, and Murong Jiang had also agreed. Today, he would be able to understand everything. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Murong Songyun's eyes flashed with apprehension. When Xiao Hua spoke, he said, "All right, bring me there. I also want to see him." Murong Songyun's face glowed. He seemed to be very happy and almost jumped up. He said, "Let's go. 7th granduncle will definitely be very happy to see you." Immediately, Murong Songyun brought Xiao Hua down the stairs. As they walked, he told Xiao Hua what happened after he fell into the Divine Devil Blood Pool. Actually, after Xiao Hua fell into the Divine Devil Blood Pool, the Chu family's patriarch and elders took action. Murong Songyun didn't hold on for too long and left the sword diagram. Most of what Murong Songyun said was from the sage of literature, Murong Jun. Not sure if it was because Murong Songyun didn't know that Murong Jun obtained information about the divine devil puppet, or because he didn't want to tell Xiao Hua, but Murong Songyun only said that when the sage of literature took action and killed the heavenly king of Buddhism, the divine devil blood pool suddenly changed and stopped. At this time, Murong Songyun brought Xiao Hua to the front of a pavilion. Xiao Hua naturally didn't ask. He slightly nodded and sighed. I didn't expect that after I fainted, so many things would happen. If the sage of literature didn't come, you and the Chu family's disciples would have fallen in the divine devil blood pool. Murong Tsongyun shook his head and said, Xiaohua, you are wrong. In fact, all of this had been arranged in advance. I and the other disciples also knew about it. We also knew that we were bait, but we didn't expect the Buddhist sect's methods to be so ruthless. They actually used some soul cultivators' transportation channel. So, you have to remember, on the hidden immortal continent, the power of the various families is the real big hand behind the scenes. Even the high and mighty immortal palace isn't. Yes, Xiao Hua sighed. Otherwise, why would I want to shelter under the Murong family's power and avoid the immortal palace's attack? Murong, Song Yun laughed again. He reached out and pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve. You have already done what you promised, seventh uncle. I presume he has nothing else to say, right? Xiao Hua opened his mouth. He wanted to explain something, but seeing Murong Song Yun's smiling face, he swallowed his words. The Murong family's pavilion was similar to the Gongshu family's, but there weren't many people in the pavilion. Aside from a few men and women with similar cultivation to Murong Song Yun standing around the pavilion, there was a very proud young man sitting on a chair. He was holding a yellow book and carefully reading it. This young man was Murong Jiang, whom Xiao Hua met at the God-Demon Blood Pool. Before the Fiend God Blood Pool, Xiao Hua was unable to see through Murong Jiang's strength. 200 years later, Xiao Hua was able to clearly see through Murong Jiang's strength. This Murong Jiang was already a martial ancestor at the peak of the 7th level of origin energy, only one step away from stepping into the realm of literary saint. Presumably, Murong Jiang was the person the Murong family wanted to enter Star Moon Palace, right? Murong Jiang didn't even raise his head as he pulled Xiao Hua into the pavilion. His eyes were fixed on the book, unable to move. Seventh uncle, Murong Songyun excitedly called out. Look who's here. And Murong Jiang responded, but his right index finger was on his lips again. He dipped it in his saliva and flipped through the book, reading it with relish. Quick! Murong Songyun pulled Xiao Hua and secretly said, Quick, pay your respects to seventh uncle. He will definitely keep his promise. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He slightly raised his hand and was just about to open his mouth when he saw Murong Jiang waving his hand and blocking his way. Murong Jiang lightly said, Yinner, what promise did granduncle give you? As he spoke, the corners of Murong Jiang's eyes twitched. He glanced at Murong Songyun and Xiao Hua, and then his gaze fell onto the book. However, just as his gaze touched the book, his entire body suddenly went still, as if he had thought of something. He raised his head, and his gaze fell onto Xiao Hua like lightning. With a voice of disbelief, he said, Xiao Hua, how come it's you? Yes, it's me. Xiao Hua smiled and said, We haven't seen each other for 200 years. Immortal friend Murong is still as elegant as before. Immortal friend Murong? Murong Songyun's face slightly changed when he heard Xiao Hua's address. He hurriedly pulled Xiao Hua's arm, hinting him to change the way he addressed him. Murong Jiang looked at Xiao Hua and seemed to understand something. He smiled and said, Xiao Hua, this old man really didn't expect you to be able to come back alive from the divine devil blood swamp. Presumably, when Yun'er sees you, she will mention the matter this old man promised you. This old man understands Yun'er's thoughts. She has mentioned this matter many times in the past 200 years, but you have never come to my Murong family. Since we met in the Thousand Devils Sacred Realms Star-Picking Tower, this old man will be frank with you. This old man is a man of his word. If you're willing to be my Murong family's guest elder, this old man will immediately agree. Moreover, I will immediately report this matter to the family through Star-Picking Tower. When we come out of Star Moon Palace and return to the family, we will officially let you join my Murong family. Chapter 4482. Speaking up to here, Murong Jiang looked at Murong Songyun, who had lowered her head in silence, and lovingly said, This way, one of Yin Er's worries will be resolved. Seventh uncle. Murong Songyun's head lowered even more. Even her neck seemed a bit red. Her voice was as low as a mosquito's flapping wings as she said, "Senior, why are you talking so much today?" "Ha, this old man is very happy today." Murong Zhang laughed, then pointed at Xiaohua and said, "That day at the demonic god's blood pool, this old man was optimistic about Xiaohua, so I handed you over to him. Moreover, he didn't disappoint this old man. For you, he was shot down by the Buddhist sect's protector. His survival is naturally the will of the heavens, and also my Murong family's fortune." Seeing Xiaohua again today, this old man is also very happy. As long as he agrees, this old man will immediately hold a banquet to celebrate his success, and also congratulate him in advance for joining my Murong family. And seventh uncle is very considerate. "Boy, thank you." Although Murong Songyun was shy, she still used her arm to nudge Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, why aren't you thanking seventh uncle?" Xiaohua's eyes slightly turned, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He replied, "Fellow Taoist Murong still remembers the promise from 200 years ago. This Xiao is very gratified. This Xiao came here today precisely for this matter. Although this Xiao doesn't plan to be under the protection of any family, this Xiao still wants to thank fellow Taoists for giving this Xiao that opportunity." When Murong Songyun heard this, the redness on her face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a deathly pale face. Her eyes were filled with panic, like the petals on a branch falling down. Although Xiaohua had seen through a lot, he still didn't dare to look straight into her eyes. Murong Songyun seemed to be crying blood as she asked in a low voice, "Darling Xiao, is it because this concubine didn't do well? Is it because this concubine hasn't been looking for you these days? You should know that I already told you everything on the sword diagram in the God-Devil blood pool. I have some difficulties that I can't tell you about. I've already sacrificed a lot for a few opportunities. After I returned from the God-Devil blood pool, I completed the mission given to me by the clan. Only then did I get what I wanted. Over the years, I've been working hard to do things for the clan. Although I've been thinking about you, I've also been planning for the future, alas." Xiaohua gave a slight sigh. He had never been ruthless towards female cultivators. Even if there were times when he felt that this female cultivator was deceiving him, he was not willing to say it out loud. Murong Zhang looked at Murong Songyun's appearance, and his face revealed a look of love. He looked at Xiaohua and angrily said, "Xiaohua, did you see that? Which woman in my Murong family isn't rare? And Yin'er is the most outstanding one among these women. You don't know how much virtue you have accumulated in your previous life to gain her favor. If you dare to make her angry, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Seventh granduncle. Murong Songyun sobbed and said, "This may be Xiaohua's misunderstanding. Please don't blame him. Wait until he knows everything that the boy has done. He will definitely forgive the boy." "Alas, you still want to wait for the future?" Murong Zhang sighed and said, "You know, a moment's mistake may be a lifetime's mistake. This old man was also young. How can I let you repeat my mistakes?" After saying that, Murong Zhang's imposing aura flourished. The true qi around his body swayed like an awakened lion. He roared and pounced toward Xiaohua. A deafening voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. "Do you know how much Yin'er has done for you? If you don't give Yin'er an answer today, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Xiaohua slightly shook his head. He looked at Murong Zhang's true qi and didn't do anything. He just said, "Why do you have to do this? Since we already have a good impression of each other, there's no need to expose it." Although Xiaohua didn't make a move, his entire body was still standing there like an immovable wisdom king. Not only was his entire body's magical power restrained, there wasn't any flaw. Even his eyes were clear. There wasn't a trace of fear in them. Compared to 200 years ago when he punched Xiaohua into the ground, there was a world of difference. Murong Zhang's heart was greatly alarmed. His Jinqi was originally probing and intimidating, but it couldn't help but be mixed with killing intent. He slightly raised his right hand, Just as Murong Jiang's killing intent appeared, Xiaohua's expression slightly changed. His eyes that were like a clear stream began to set off small waves. Seventh Granduncle. Just when Murong Jiang was in a bit of a dilemma, Murong Tsongyun hastily threw himself in front of Xiaohua and blocked Xiaohua behind him. Then, he raised his swan-like neck and resolutely said, "You can't blame Xiaohua for this matter, and you can't force him. If he doesn't want to, there will be a knot in his heart. Even if he makes the boy happy for a while, he will never let the boy be happy for a lifetime. You feel that Xiaohua has hurt your face. If you want to hurt him, you can do it. Boy is willing to be Xiaohua's scapegoat." Murong Jiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. He could tell that Xiaohua was only at the 5th level of origin energy. He wasn't much different from the Xiaohua he saw at the blood pool of gods and devils. Murong Jiang was sure that he could kill Xiaohua in one strike, just like before. However, there was a kind of vigilance in his heart. The Xiaohua in front of him was very dangerous. If he didn't succeed with this strike, it would bring about consequences that he couldn't bear. Seeing Murong Tsongyun blocking his right hand and giving him a way out, Murong Jiang sternly said, "All right, since you have pleaded for leniency, this old man won't make things too difficult for Xiaohua. Moreover, this old man can give him a period of time to consider. If he still doesn't reply after the Star Moon Palace, then this old man won't let him take a single step into my Murong family." "Yes, thank you, 7th Granduncle." Murong Tsongyun hurriedly expressed his thanks. With a distressed expression, he turned to Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, I don't know how to explain it to you. If you want to ask something, as long as it doesn't involve my Murong family secrets, I can answer. I only ask that you can understand my heart." "AI, forget it." Xiaohua sighed and shook his head. This Xiao was wrong. The past is the past. If I want to use the past to look at the present, how can it not be a joke? If you still want to see this Xiao in the future, then don't do these meaningless things. This Xiao will take his leave. After saying this, Xiaohua didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Xiaohua. Murong Tsongyun turned around and chased after him. Seeing Xiaohua's figure floating out of the pavilion, his face was filled with disappointment and surprise. 7th Granduncle. Murong Tsongyun stopped and turned to look at Murong Jiang. He whispered, "Do you think? You all go out first. Don't let anyone else in." Without waiting for Murong Tsongyun to finish, Murong Jiang interrupted him and said to the other Murong family disciples in the pavilion, "Yes." Several Murong family disciples answered and hurriedly left. At this time, Murong Jiang asked, "Yin'er, where did you meet Xiaohua?" "Just a moment ago, the boy came out of the Zhang Sun family." Murong Tsongyun explained the situation of meeting Xiaohua and then asked, 7th Granduncle, "The boy felt that Xiaohua seemed to have noticed something." "It's not just noticed something," Murong Jiang coldly said. "From his tone, you still don't know? He's already a bit wary of our Murong family." The boy also didn't think. Murong Tsongyun said with some regret, "The boy did something wrong that made him suspicious. He's a character that the people of Shao country worship as a god. If our Murong family can win him over, it will certainly be of great use to our Murong family's development." "You're too idealistic," Murong Jiang faintly replied. "The so-called Shao country is nothing more than an ideal place for the secular people. In the eyes of cultivators like us, it's just a chicken or a pottery dog, not worth mentioning." If it weren't for the fact that the scholars of several families mentioned Shao country before, all the families would have some scruples about it. I'm afraid that Shao country would have already been invaded by the nearby Confucian country. This Xiaohua, if he doesn't go to Shao country, not only will the Immortal Palace send a crusade, but the nearby Confucian country will also send troops. He will only die. Shao country will only perish. Yes. Murong Tsongyun nodded. The boy also knows this, so he wants to seize the opportunity to take down Shao country. Speaking up to here, Murong Tsongyun was suddenly startled, his face somewhat pale, and anxiously said, seventh granduncle. The boy remembered. Wasn't Xiao Hua suppressed by a demon king? How could he suddenly appear here? He must have suspected it because of this matter. AI. The boy had already told second granduncle when he received the news. Xiao Hua is very strange. He actually didn't die after falling into the demon god's blood pool. There must be something fishy about him. If we can save him from the demon king. How is that possible? Murong Jiang coldly said. You think only you know the importance of Xiao Hua and Xiao country. The other families also know about it. But what kind of place is Bai Qingyu? Not to mention that the Demon King already has the strength of an 8th grade origin energy realm. If we want to save Xiao Hua, without a few scholars, it's impossible. But if the scholars make a move, it's a big taboo of the Great Sage Hall. Not to mention that Xiao Hua can't be saved. Even the scholars might not be able to return. Moreover, Bai Qingyu is in the center of the 1,000 Demons sacred realm. If we Confucian cultivators want to go in, without an organization like Zhaixing Lu who is very familiar with the 1,000 Demon sacred realm, it's very difficult to not be discovered by the demons. So, for mere Xiao country, which family is willing to take such a big risk? Granduncle. The boy also thought about this at that time. Murong Songyun was still vexed, but the boy bumped into him too hastily. The boy didn't think about how the boy would answer if the Demon King asked why he didn't save him. So the boy simply pretended that he didn't know anything. Perhaps, because of this matter, the Demon King saw something? Chapter 4483. That's only one of the reasons. Murong Jiang thought for a bit and nodded. Not only that, you might be too hasty. I'm also a bit impatient. Secondly, I feel that Xiao Hua is different from before. I don't have the confidence to kill him. Murong Songyun shook his head. How is that possible? Boy has made great progress in 200 years. Could it be that he's one level higher than Boy? Only Xiao Hua himself knows about this. Murong Jiang dragged out his voice and said, thirdly, wasn't he suppressed by Qingyu's Demon King? How could he suddenly appear here? After we left the hidden immortal continent, we are no longer well informed. I'm afraid we don't know what happened in the 1,000 Demons sacred realm. Damn it. Murong Songyun cursed. Boy knows. Some family must have reached an agreement with the Great Sage Temple and rescued Xiao Hua. That's why he has the courage to talk to 7th granduncle. And it's because that family is here that Xiao Hua came here. Murong Jiang was stunned again and nodded. Yes, it must be so. Those who could talk to the Great Sage Temple are either first-class families or second-class families. The 4 great families are not in Zhaixing Lu, so they can only be first-class families. That day in the God-Devil Blood Pool, Gongshu, Duanmu, Huangfu, Zhangsun, Yuan Kong, and Meng families were there. I'm afraid it's one of them. Boy, let's go out for a walk. Murong Songyun couldn't sit still and said, buy some information from Zhaixing Lu and see what happened in the 1,000 Demons sacred realm. And go. Murong Jiang sat back down and said, you don't have to take Xiao Hua too seriously. He is just a Dao sect cultivator. Even if he is cultivated to the 7th grade of Essence Qi, he is still a loner. He won't be able to achieve anything big. If he can join our Murong family, it'll be good for you. If he can't, he'll be your enemy in the future. Boy. Murong Songyun bit his lips and said, boy, I don't believe. I can't win him over. Be careful not to draw fire to yourself. Murong Jiang picked up the scroll he had put down earlier and reminded him, do you still remember the matter of the star-picking tower in the Copper Pillar country? Since you've revealed the dragon bones to the East Sea Dragon Palace, don't act on your own initiative and show up at the auction. That time, Zhaixing Lu had almost found out about the Murong family. The patriarch has told you before that you can't be too headstrong. You should let go of what you should. Yes, thank you for your reminder, 7th granduncle. Murong Songyun was startled and hastily lowered his head to reply. Go and come back quickly. Murong Jiang said with a smile, the challenge will begin soon. I think there will be a lot of excitement waiting to be seen. Yes, the boy understands. Murong Songyun nodded and hurriedly left. When Xiao Hua came out from the Murong family's pavilion, a cold smile appeared on his face. Murong Songyun's guess wasn't wrong. Xiao Hua was indeed moved when she saw Murong Songyun, but after a few words, Murong Songyun mentioned that she had gone to Xiao Empire a few times. Xiao Hua became suspicious. Since Murong Songyun was so concerned about her, how could he not know that she was suppressed by Qingyu's Monster King? Even Ao Zhantian and Zhai Xingzi knew that Murong Songyun had the Murong family behind him, so there was no reason for her not to know. Of course, if it was Gongshu Yi-sin, a woman who didn't know about worldly affairs and only cared about formations, perhaps even with the Gongshu family behind her, she wouldn't know that Xiao Hua was suppressed. However, Murong Songyun wanted to stand out in the Murong family. So how could she not care about the news of the three continents? How could she not know that Xiao Hua was suppressed? If Murong Songyun had mentioned by Qingyu at that time, or even defended himself, Xiao Hua might not have turned hostile so quickly. However, Murong Songyun's cleverness backfired, and he wanted to play dumb until the end, which made Xiao Hua realize that Murong Songyun was acting right in front of her. Since she was suspicious, Xiao Hua thought about the battle at the blood pool of gods and demons and made many discoveries. Looking at the meeting at the stairs and Murong Zhang's behavior, Xiao Hua was even more certain that Murong Songyun wasn't as affectionate as he seemed on the surface. This affectionate side was like the sweet words of a female praying mantis, but behind it, there was a lot of cruelty and exploitation. Therefore, after telling Murong Jiang about the battle at the blood pool of gods and demons, Xiao Hua was ready to leave. Facing Murong Jiang's coercion, Xiao Hua could only sneer. In the end, Murong Jiang had tested Xiao Hua's strength at the blood pool of gods and demons. If Murong Jiang really wanted to fight, Xiao Hua didn't mind taking revenge and bullying the weak again. As for whether Murong Jiang could take a punch from Xiao Hua, that wasn't something Xiao Hua would consider. Xiao Hua walked to the stairs, and her face had already changed into Zhang Xiaohua's. This time, Xiao Hua didn't want to use her original face, even if she was beaten to death. She had only met Gongshu and Murong clan, but it had already made her so embarrassed. In the future, if she met other familiar cultivators, how should she address their elders? An unfamiliar fourth-grade elemental energy cultivator wouldn't attract too much attention. Xiao Hua wandered around Jiaxing Lu for half a day and also came across a few places to trade. But what he hoped for didn't happen. Now, most of the cultivators who came to Jiaxing Lu were preparing to enter Star Moon Palace. Who would pay attention to the bidding? Even the things prepared by Jiaxing Lu couldn't be seen in Xiao Hua's eyes. Apart from feeling some of the liveliness unique to the human race, Xiao Hua didn't seem to have gained anything. Seeing that it was boring, Xiao Hua had the intention to withdraw and prepared to return to the top floor to rest. At this time, she heard a Jiaxing Lu disciple who was only at the third-grade elemental energy say, "Seniors, this junior just received news that the challenge to bury the hatchet will begin after a meal. This auction will end here. If seniors still want to bid, wait until after the challenge to bury the hatchet, then come back here to bid." Huh. That Jiaxing Lu disciple had just finished speaking when a burly armament cultivator called out, "Great, there's another show to watch. Brother Mu, I remember that you have some grudges with Brother Qing Feng from the Kong clan. Could it be that you also want to bury the hatchet here?" Beside the armament cultivator was naturally another armament cultivator, but this armament cultivator was slightly short, and his face was also yellow. This Brother Mu smiled coldly and said, "The matter between me and Qing Feng is not worth mentioning. How can it be resolved in the challenge to bury the hatchet? Besides, I came to Bright Moon Palace this time to seek an opportunity. It was an opportunity that I fought for with great difficulty from the clan. How can I make trouble for myself before entering?" "That's true." The fat armament cultivator scratched his head and said with a smile, "If not for some grievances that are difficult to resolve, who would fight here? Forget it. Let's go and take a look." Xiao Hua was beside these two armament cultivators. He looked at these two Confucian cultivators whose strength was only at the upper middle of fifth-grade essence force and muttered in his heart. Previously, Xiaohua did not know the origins of Star Moon Palace and felt that it was very mysterious. He was afraid that only high-level cultivators from the three mainlands were qualified to come here. After Fairy Xing Yu's introduction, Xiaohua gradually understood that Star Moon Palace was most useful for cultivators and demons around 7th grade Essence Force. However, when he arrived at Jiaxing Lu, Xiaohua actually saw Murong, Songyun, Gongshu Yisin, and other aristocratic family disciples who were only at 5th grade Essence Force wanting to enter Star Moon Palace. These aristocratic family disciples were, after all, from first-class aristocratic families. Perhaps their potential was limitless, and they were qualified to enter Star Moon Palace. However, the two Confucian cultivators that Xiaohua saw now had average strength and aptitude. Xiaohua really did not know what special opportunity they would have if they entered Star Moon Palace. However, when he saw the smug look on their faces, Xiaohua somewhat understood. At this point, the opportunity in Star Moon Palace was no longer important. What was important was whether or not they could obtain the qualification to enter Star Moon Palace. This was a kind of glory, a capital that could be flaunted. Sigh. In the eyes of Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji, Star Moon Palace is a matter of life and death. In the eyes of Gongshu Jingye and Murong Jiang, it is an opportunity for a breakthrough. However, in the eyes of many cultivators, it has become a kind of qualification. Xiaohua sighed. I have to say, in the eyes of different people, the same thing will have different effects. No matter how good the opportunity is, when it is fought over by everyone, it will also change its meaning. Seniors, there is no need to be anxious. Just as Xiaohua was about to leave, the Jiaxing Lu disciple in the auction hall said loudly, after a while, Jiaxing Lu will use the defensive array in the building to send all of you to the place where the former enmity will be buried. Haha, really? The fat armament cultivator had just taken a dozen steps when he heard this and could not help but laugh. This Zhu's primordial stones are. At this point, the armament cultivator, surnamed Zhu, seemed to have spilled the beans and hurriedly shut his mouth. His two small eyes looked around, and his face turned a shade of red. Brother Mu was also stunned, but he smiled slightly and said, That's right, Jiaxing Lu's arrangement is excellent. When I met Brother Zhu in the hidden immortal continent, wasn't it also at Jiaxing Lu? I remember that day. Yes. Seeing that Brother Mu had changed the topic, the armament cultivator, surnamed Zhu, hurriedly interrupted. His pair of small eyes looked left and right. When he saw Xiaohua not far away with a faint smile, he fiercely glared at Xiaohua. Xiaohua innocently shrugged his shoulders. He also did not want to hear it, but this armament cultivator, surnamed Zhu's voice was very loud. Not only Xiaohua, but many people nearby also heard it. A few of them could not help but laugh. Swoosh! In just a moment, a nebula began to appear all around the auction hall. This nebula surrounded the several thousand feet large auction hall. Moreover, as the nebula spread down the four walls, the entire auction hall began to become transparent. One by one, brilliant stars appeared in the nebula. When the nebula gradually disappeared, the brilliant stars revealed different human figures. At this time, the auction hall had already turned into a star shape. Chapter 4484. Boom! High up in the sky, there was a rumbling sound. Rings of light that were more dazzling than ordinary stars appeared. These rings of light were a few miles in size and rapidly expanded, enveloping an area of 100 miles. At this moment, streams of divine senses, elemental senses, and even more clear sight lights were scanning the entire starry sky. It seemed a little chaotic. Gotcha! There was another rumble of thunder. The rings of light began to turn transparent, and huge subbodies appeared from within. Although the rings of light were extremely tall, everyone could see everything within them clearly. Those subbodies were Murong Jiang, Gongshu Jingye, and the other martial grandmasters who were around the 7th grade of elemental power. These martial grandmasters released their vital energy and condensed it within the rings of light. Layers of confinement fell from the sky like city walls, enveloping the entire starry sky. The messy divine senses and clear sight lights from before were immediately swept away. No one dared to show any recklessness in front of the martial grandmasters. Xiao Hua stood on a star that was slowly rising. He squinted his eyes and looked at the martial grandmasters within the rings of light. The rings of light were huge, and there were many martial grandmasters. Xiao Hua scanned with his eyes and knew that there were close to 200 martial grandmasters. This meant that there were close to 200 martial grandmasters who came to Zhaixing Lu to prepare to enter Xingyue Palace. Looking below the rings of light, other than the star that Xiao Hua was sitting on, there were hundreds of other stars that were gradually rising. Every star was filled with flickering silhouettes. There seemed to be more than 10,000 people. When all the stars had fallen below the rings of light, boom, there was another rumbling sound. In the middle of the rings of light, a full moon appeared out of thin air. The moonlight was like water, and a woman with picturesque features and dressed in palace attire flew out like a fairy. This woman was not as beautiful as Princess Baiwa, but under the moonlight and starry sky, she had a unique charm. Almost everyone's gaze landed on her face, and they remained silent for a long time. I am Man Huayue. Greetings to all the seniors. The woman landed and bowed to the martial grandmasters within the rings of light. Under the orders of my palace lord, I am here to help all the martial grandmasters bury the hatchet. Very good. A proud voice sounded from within the halo. Xiao Hua looked over and saw a man with a simple face and thick eyebrows. First, the various aristocratic families hosted the challenges. Although it was somewhat legal, I always felt that it was unfair. Ever since Zhaixing Lu hosted the challenges, the situation has improved a lot. Today, this old man is very satisfied with the Starry Sky Arena. Please thank the palace lord on behalf of the Duanmu aristocratic family. Nan Huayue replied respectfully, I understand. I will definitely convey seniors' gratitude. All right, we don't need to say any more. The disciples of the aristocratic families all know the rules of the challenge to bury the hatchet. Before entering the Star Moon Palace, it's good to let these little kids stretch their muscles and bones. Gongshu Jingye opened his mouth, his voice like thunder. Yes, this old man hasn't seen so many aristocratic families' disciples gather together to exchange pointers for many years. I wonder how many outstanding disciples have emerged after so many years. Today, I really want to broaden my horizons. A young man in luxurious clothes said with a smile on his face. Duanmu Lianheng raised his head and looked at the man in luxurious clothes opposite him. He said disdainfully, Brother Meng Cheng, this is a challenge to bury the hatchet. It's not a ranking battle for your Meng clan. If you don't have any grudges, there's no need to step forward. Brother Meng's words will cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. If there are some disciples who are as competitive as Brother Meng and want to stand out in this challenge, it will affect our plans to enter the Star Moon Palace. Why? Brother Duanmu seems to want to settle the personal grudges between us here. The Meng clan's great grandmaster Meng Cheng did not show any weakness. He smiled and said, although this challenge to bury the hatchet has yet to have a great grandmaster level battle, things in this world have always started from nothing. This Meng is willing to accompany Brother Duanmu to set this precedent. The words of an important figure had always been a necessity in some situations. None of the disciples present took the words of the Meng clan's great grandmaster seriously. The aristocratic families had many complicated relationships, so it was normal for them to casually tease each other. Unfortunately, just as the few great grandmasters from the aristocratic families were smiling, Duanmu Lianheng nodded and said, good. Then a saber light that was like an exploding galaxy flew across the sky brilliantly and surged violently toward Meng Cheng, who was opposite the full moon. Although the entire starry sky was a part of the fragmentary star Cold Moon Great Array, for the sake of the Confucian cultivators of the aristocratic families challenge, there was no restriction or noble spirit in the starry sky. As the saber light swept past, lines of space cracks were formed, and the endless noble spirit pillar condensed into a phosphorescence that landed on the saber light. The roar completely covered the starry sky, and even the full moon was blown away. Damn it. Meng Qing naturally did not expect Duanmu Lianheng to attack as he pleased. The saber light was already in front of him in the blink of an eye. The cold saber chi treated the halo as nothing and had already landed on Meng Cheng's subbody when Meng Cheng was caught off guard. Tens of thousands of fine lines split open on the subbody, and wisps of true chi flowed out from the fine lines. Meng Cheng did not doubt that if this saber hit him, his subbody would definitely be torn into pieces. Meng Cheng cursed in his heart and roared again, "Break!" Following this roar, Meng Cheng's subbody suddenly trembled, and a faint shadow flashed. The golden light turned into a fist that broke through the air and rushed toward the saber light that was like a river. The shadow had just appeared, but it was just a shadow. It only crossed a few dozen feet in the starry sky. The countless noble spirit pillar was even more vast than the saber light. The roar continuously crashed into the fist, and the armor inscriptions and tricolored clouds within the fist instantly condensed into a huge fist. The patterns on the fist were clear, and each pattern was a mountain. The tricolored clouds also covered the many mountains and rivers. At this time, the inscriptions on the armor also flowed on the surface of the fist, and a strand of human chi was produced like silk. The entire fist was filled with the unique noble spirit of the Meng family. It was like a mountain that blocked the murderous river of stars. Boom! The mountain-like fist collided with the water-like saber light. The water wrapped around the mountainside, and the mountain broke the water flow. In the space not far below Nan Huayue, the attacks of the two grandmasters finally collided. A huge roar sounded, and wisps of lightning actually flashed out. The noble spirit pillar turned into countless tiny vortexes and crazily surged into the starry sky in all directions. Within the lightning, the entire starry sky was shaking. Thousands of explosions were produced everywhere, and the space was torn apart, forming a storm that rushed toward the full moon. Nan Huayue's expression changed greatly. Starlight flashed around her body, and she wanted to escape toward the full moon. However, the noble spirit pillar imprisoned her for dozens of miles around her. Nan Huayue's figure moved a few times, but she couldn't fly out. The wave-like force had already rushed below her. Not only was her palace dress disheveled, even the true energy protecting her body was scattered. At this critical moment, whoosh! The full moon not far from Nan Huayue suddenly bloomed with milky white moonlight. The moonlight was like milk spilling out. Wherever it flowed, all the forces were calmed. Not only did the danger around Nan Huayue disappear instantly, even the space that was torn apart by Duanmu Lianheng and Meng Cheng's attacks disappeared without a trace. When the moonlight filled the entire place, a tranquil and holy aura was slowly born in the nearby starry sky. The entire place was quiet, and there wasn't a trace of the mortal world. Everyone seemed to be intoxicated in the moonlight paradise. Senior Duanmu, Senior Meng, Nan Huayue suppressed her panic and said with a smile, "If the two of you want to participate in the challenge to bury the hatchet, it's naturally possible. However, you still need to report to me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be improper? Haha, we're all boorish people. We've truly disturbed the fairy." Meng Cheng was the first to speak, and he said with a smile, "This old man apologizes to the fairy in person." Hearing Meng Cheng's gentle and refined voice and his lukewarm tone, how could the boorish person he spoke of be himself? He was clearly mocking Duanmu Lianheng. However, Duanmu Lianheng also snorted coldly and didn't reply. Gongshu Jingyi smiled and said, "This old man heard that the Duanmu family was going to put on a good show today, but I didn't expect that the main character wouldn't appear and Brother Duanmu would actually be a walk-on. This old man really doesn't understand. Are they trying to put on a show of strength? Or does Brother Duanmu really want to spar with Brother Meng Chung? Another voice sounded from afar, and he said with a smile, "That's right. If Brother Meng Chung and Brother Duanmu fight, I'm afraid we'll have 2 fewer opponents entering the Star Moon Palace. Why wouldn't we be happy? Hurry up. Seniors." Nan Huaiyue pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Duanmu and the 2 seniors from the Meng family are just joking with me. You don't have to take it seriously. Seniors, if it's possible, can we bury the hatchet and start the challenge now?" "Yes, let's start." Duanmu Lianhing's voice sounded slightly cold. Meng Qing also smiled and said, "Fairy Nan, please start. We'll listen to Zhai Xing Lu's arrangements from now on." We don't dare," Nan Huaiyue said respectfully. "This junior is only cooperating with the seniors. The real decision is in the hands of the seniors." After she finished speaking, Nan Huaiyue raised her hand and took out a round purple square cauldron from her palace dress. She said, "Seniors, please put the names of the fellow immortals who are participating in this challenge into this general dispatch cauldron. This junior will invite these fellow immortals out one by one according to the rules of the challenge." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Nan Huaiyue sent the general dispatch cauldron into the starry sky, the jade eyes in the hands of the various great grandmasters turned into shooting stars and fell into the cauldron. Every time a jade eye fell, the sound of a drum would be heard from the cauldron. After the jade eyes disappeared, the sonorous and powerful battle drum formation music also left a lingering sound in the starry sky. Fight, fight, fight. The battle drums had just stopped, but the sound of thousands of horses neighing could be heard again. All the disciples from the various great grandmasters felt their blood boil, and they couldn't help but roar with the battle drum music. Chapter 4485. Thump, thump, thump. Another slow and heavy beat of the drum resounded. Nan Huaiyue's voice was filled with gentleness and desolation as he said, "According to the rules of the challenge to bury the hatchet, the aristocratic family's ranking will be the first to step out." As he spoke, a thunderous drumming sound rang out. 2 extraordinarily handsome Pegasus phantoms flew out of the cauldron. Each of the Pegasus was carrying a square token. The flying horses landed in front of Nan Huaiyue. They snorted and flapped their wings. They looked exactly like divine steeds. Nan Huaiyue raised her hand and took the 2 tokens from the horse's back. The flying horses neighed and disappeared into the starry sky. Nan Huaiyue raised her left hand. Her eyes flashed, and she smiled. "The first round is Duanmu Qing from the Duanmu family." As she spoke, she glanced at the other token and read, "Mo Jianli." Mo Jianli? Who is Mo Jianli? The moment Nan Huaiyue spoke, all the aristocratic family disciples were stunned. The few Confucian cultivators around Xiao Hua began to discuss. "How come I didn't know there was a Mo family? Could it be that I am ignorant?" "It's not that you are ignorant. This Mo Jianli is probably not an aristocratic family disciple. That's why we didn't know. Furthermore, according to what I know, the aristocratic family with a higher level will go first. If their opponent is not from the aristocratic family, they will go first. After all, this is a challenge between aristocratic families. If they don't show off their aura, how can they succeed? This Mo Jianli is unlucky," another person said in a low voice. "It would be good if someone else was the leader of the Duanmu family. This senior's temper is not good. This Mo Jianli actually offended a Duanmu family disciple. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave alive. That's right. His anger was blocked by Great Grandmaster Meng just now. He has nowhere to vent it. If he has nowhere to vent it, he can't do it himself. This Duanmu Qing is only at the 4th level of essence energy. How powerful can his enemy, Mo Jianli, be? If he were to make a move, wouldn't he lose face first?" As everyone was discussing, 2 faint beams of light flew out from the full moon and landed on 2 stars. Duanmu Qing, who looked like an elegant young master, flew into the starry sky along with the moonlight. She held a folding fan in her hand and looked very elegant. Under the other light beam, Mo Jianli flew out, looking slightly sloppy. Mo Jianli looked old. In the past 200 years, he had experienced all the sufferings of the world. He had seen all the vicissitudes of the world. He did not care about clothes anymore. Looking at Mo Jianli, one could see the maturity of the vicissitudes of life. Now, compared to Duan Muqing, he was an uncle. Boom! Before Mo Jianli could land in front of Duan Muqing, the entire place was filled with laughter. That Meng Cheng even shouted, "The disciples of the Duanmu family are really not making any progress. A Zhongshu disciple actually can't get along with a literary master. If this was my Meng family, I would have killed him with a single slap." Ha! Amidst the roaring laughter, there was another wave of laughter. The Meng family's disciples all echoed. Inside the halo, Duanmu Lianheng's face was ashen. His two eyes stared at Duanmu Qing's back, and anger rose in his heart. Duanmu Qing was from a side branch of the Duanmu family. Duanmu Lianheng originally did not care about it. However, Duanmu Qing mentioned that Xiaohua was a Dao cultivator that the Duanmu family wanted to kill. Furthermore, Duanmu Qing was also a disciple of the Duanmu family. Duanmu Lianheng casually allowed her to participate in the challenge to bury the hatchet. However, Duanmu Lianheng did not expect that he would draw Duanmu Qing in the first round. Furthermore, the opponent that Duanmu Qing made the vow to was not Xiaohua, but a literary master. Although he knew that there was something fishy going on, this joke was obviously over. Mo Jianli was originally a little terrified. However, when he heard the roaring laughter of the crowd, the unyielding spirit in his heart rose again. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Although he could not see many faces clearly, he was sure that the reason why he was displaced was definitely due to the pressure exerted by some of these disciples. The destruction of the Chongyun sect was also the result of these disciples in action. What did he have to fear when facing them? Only he had the advantage of suppressing them. Thinking of this, Mo Jianli straightened his back slightly. This straightening was like a sharp sword, like a beautiful jade horsetail whisk. The accumulation of over 200 years exploded at this moment. A glowing jade like divine light shone from Mo Jianli's body. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not know what was going on? He stopped moving and looked at Mo Jianli with interest. If the previous Mo Jianli was Wen Chu's disciple, he would naturally not be qualified. However, the current Mo Jianli was probably barely qualified. Mo Jianli. Duanmu Qing saw Mo Jianli fly out and kept the folding fan in her hand. She smiled and said, "You really came out? Where's Xiaohua? Did he stand you up?" "Since I made the vow with you, then I naturally came out. If you want to fight with Senior Xiao, then you can stand here and not leave." Mo Jianli did not have the previous uneasiness and said to Duanmu Qing, who was at the 4th grade of elemental energy. Duanmu Qing's face was filled with awkwardness. She did not dare to reply casually. She looked around and did not see Xiaohua's shadow. She said, "If Xiaohua does not dare to come out, you are also not my opponent. How about this? You apologize to me on behalf of Xiaohua, and this challenge will end here." "No way." Mo Jianli shook his head and said, "What Senior Xiao did was not wrong. Why should he apologize to you? If we talk about the matter itself, you should be the one apologizing. Of course, since it is a challenge to let bygones be bygones, there is no point in saying all this. I accept the challenge from the aristocratic families." Mo Jianli finished his sentence in one breath. Duanmu Qing was so angry that she almost fainted, because at this moment, he had no way of explaining anything. He had already become a profligate son who used his power to bully others. "All right," Duanmu Qing nodded and said, "Since that is the case, I will fulfill your wish. If Xiaohua does not come, I will fight with you." "What if Senior Xiao comes?" Mo Jianli said sarcastically. "Are you going to be a coward?" Mo Jianli. Duanmu Qing was completely enraged. She roared angrily. "This is a challenge to let bygones be bygones. Don't show off your filthy words. Are you going to fight or not? I don't care. Mo Jianli was not angry at all. He only shrugged and said, the key is to see if Duanmu, eldest young master. Are you going to fight or not? I. Duanmu Qing gritted her teeth. In the end, she still shouted, if it is you, I will fight. Without waiting for Duanmu Qing to finish speaking, a thunderous sound came from afar. Duanmu Lianheng was already impatient and ordered. Duanmu Qing's body shook. She could only nod and said, that's right, fight. When the word fight came out, Duanmu Qing suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She realized that she had been tricked. Needless to say, this must be Xiao Hua's plan. Under the eyes of thousands of people, he forced her to fight. Duanmu Qing did not know how strong Xiao Hua was. Just based on Xiao Hua's cultivation, Duanmu Qing was not afraid. However, the problem was that even Gongshu Xian had to call Xiao Hua Sr. How would he dare to fight Xiao Hua? Sure enough, just as Duanmu Qing's voice landed, a figure appeared indifferently. Under his feet was a cloud, and he flew out from one of the stars. Seeing Xiao Hua's thin and tall figure, Duanmu Qing immediately looked like she had lost her father. Her face was pale, and her eyes were spitting fire as she stared at Xiao Hua. If looks could kill, Xiao Hua would have died 100 times. Senior Xiao. Nan Huayue opened her mouth in surprise. Previously, when she heard Duanmu Qing mention Xiao Hua's name, she had some doubts. However, she did not expect that a mere Scholar Realm cultivator would dare to offend a human Mahayana Realm cultivator. However, Nan Huayue only opened her mouth and did not say anything else. She was afraid that she would disrupt Xiao Hua's plan. Of course, she also did not think that Xiao Hua would really attack Duanmu Qing. Sure enough, Xiao Hua flew to Mo Jianli's side and said with a smile, this Xiao is here. You should obediently be a coward. Ha ha ha. Another wave of laughter rang out. Duanmu Qing's face was incomparably ashen. However, after the laughter, there was also a lot of discussion. Good heavens, who is this cultivator? How can he be so arrogant? It's actually a Taoist cultivator? Yeah, it looks like he's just a Yuanying realm cultivator of the 4th grade. Nonsense. If he's a Yuanying realm cultivator of the 5th grade, would you still be able to see him here? No. A Yuanying realm cultivator is on par with Duanmu Qing. How can he force Duanmu Qing into such a sorry state? Fight! If Duanmu Qing cowered now, then he would really become a coward. He would never be able to see Gongshu Yiming's face again. Therefore, Duanmu Qing's eyes were also red as she shouted, Xiao Hua, this one has already accumulated hatred with you for more than 200 years. Today, we can finally bury the hatchet. This one has been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at Duanmu Qing. If you want to fight, you could have fought back then. At that time, you could have fought with this Xiao. Perhaps in the future, there wouldn't be the Duanmu clan's kill order. However, at this time, you are no longer worthy to fight with this Xiao. Kill order? This is what is going on. Another person asked loudly. Xiao Hua did not need to turn his head to know that this was a disciple of the Meng clan. Naturally, there's no need to talk about such filthy things under the moonlight. Xiao Hua said with a smile, besides, this Xiao is a person of noble character. I have long forgotten about such things. Haha, good Taoist Xiao. Hearing Xiao Hua slander the Duanmu clan, the Meng clan disciple immediately gave Xiao Hua a tall hat. Taoist Xiao? Suddenly, a few martial grandmasters sitting in the halo trembled as if they had realized something. They blurted out, Xiao. Is it Xiao country, Xiao? Meng Sheng of the Meng clan was the first to realize. He shouted, Xiao Hua, don't be afraid. My Meng clan will stand up for you in this battle. What kill order to actually issue a kill order to Taoist Xiao, whose name shook the entire hidden immortal continent? You don't even have the most basic conscience. What qualifications do you have to sit here and call yourself a Confucian clan? Chapter 44, 86. Damn it, damn it. Duanmu Lianheng cursed a few times. He really did not think so much. Moreover, the kill order was something that happened before the Godfiend blood pool. It had nothing to do with the Shao Empire later. Thank you for your high opinion of me. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand to signal to the surroundings. I don't need your help to deal with the Duanmu family. If I need your help in the future, I will definitely ask. Duanmu Lianheng, could no longer endure and laughed coldly. I want to see how a Daoist cultivator will deal with my Duanmu family. Duanmu Qing fight. Yes, the boy knows. Duanmu Qing was forced to do something beyond her ability. She clenched her teeth and said, I would rather die than live in dishonor. You think too highly of yourself. You are just a pile of rubble. Xiao Hua said indifferently. You are not worthy enough to fight with me. As he spoke, Xiao Hua said to Mo Jianli, Jianli, come back. Yes, senior. Seeing Xiao Hua standing there, looking down on the disciples of the aristocratic families as if they were nothing, Mo Jianli was convinced and flew back to Xiao Hua's side. Oomph. Duanmu Qing snorted coldly. If I don't try, who knows if you're talking nonsense? As she spoke, the tricolored qi around Duanmu Qing's body surged. Streams of awe-inspiring qi flew out from the void and collided with his body. A kind of desolation that felt like the wind was blowing and the water was freezing was slowly born. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. With a wave of his left hand, the Kunlun mirror appeared. One of the light pillars shot out, and Yuanya flew out from the light pillar with his bare hands. He stood in the starry sky in a daze and looked around at the Confucian cultivators in the halo. See, every Confucian cultivator who was glanced at by Yuanya felt a chill down their spine and sucked in a breath of cold air. Seventh grade elemental energy? Yuanya's gaze only glanced at the halo and immediately saw Xiao Hua behind him. In an instant, Yuanya had already treated all the heroes as nothing. He bowed and said, Master, why did you call me out? Master? Duanmu Qing was stunned. A seventh grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator actually called Xiao Hua Master? How is this possible? His name is Duanmu Qing. I presume you know him as well. Xiao Hua pointed at Duanmu Qing and said, he wants to challenge me. Do as you see fit. Oh. When Yuanya heard this, he turned to look at Duanmu Qing. After sizing her up, he grinned and said, Yes, master. I know this brat. Seeing Yuanya's appearance, Duanmu Qing suddenly had a slight impression of him. Back then, in front of the star-plucking tower in the Bronze Pillar Nation, Yuanya, Xiao Jian, and Lu Yi were also by his side. However, Yuanya was too lowly at that time. How could Duanmu Qing remember him? If Xiao Hua hadn't mentioned it, he definitely wouldn't have remembered it. That's right, that's me. Clouds appeared under Yuanya's feet as he flew towards Duanmu Qing to take a look. He continued to say, So, it is the awe-inspiring young Master Duanmu from that night. It has been many years since we last met. As he spoke, Yuanya shouted in a deep voice, Back then, you were so arrogant and domineering. You sat on a dragon horse flying chariot and were so arrogant. Today, take a punch from me. As Yuanya's voice fell, a boom. Sound broke through the air. Yuanya raised his arms slightly and punched out with his right fist. Yuanya's punch was completely different from Meng Cheng's. The size of his fist didn't change, but when it landed in the starry sky, it was like a stone falling into water. Not only did it cause ripples, it also brought about waves. The space around Duanmu Qing was shattered layer by layer like snowflakes. Duanmu Qing was originally afraid of Yuanya, who was at the 7th grade of essence power. When she saw Yuanya's merciless attack, not only was she terrified, but she saw that the fist had just appeared and the fist technique was already in front of her. The fist force was like a tidal wave as it roared and destroyed Duanmu Qing's mouth and nose. Furthermore, a ferocious flame that covered the sky and covered the earth firmly imprisoned Duanmu Qing like a hungry wolf hunting for its prey. Everyone was shocked. The close to 200 Confucian martial grandmasters were also dumbfounded. This was because they had just seen Yuanya's fist dance and his fist had just left a mark in the starry sky. Yuanya's fist had already landed on Duanmu Qing's body, without any exaggeration. Pooh! It was a very ordinary sound, not much louder than the sound of flower bud blooming. Yuanya's fist made contact with Duanmu Qing's chest. Kacha! Within Duanmu Qing's Confucian robe, there was a cracking sound. Several rays of light flashed, and the Confucian robe turned into butterflies and scattered. At the same time, the treasured armor within the Confucian robe was also shattered into pieces. Not only that, under the treasured armor, pu, the sound of flesh and blood bursting could be heard. Countless amounts of true energy surged out from Duanmu Qing's body. Pooh! There was another muffled sound. Duanmu Qing raised her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with a rich, three-colored true energy. This true energy and blood actually transformed into a dim jade lotus in midair. However, this jade lotus disappeared in a flash. Duanmu Qing's body was like duckweed as she slowly descended from the starry sky. Damn it! Duanmu Lianheng raised his hand and waved. Just as a ray of cloud was about to fly out, Nan Huayue raised his hand and pointed. A ray of moonlight covered the unconscious Duanmu Qing. When Duanmu Lianheng saw that Duanmu Qing was saved by Nan Huayue, he could no longer hold himself back. He urged his sub-body to fly out from the halo and said angrily, "You are a senior with the 7th grade of essence energy. How can you deal with a junior with the 4th grade of essence energy? You have shattered his middle dantian. How can he cultivate in the future? Aren't you bullying the weak?" Yuanya coldly glanced at him. That gaze carried a kind of vigilance. Seeing that Duanmu Lianheng was standing there and didn't directly attack, Yuanya said, "Back then, my master was only at the 3rd grade of essence energy. This Duanmu Qing commanded Duanmu Qiu to surround and attack him. Furthermore, my master was all alone in the world, and your Duanmu clan issued a kill order. Who are you calling shameless? I heard from my master that the Duanmu clan actually sent a martial grandmaster with the 5th grade of essence energy to kill him. Who are you calling bullying the weak? I only crippled his cultivation because he was too weak. If he was a little stronger, I would have directly killed him." How arrogant was Duanmu Lianheng? He was a Confucian cultivator who could take down the golden body of Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva with a single blade. However, facing Yuanya's rebuttal, he actually didn't know how to reply. Following that, Yuanya glanced at Duanmu Lianheng and said, "I am Fortune Gates Yuanya. Who are you? Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram." When had Duanmu Lianheng ever encountered such humiliation in his life? He didn't say anything else. He waved his right hand, and that blade light flew out again. It was like a thunderbolt falling towards Yuanya. The space above Yuanya's head collapsed bit by bit. "Damned old man, sneak attack again." Meng Cheng shouted. "What else can your Duanmu clan do besides sneak attacks?" Who? Seeing that the blade light was about to reach his body, Yuanya didn't care at all. He used the ethereal steps, and his right hand moved. The Big Dipper Divine Fist was swung out again. Where the fist landed, the space was also shattered. Spiderweb-like spatial cracks surged out. Ka! In a flash, the fist landed on the blade light. Amidst the sound of metal and stone, the blade light was smashed into pieces by the stone-like fist. A bloodthirsty fist wind passed through the blade intent and directly rushed into Duanmu Lianheng's body. This Dao Gates cultivator is so powerful. The group of Confucian disciples were shocked, and they all exclaimed in unison, "This so-called Fortune Gate disciple, Yuanya, is able to fight to a draw with Duanmu Lianheng of the Duanmu family. Then what about the master he mentioned? Wouldn't he be able to easily take Duanmu Lianheng's life?" Hiss! Not only were the Confucian disciples shocked, even Duanmu Lianheng was shocked once again. This fist wind was filled with blood. If a cultivator hadn't heard of the blood massacre, they definitely wouldn't have such a fist wind. Although Duanmu Lianheng's cultivation seemed to be slightly stronger than Yuan Ye's, his morale definitely couldn't compare to Yuan Ye's, who had fought to the death with the Devil Clan. Puff, puff, puff. Like an explosion, the protective layer around Duanmu Lianheng's body rushed into his body through his hand. Not only did the explosion cause cracks to appear on Duanmu Lianheng's Confucian cultivation, it even created ripples in the nearby starry sky. Senior Duanmu. Before Duanmu Lianheng could circulate his true qi to resist this fist wind, Nan Huayue anxiously said, "You're not in the general dispatching cauldron, so you can't do anything." Duanmu Lianheng hurriedly retreated and took a deep breath. The clouds around his body surged once again, and he barely managed to disperse Yuan Ye's fist wind. Then, he pretended to be innocent and pointed at Yuan Ye, saying, "This Senior Yuan Ye is the disciple designated by Senior Shao, so he's in line with the rules of the challenge to bury the hatchet." Nan Huayue said, "You didn't receive Duanmu Qing's order, so if you want to do anything, you can put in the command talisman again." All right, how could Duanmu Lianheng show weakness? He narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll challenge this Taoist Shao." Just as Duanmu Lianheng finished speaking, Nan Huayue, Duanmu Lianheng, and many other Confucian martial grandmasters shone with a radiance. Nan Huayue was startled. She raised her hand and picked up a jade pendant. Her clear gaze fell upon it, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. After a moment, she said, "Seniors, the Tower Lord has sent a message that the Xianhuang Command Talisman is going to update the Xianhuang Proclamation. Junior remembers that all the seniors have bid for the Xianhuang Proclamation from my Zhaixing Lu. Presumably, it was the Tower Lord who sent the message to all of you. If it's possible, Junior will announce the Xianhuang Proclamation here." "All right." Meng Cheng clapped his hands and smiled. "After reading the Xianhuang Proclamation, we'll see how Duanmu Lianheng sneak attacks Taoist Shao." "Shut up!" Duanmu Lianheng roared. "Meng Cheng, if you're not convinced, you can come down and fight. Can you wait until this old man comes down?" Meng Cheng smiled and said, "You'd better think about how to deal with this Fortune Gates disciple after the Xianhuang Proclamation is updated. If there are no objections, Junior will announce the new Xianhuang Proclamation on behalf of my Zhaixing Lu." Nan Huayue looked at everyone and asked, Chapter 4487. "Quick, quick, quick," Gongshu Jingyi said with a smile. "I want to see who will become an influential figure in the Taoist sect in a few years." Hearing that the Xianhuang token had updated the Xianhuang Proclamation, all the Confucian cultivators were in high spirits. They all looked at Nan Huayue with wide eyes. After all, the Xianhuang Proclamation was not only a hunting list, but also a huge gamble with the 3 continents as a plate. All the Confucian cultivators wanted to get some excitement from the Xianhuang Proclamation. However, when everyone's gaze fell on Nan Huayue, his face turned red again. He seemed to be embarrassed as he said, "Seniors, I have a small condition. Speak quickly." Duanmu Lianheng scolded impatiently. Meng Cheng said coldly, "Brother Duanmu, why are you so rude? As a representative of the Duanmu family, even if you can't have tender feelings for the fairer sex, I'm afraid you can't scold a young girl, right? Can't you see that she's embarrassed before she even speaks?" Damn it! Duanmu Lianheng's eyes overflowed with brilliance as he looked at Meng Cheng. His tone was filled with anger. However, he only cursed inwardly. He glanced at Yuan Ye from the corner of his eyes and suppressed his anger. "I know that seniors have already bid for the Xianhuang Proclamation." Nan Huayue smiled apologetically. "However, the Xianhuang Proclamation will be transmitted to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm after it's published on the hidden Immortal Continent. Just now, the Tower Master sent a message saying that if we want to publish it together with the hidden Immortal Continent, it will cost a lot of Origin Stones. If seniors want to see it now, please take out 50% of the Origin Stones. I'm sorry, seniors. Damn it, isn't this raising the price?" Murong Jiang cursed in a low voice. Gongshu Jingyi pondered for a moment and said, "Miss Nan, your Tower Master is right. If we use ordinary methods to obtain the Xianhuang proclamation, it won't cost too much, even the 1,000-demon sacred realm. However, there will be a long delay. Now that we want to obtain the Xianhuang proclamation in both the 1,000 demons sacred realm and the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid we'll have to use some secret formations of the star-picking tower. Even my Gongshu family doesn't have such a secret formation in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Of course, my Gongshu family also knows how difficult it is to construct the Xianhuang proclamation. It's worth it to spend some origin stones. Fine, my Gongshu family is willing to take out these primordial stones. As he spoke, Gongshu Jing Yi sent a voice transmission to a star in the distance. A disciple of the Gongshu family flew over with the yin yang bracelet and handed it to Nan Huayue. Nan Huayue released his divine perception to take a look before carefully withdrawing it. He bowed and said, "Many thanks to Senior Gongshu. You are the one who empathizes with Zhai Xing Lu's hard work." Since the Gongshu aristocratic family had taken the lead, the other aristocratic families didn't have much to say. In just a moment, the aristocratic families also replenished their primeval stones. After Nan Huayue sent all of the origin stones into the full moon above his head, he heard a series of rumbling sound from the starry sky. A fist-sized vortex appeared amidst the rumbling sounds. Several dark green threads of lightning flickered within the vortex, and a kind of powerful void energy surged out from the vortex and instantly covered the entire space. Teleportation channel? Xiaohua glanced over and couldn't help but frown. This was because the dark green threads of lightning were very similar to the three corpses in lightning. The void energy within the vortex even revealed the aura of a teleportation channel. Boom, boom, boom. After the whirlpool was formed, the sound of thunder slowed down. However, with every rumble, the whirlpool would increase in size. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the space above the full moon was enveloped by the whirlpool. At this time, the vortexes overlapped and became heavier, like rotating stars. An incomparably vast aura came from the vortexes, and between the vortexes, the strands of lightning that were like hair before were now like horned dragons. These lightning bolts were connected to different vortexes, and as they flickered, they seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Other great masters might not have felt anything, but Gongshu Jingye's eyes flashed with silver moon pupils, and his face showed astonishment. The Gongshu family had always been famous for their arrays, and Gongshu Jing Yi was also an array master. However, he had never seen the Gongshu family build such a huge defensive array. Moreover, in his silver moon pupils, he didn't see any trace of a defensive array at all. He didn't even see the Dharma power of an ordinary Taoist array. No wonder Zhai Xing Lu is so powerful. Gongshu Jing Yi thought to himself in surprise. Just from this inexplicable array, I can see how extraordinary Zhai Xing Lu is from one side. Not to mention my Gongshu family. Even the four great families might not be able to build such an array in the 1,000-demon sacred realm to directly receive the news of the Xianhuang token updating the Xianhuang list, right? Gongshu Jing Yi was surprised, and so were the other great masters of Confucian cultivation. The disciples of Confucian cultivation who were on many stars were already drunk. Previously, everyone thought Zhai Xing Lu was taking advantage of the situation and wanted to collect more vitality stones. However, when they saw such a huge array for the purpose of sending messages, none of them felt that the vitality stones they had spent before were in vain. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was waiting, the vortexes of different sizes roared again. Bolts of 5 Qi righteous thunder and lightning bolts of 5 Qi righteous thunder and lightning bolts fell. Inscription chains scattered after the lightning bolts, striking the starry sky like a heavenly punishment. Under the lightning bolts and inscription chains, thousands of immortal palace wheels rushed over like thousands of galloping horses. The space under the vortexes was swept clean, leaving only the awe-inspiring Qi. Then, waves of green water rushed in. The green water carried the immortal palace's string music. Under the cover of the water, immortal beasts and birds, as well as immortal palace pavilions and beautiful immortal palace buildings, appeared. Many disciples of Confucian cultivation families were mesmerized. Roar! Just as everyone was mesmerized, a dragon's roar sounded. The tens of thousands of palaces shattered, and thousands of hectares of greenery collapsed. A huge black dragon flew out of the debris. When the black dragon rushed high into the sky, roar! Another tiger's roar sounded, and an earthy yellow tiger roared out. The dragon soared and the tiger leaped. Kacha! The 5 Qi righteous thunder struck out of nowhere, and the black dragon turned into a black list. The list was faintly surrounded by dragon shapes. The yellow tiger naturally turned into a yellow list, and there was a tiger shape at the bottom of the list. Great! Dozens of disciples of Confucian cultivation families on the stars couldn't help but cheer. This awe-inspiring Qi was the immortal palace's Qi righteous Qi. Boom! Boom! Before the disciples could cheer, 2 more thunderbolts struck the top of the 2 lists. Under the thunderbolts, not only did the 4 ancient inscriptions of Profound List and Yellow List appear on the 2 lists, but a solemn, dignified, and mighty aura gushed out from the 4 characters and filled the entire space. Oomph! Xiao Hua looked at the appearance of the Profound Yellow List and couldn't help but snort coldly. He inwardly criticized, although this Qi righteous Qi looks grand, it's actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It's just a list. It's just borrowing the name of the immortal palace to increase its own prestige. Swoosh! The Profound Yellow List was revealed, and thousands of clouds gushed out from the void. Those clouds floated over the Profound Yellow List, and like dots of ink falling down, blood-colored names appeared on the Profound Yellow List one by one. The first name on the Profound List was Grand Mist Ancestor of the Great Desolate Mountain. The second was Lianghui Mountain Taoist Master, and the third was Dark Knight of the Burning Glass Pool. These 3 Taoist cultivators' names were huge, but the names behind them were much smaller. Among them, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren, who Xiao Hua was familiar with, were also ranked 71st, 79th, and 82nd respectively. Overturning Heaven Shangren was ranked 53rd. Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi were not on this profound list. Sigh. Xiao Hua's gaze fell, and he couldn't help but frown. The Taoist cultivators above the 4th level of origin power are listed on the profound list. There are a total of 108 of them. So many cultivators above the spirit severing stage. How come I don't know so many of them? It seems like the hidden immortal continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiao Hua deliberately looked at the last few names on the profound list because in his impression, he should be ranked first on the yellow list before he entered the Dragon Island. And he killed the assassin of the mysterious Yellow Order, so he should be ranked on the profound list. Sure enough, 200 years was enough to erase a lot of memories. His name didn't appear on the profound list, so no one knew that Xiao Hua was once ranked on the profound list. After looking at the profound list, the yellow list also appeared in the multicolored light. 360 bloody names appeared in front of everyone. The first one was Taoist Master Qing Su of the Great Song Mountain Range. Soaring Dragon Mountain Ranges Xiong Yi, Soaring Dragon Mountain Ranges Li Xiang, and His Highness Lan of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range were ranked 67th, 81st, and 107th respectively. As for Chang Yu of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, he was ranked 304th because he was only at the early nascent soul stage. Xian Ping, Su Tingzi, and the others were not on the profound list. Xiao Hua had seen the other Taoist cultivators on the Yaotai Mountain before, but Xiao Hua didn't know most of them. After the multicolored light faded, the profound list and the yellow list gradually returned to normal. Those bloody names seemed like a mocking smile, and even more so, it seemed like they were looking at the numerous Confucian cultivators with desolate eyes. Oh, Murong Jiang, who was in the distant halo, asked in a low voice. This old man remembers that Xiao Hua was ranked last on the previous profound list. Why is there no trace of him here? I'll let Senior Murong know. Nan Huayue said in a low voice. Junior checked the profound list before. Senior Xiao was once on the yellow list, and later on, he was ranked on the profound list. Then, for some unknown reason, he disappeared again. Xiao Hua. I remember now. Isn't he that Taoist cultivator who was suppressed by Qingyu some time ago? Another great grandmaster from a Confucian family asked curiously. Since he has been suppressed, he will naturally disappear from the profound board. That Confucian martial grandmaster naturally said what the majority of the Confucian cultivators were thinking. The entire halo once again returned to normal. Everyone seemed to be pondering why Xiao Hua suddenly left by Qingyu, and also seemed to be waiting for the profound list to be updated. Chapter 4488. Rumble. Thunderous sounds were heard again from the huge whirlpool that enveloped the space. Then, the chains of Ming Lu swayed wantonly in the whirlpool like a horned dragon. A feeling that Ming Lu couldn't escape arose from the bottom of everyone's heart. Woo! Amidst the rumbling, the 9-colored clouds surged out. Suddenly, a strange whistling sound came from the clouds. The clouds shrunk rapidly, and a bloody light appeared in the vortex. A meteor that was several feet long flew out from the vortex. This meteor had a bloody tail and crashed into the yellow board at lightning speed. Kacha. A crisp sound was heard. The name of the last name on the yellow board was smashed into pieces. A red light flashed, and a large word that looked like it was written with a bloody brush appeared. Fortune Gate's Lu Peng. Fortune Gate? A Confucian cultivator said strangely. Since when did the mysterious yellow board put a bounty on the disciples of our Confucian sects? Isn't this nonsense? Not necessarily. Another Confucian cultivator frowned and said, maybe it's a Taoist sect? Brother Sidhu, are you confused? Since when did our hidden immortal continent have a Taoist sect? Of course there isn't one on the hidden immortal continent, but it doesn't mean there isn't one in the Pure Land, right? Those bald donkeys have always indulged Taoist cultivators. Previously, many of the people on the mysterious yellow board were Taoist cultivators living in seclusion in the Pure Land. Brother Sima? Meng Cheng's face had a trace of excitement. He snorted and said, have you two brothers forgotten? Wasn't the one who blocked Duanmu Lianheng's sneak attack in the challenge just now Yuanya of the Fortune Gate? Io, that's right. The two Confucian cultivators suddenly came to their senses. After all, the saber and fist earlier were too fast, and Yuanya's self-introduction did not attract too much attention. If Meng Cheng had not mocked Duanmu Lianheng for being a Fortune Gate disciple, he probably would not have remembered. Fortune Gate? With Meng Cheng's reminder, in the entire space, more than 10,000 Confucian disciples and hundreds of Confucian cultivator families all looked at Xiao Hua and Yuanya. The Fortune Gate's reputation was like the rising sun, revealing a ray of dawn in the 3 continents. Fortune Gate's Lu Peng? Xiao Hua was a little confused. He had not expected that the first person to reveal himself would be one of his Fortune Gate's disciples. However, he had no recollection of Lu Peng's name. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua glanced at Yuanya. Unfortunately, Yuanya was as silent as always. He only glanced at the yellow board before focusing his attention on Duanmu Lianheng. Congratulations, Senior Xiao, Nan Huayue said respectfully. Fortune Gate's disciple on the ranking list. Xiao Hua smiled. He looked at the profound yellow bulletin and the surrounding scholarly cultivator clans and said, this is the hunting bulletin. What's there to be happy about? Xiao Hua's voice had yet to land, and Nan Huayue had yet to open his mouth. Woo! There was another strange whistling sound, and another blood-red meteor flew out from the vortex. It smashed through the rosy clouds, dodged the Ming Lu chains, and crashed into the yellow board. Precisely, The second name that was written upside down shattered, and the name that was revealed was Fortune Gates You Booping. Motherfucker, I understand now. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. These two Yu Booping and Lu Peng, aren't they Yu Zhongshuan's clan and Lu Yi's Lu clan's disciples? I'm afraid they have already arrived at the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and even attracted the attention of the Immortal Palace. That's why the profound yellow bulletin changed. Seeing this, Meng Qing asked curiously, "What's going on? Why are there two Fortune Gates disciples in succession? This profound yellow bulletin, is there something wrong with it?" Then, he turned to Nan Huayue and asked, "Miss Nan, your star-picking tower's defensive formation is fine, right?" Nan Huayue said proudly, "Senior Meng, please rest assured. Even if there's something wrong with the profound yellow bulletin, my star-picking tower's defensive formation is absolutely fine." Before Nan Huayue's voice fell, another violent gust of wind came from the whirlpool. This gust of wind was so sharp that not only did it suppress Nan Huayue's voice, but it also filled the entire space. Then, dozens of blood-red meteors flew out one after another, crazily slamming into the profound yellow bulletin. The entire profound yellow bulletin was distorted, and even Huang Hu, who was below the profound yellow bulletin, let out a mournful wail. "Kacha! Kacha!" Bursts of cracks appeared on the profound yellow bulletin like beans being fried. One by one, the blood-red names were shattered, and brand new names appeared on the profound yellow bulletin. Although these names were different, they all had the words Fortune Gate in front of their heads. Ooh, everyone was shocked, and a burst of screams that were crazier than the howling of the wind rang out. It actually suppressed the sound of the meteors crashing into the profound yellow bulletin. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? A Dao cultivation sect actually has so many disciples on the profound yellow bulletin? How is this still called the profound yellow bulletin? Just call it the bounty bulletin. There's definitely something wrong with the profound yellow bulletin. How can it update so many profound yellow bulletin boards at once? Where did this Fortune Gate come from? How come I've never heard of it before? How can they have so many disciples? Woo-woo! The crowd exclaimed. The shouts and doubts did not stop. The second wave of wind, whistling, was heard. The entire whirlpool in the sky turned crimson red. Hundreds of crimson stars flew down again. They collided with the yellow board even more violently than before. The entire yellow board flickered continuously. It was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. "Whoa!" everyone exclaimed again. On the profound yellow bulletin, between the 200th and the 300th, it was completely occupied by the names of the Fortune Gates disciples. There were no other Dao cultivation sect's disciples at all. 160 disciples. Gongshu Jing, he was a little dumbfounded. He stole a glance at Xiao Hua, who looked calm in the sky, and murmured in a low voice, "Even if they're all gold core realm cultivators, this Fortune Gate is really terrifying." How could other Confucian cultivators not think so when Gongshu Jingyi thought so? They all looked at Xiao Hua doubtfully, thinking about how to quickly report this matter to the sect. Unfortunately, their imagination was still too shallow. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with the Fortune Gate, another round of meteor shower unexpectedly came. Boom, boom, boom. The profound yellow bulletin was once again smashed into pieces by this meteor shower. One by one, the shining names on the profound yellow bulletin refreshed from the 100th to the 200th. What also made the tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators dumbfounded was that these names still carried the brilliance of the Fortune Gate. Boom! All the disciples present went crazy. Gongshu EXN screamed at Gongshu Ming, "Sister, am I dreaming? Well, what is going on? Is the world going to be rewritten?" I don't know. Gongshu Ming also stuttered. Now she was also confused, looking at the shining stars on the profound yellow bulletin, and then looking at the tall and thin figure under the moonlight, and then thinking about what Xiaohua said to her before, she had already lost her mind. Damn it, damn it. Murong Songyin's beautiful face also lost its color. At this time, how could she not know what was going on? Not only did she regret that she thought herself clever, but she also regretted that she didn't catch this little cultivator with infinite potential. 260 disciples. Murong Zhang's face was ashen, and he whispered, even if they are all Golden Core disciples, it is definitely the biggest sect in the last 100,000 years. Unfortunately, Murong Zhang's heart was very clear that he was just deceiving himself. If it were only Golden Core disciples, the Profound Yellow Order wouldn't have sent them to the Profound Yellow Bulletin. Among the 260 disciples of the Fortune Gate, at least half of them were nascent soul disciples. In other words, the Fortune Gate had a total of 130 nascent soul disciples. This was absolutely beyond Murong Zhang's imagination. However, there was only more astonishment, but no more astonishment. Today was destined to shock the Profound Yellow Order, the Immortal Palace, the entire hidden immortal continent, and all the scholarly families. Ooh! Nearly 100 red meteors flew out. This time, although the number of Fortune Gate's disciples was less than 100, these 100 people once again disrupted the top 100 rankings of the Yellow Bulletin. The great Song Mountain's Taoist, Master Ching Su, who was originally the first on the Yellow Bulletin, was suddenly pushed down to the 90th place. Li Xiong, Xiong Yi, and Prince Lan, who were previously on the soaring Dragon Mountain range, were now on the Fortune Gate. Chang Yu's name disappeared, and the other 100 or so names of the other Taoist disciples were also smashed into powder. Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiong were now in the top 3 of the Yellow Bulletin. Oh, that's good. An unknown scholarly cultivator slightly breathed a sigh of relief and said, this old man remembers that Xiong Yi's cultivation is only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Although some of these Fortune Gates disciples are already at the nascent soul stage, they have just stepped into the nascent soul stage. Even if they are only at the early nascent soul stage, there are 300 nascent soul disciples. Isn't this too terrifying? Another scholarly cultivator said. Meng Cheng's face revealed an indescribable expression as he coldly said, 2 brothers, this old man doesn't know what cultivation Xiong Yi is at, but this old man knows that the Taoist Master Ching Su is already at the late nascent soul stage. He only needs a little bit of luck to step into the leaving aperture stage of the 5th level of Origin Force. How can he be ranked at the 90th place? So, Murong Zhang said in a deep voice, are the 80 Fortune Gates disciples in front of Taoist Master Ching Su all at the late nascent soul stage? Murong Zhang's gaze swept over Xiaohua. He knew that if he directly asked Xiaohua, he would naturally know the answer. Unfortunately, he had already seen Xiaohua's gradually revealing ferocity. Not to mention him, even if all the scholarly cultivators present stood up and asked Xiaohua a question, who would dare to say a word? This old man knows, Gong Shu Jingye said, because Xiong Yi, Li Xiong, and Prince Lan are the Fortune Gate's commanders, they are ranked at the very front. How much does the Fortune Gate occupy on the Yellow Bulletin? Duanmu Lianheng asked in a daze. Chapter 4489. Brother Duanmu, can't you see for yourself? Meng Cheng asked indifferently. It's easy to recognize. The entire yellow board is filled with Fortune Gate disciples. Other than the 9 Grand Mist Ancestor subordinates, the other 351 names are all Fortune Gate disciples. Is there any meaning to this yellow board? Gong Shu Jingye looked at Xiaohua's back with a complicated gaze. He was a little absent-minded. Does the mysterious yellow board dare to attack these Fortune Gate disciples? After saying that, Gong Shu Jingye closed his mouth. The crazed atmosphere disappeared. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the profound board. The vortex in the sky was spinning more and more violently. The inside of the vortex was like a lightning pool, with thousands of lightning bolts wreaking havoc and thousands of chains dancing in the air. "It's coming, it's coming," an excited female disciple screamed, pointing at one of the outer vortexes. Sure enough, there was a black star that was much bigger than before. This black star was in the shape of a dragon, and the starlight trailing behind it was like a dragon's tail. Boom! After the black light passed, one of the inscription chains was destroyed, and the last name on the profound board was shattered. When the blood-red clouds flashed, another blood-red name appeared. Fortune Gates Lujan. Wow! Everyone was looking forward to this result, but when they saw this result, they couldn't help but cry out. How is this possible? This Fortune Gates commander is just a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. How can their disciple reach the out-of-aperture realm? However, after the first wave of clamor, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Yuanya. Yuanya claimed to be a Fortune Gate disciple, and his strength was obviously not inferior to a peak 7th grade Origin Energy Martial Grandmaster. Since Yuanya was in front, this Lu Zhan being ranked last on the profound board was nothing, right? After everyone looked at Yuanya, everyone, including the scholarly cultivator family's Martial Grandmasters, looked at Xiaohua. A common question arose in their hearts. Since Yuanya was a 7th grade Origin Energy Martial Grandmaster, then, as Yuanya's master, Xiaohua's strength, what was his cultivation level? What was the 8th grade Origin Energy Martial Grandmaster's cultivation level? Could it be 9th grade Origin Energy Martial Grandmaster? Xiaohua's mood was different from others. Other than pride, there was only pride in his heart. In the past, he was merely the yellow list first place, but now, Lu Zhan, a Fortune Gates disciple whom he didn't even know about, could be ranked on the profound list. Woo-woo. Following that, more and more profound stars flew out from the vortex, breaking everyone's astonishment again and again. Unsurprisingly, all the profound stars that entered the profound list were Fortune Gates disciples. Each and every one of their names lit up the Fortune Gates morning sun like a blazing sun. The brilliance of the scorching sun tore apart the Xian bulletin and occupied nearly 60% of the positions. The updating of the Xian ranking was somewhat different from that of the Huang ranking. Most of the time, names were updated one after another, unlike the Huang ranking. Sometimes a group of names would be updated, and when the top 20 names began to dim, the entire vortex would stop, as if something was brewing. In contrast to the vortex, the entire space fell silent once again. No one was even willing to breathe loudly. Although they still had a shocking idea in their hearts, they still did not dare to believe it and waited quietly for the bound of universe token to be revealed. Wong Wong. The vortex finally moved, and a huge profound star flew out from the vortex. The lightning and chains were shattered by this profound star. The profound star streaked across the space, creating a rumbling sound that shook the entire space. The profound dragons surrounding the profound list were somewhat uneasy, and they struggled with all their might, wanting to rush out of the profound list. Boom! The profound star fell, shattering the 20th name, and Fortune Gates Fujiwen's name was written on it. Fujiwen? Did the profound yellow list make a mistake? Within the halo, a middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. Or maybe it's someone with the same name? My Fu family's Fujiwen should be a Confucian cultivator. How can he be ranked on the profound yellow list? Brother Fu? Don't worry. An old man next to him laughed and said, "This is definitely not your Fu family's Fujiwen. Those who can be ranked on the profound list are all Taoist cultivators, and all of them are above the 5th grade of Origin Energy. I've seen your Fujiwen before. Although he has some aptitude, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the 5th grade of Origin Energy in 300 years. Oh, right, I haven't seen Fujiwen for a long time. Which Confucian did he become a disciple of?" The middle-aged man laughed and said, "I'm not sure about that. Not to mention Fujiwen, I haven't seen him for nearly 200 years. Even his parents seem to have suddenly disappeared. I haven't seen him for many years." The two men's voices weren't loud, but Xiao Hua heard them clearly. Xiao Hua frowned as he looked at the profound list. He somewhat understood. Just as Meng Cheng said, Fu Jiwen's cultivation was one of the best among the Fortune Gate's disciples, but he didn't have any descendants. His power on the Shanhua continent was far from the Yu family and Lu family, so he was only qualified to be ranked at the bottom of the profound list. That's not right. Xiao Hua looked at Yuan Ya beside him and said inwardly, Yuan Ya is a loner, and his strength can't be compared to Fu Jiwen. How can he be ranked above Fu Jiwen? Oh, I understand. The Immortal Palace must have fought with Fu Jiwen and the others to create this list. Yuan Ya has always been in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, so his name probably isn't on the profound list. While Xiao Hua was pondering, another black star flew out from his mouth and landed on the profound list. The 18th name shattered, and in a split second, it was revealed to the left of the 57th name, and that 57th name was not a Fortune Gate disciple. Fortune Gate's Wang Baifei. Although they knew that this Xian star was most likely a Fortune Gate's disciple, some of the Confucian cultivators on the star couldn't help but exclaim. Even star-picking Lu's Nan Huayu stole a glance at Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice, Senior Xiao, are these two seniors really your disciples? And Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and nodded. He then looked at Mo Jianli and said with a smile, They're the same as Mo Jianli, but this old man hasn't mentioned it to him yet, so I don't know if he's willing. Mo Jianli had long been fascinated by this scene. He really couldn't believe that the Dao Gates cultivator, who was only a low 4th grade Origin Qi cultivator, was now the sect master of a Dao Gates sect. Moreover, this Dao Gates disciple had almost completely refreshed the profound yellow list that the Confucian cultivators were so proud of. What was even more unbelievable was that he had actually become a member of this terrifying sect. Now that he heard Xiao Hua mention him, Mo Jianli hurriedly bowed and said, Senior's gift really makes this junior fearful. It's this junior's honor to be able to enter the Fortune Gate. Good, Xiao Hua nodded. As long as you're willing, this profound yellow list will have your name on it sooner or later. Nan Huaiyue pursed her lips and said with a smile, Senior Xiao, you've said before that this profound yellow list is the Confucian cultivator's hunting list. What's there to be proud of about being on this list? Xiao Hua's eyes were like stars as he looked at the profound yellow list high in the sky, and said with a smile, That was in the past. Today, my Fortune Gates disciple is on the profound yellow list. In the future, this profound yellow list will become the heroes list of the 3 continents. Xiao Hua's words were quite heroic. If others heard it, they would inevitably think that Xiao Hua was bragging. However, in Nan Huaiyue's ears, it was so natural. She didn't doubt that the appearance of the Fortune Gate would definitely fulfill Xiao Hua's words. Boom! While they were talking, another profound star flew out and shattered the 15th blood-colored name. The blood-colored name flew to the 50th place and reformed. Fortune Gate's Yuanya. When Yuanya's name appeared, tens of thousands of eyes fell on the bare-handed Yuanya, and noisy discussions rose again. This is Yuanya. He's really powerful to be able to be ranked 15th on the profound list. The strength of the Dao Gates cultivators on this year's profound list is too abnormal. Peak 7th grade Origin Force is actually only ranked 15th. I remember that 400 years ago, the first place on the profound list was only its 6th grade Origin Force. The powerful one is the Fortune Gate. Another voice said, within the profound list's top 20, there are already 3 Fortune Gates disciples. I wonder how many of their disciples will be able to enter the profound list. Looking at Yuanya again, although he was the center of attention, these gazes were nothing in his eyes. He simply didn't care about what others saw and only paid attention to Duanmu Lianheng in the distance. He didn't even glance at his own name appearing on the profound list. As for Duanmu Lianheng, he felt bitter in his mouth. Although he knew that Yuanya wouldn't make a sneak attack, he didn't dare to be distracted when facing such an opponent. He could only look at the profound yellow list while being vigilant against Yuanya. At this moment, he was already somewhat regretful. The current fortune gate, not to mention him, even the Duanmu family couldn't be its opponent. Why was he so obsessed at that time to listen to Duanmu Qing's bewitchment? Of course, Duanmu Lianheng's heart was filled with despair because he wasn't the only one who was obsessed. The Duanmu family's absolute kill order was the real reason why the Duanmu family might be annihilated by the Fortune Gate. What other Fortune Gate's disciples are there before Yuanya? A series of questions arose in the hearts of the crowd. Everyone's gaze shifted from Yuan Ya's calm face to the vortex. Wu! Another profound star appeared and fell into the 11th position. A blood-red name appeared. Fortune Gate's Xian Songzi. Xian Songzi? Xiaohua was also stunned, and the strangeness in his eyes became even stronger. Because other than protecting Zhai Xingzi and the others in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, Xiaohua had never let Xian Songzi fight. Xiaohua couldn't imagine how the profound Yellow Order knew Xian Songzi's strength. Moreover, its evaluation of Xian Songzi's strength was also so objective. Could it be that His Highness Lan has led the Fortune Gate's disciples back to the hidden immortal mainland? How is that possible? At this moment, a scholarly disciple exclaimed, "I know this Xian Songzi. When he was still a Golden Core Realm cultivator, he even tried to befriend me. How many years has it been? How could it surpass 7th grade Essence Force? P.S. 3 chapters at noon, no updates at night." Chapter 4490. That's right. As soon as the Confucian cultivator opened his mouth, more than 10 Confucian cultivators who knew Xian Songzi also shouted, "We also know Xian Songzi." It's impossible for him to be on the Xian ranking, let alone be ranked 11th. Miss Nan, Murong Jiang takes a deep breath, suppressing the incomparable horror in his heart, and raises his voice to ask, "Can your Zhaixing Lu be sure that this mysterious yellow list is the one issued by the mysterious Yellow Order?" Junior can guarantee it. Nan Huayuer answered without hesitation. "This is the profound Yellow Proclamation issued by the profound Yellow Order to the entire hidden immortal continent. If Senior Morong doesn't believe me, you can send a message to the Morong family. If any of the names on the profound Yellow Proclamation are correct, Zhaixing Lu will return 10 times the Source Stones." That's not necessary. Murong Jiang waved his hand and said, "I just feel that this profound Yellow Proclamation has a strange feeling. To be honest, I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a strange thing." Gongshu Jingye's mood was better than all the other Confucian cultivator families. He clearly remembered that a few hours ago, Xiaohua gave the 5 brocade cloud painting to Gongshu Yisin and Gongshu Yiming in front of him, and said that he would accept them as his disciples. With this sentence, the Gongshu family had a close relationship with the Fortune Gate. No matter how the 100 schools of thought treated the Fortune Gate, the Gongshu family could advance and retreat freely. Now that he heard Murong Jiang's words, he smiled and said, "There's no need to be afraid of the profound Yellow Proclamation's authenticity. Now that we're in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, it's too troublesome to send a message to the family. When we reach the Chitty River, we'll meet the 4 great families. At that time, we'll just have to ask and we'll know." Indeed, Murong Jiang smiled bitterly. He also understood in his heart that with Zhaixing Lu's ability, how could they make a mistake? Wu! Then, without any suspense, the name Fortune Gate's Taoist Jingting appeared in the 10th place. Taoist Jingting was a famous nascent soul cultivator on the hidden immortal continent, and many Confucian cultivators knew him. Suddenly, Xiaohua thought, "The Golden Condor and White Lion's strength is quite good. Why aren't they on the profound Yellow Proclamation?" Wu! At this time, another profound star appeared on the profound proclamation, Chang Yuan. She was ranked 8th. Chang Yuan? How could this be? This is my Chang family's. Chang Yuan? A slightly hoarse voice sounded. Everyone looked inside the halo. An old man with white hair and beard couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at the Xian board and exclaimed, "I remember more than 200 years ago, she seemed to have become a disciple of a Confucian cultivator." Naturally, no one would believe the old man's words because the old man was just a borderline master. If he wasn't the leader of an aristocratic family, he definitely wouldn't have the qualifications to sit together with Murong Jiang and the other great grandmasters. Some of the Confucian cultivators who knew the Chong family snorted at the old man's words. How could a 7th-grade Confucian family have a Taoist disciple who was ranked in the top 10 of the profound ranking? Seeing that the people around him didn't believe him, the old man didn't dare to say anything more. He only looked in the other direction and saw that the Fu clan's disciple also had doubts in his eyes. He stared at the Xian ranking and waited. Woo! Another Xian star followed closely behind, and with a boom, it shattered the 7th name, and then the name Fortune Gatesu Zhongquan appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Not bad, not bad. This must be my Chong family's Chong Yuan. The previously doubtful Chong family's old man shouted excitedly. Back then, Chong Yuan and Yu Zhongquan were engaged. If there were people with the same name in this world, there could be one Chong Yuan, but it's impossible for both of them to have the same name. That's right. The Fu clan's Confucian cultivator also shouted, I also think it's impossible. That Fu Jiwen must be my Fu clan's Fu Jiwen. Although the profound yellow board was a hunting list, in their eyes, it was also a kind of glory. Fu clan, Chong clan, and the Yu clan who had yet to come to the 1,000-demon sacred realm. When could they be so conspicuous in front of other aristocratic families? Although the Fu clan and Chong clan knew that only Xiao Huan knew the truth, who would dare to ask him? The two Confucian cultivators spoke so loudly, their intention to beat around the bush was self-evident. Xiao Hua didn't care about the two aristocratic families. In the past, Yu Zhongquan, Chong Yuan, and Fu Jiwen weren't valued much in his family. Since they had entered the Fortune Gate, they had already separated from his family. Xiao Hua looked at the profound board and nodded inwardly. This profound yellow board is quite interesting. It actually detected that Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan are husband and wife in such a short time. Among the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples, there are indeed many of their descendants. Even 30% of the people on the profound board are their disciples. It makes sense for them to be ranked before Fu Jiwen and Yuan Ya. Moreover, from the looks of it, among the disciples I arranged, other than Lu, Yi, and Jiang Hong, most of them have also appeared. There are also some disciples who are stronger than them, either Confucian cultivators or Buddhist cultivators. They usually don't make a move, so the profound yellow board probably didn't detect them in a hurry. Oh, two more profound star board names appeared, falling to the 4th and 5th place. Above them were Fortune Gates Lu, Yi, and Fortune Gates Jiang Hong. Boom! The crowd of Confucian cultivators went crazy again. The Fortune Gates disciples had almost completely dominated the profound board. On the profound board, 60% of the 160 positions were also occupied by the Fortune Gates disciples. Only 10% belonged to the Grand Mist Ancestors' forces, and the remaining 30% were Tao Gates' secluded cultivators. As for the top 20 positions, other than the top 3, the Fortune Gates disciples occupied more than half of the 17 positions. Although the crowd was already prepared, they were still shocked by this unbelievable list. The discussion stopped when the last Xian star appeared. Under the starry sky, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this Xian star. Although this Xian star didn't look any different from the other Xian stars, when it fell into the vortex, it was extremely heavy. It was as if the arrival of this profound star signified the arrival of an era, and the fall of this profound star signified the end of an era. The profound star shot straight to the top of the profound board, and there was no surprise. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes lit up as they wanted to witness this moment. Boom! With a loud rumble, the profound board shone brightly, and the color of blood overflowed. The words Fortune Gates Xiaohua appeared at the top of the profound board. Whether it was the Great Desolate Mountain's Grand Mist Ancestor, Liang Hui Ridge's Taoist Rider, or even the burning glazed pools in Yezi, all of them turned into fragments and moved to the bottom of the profound board. Profound board's first place. It's really the profound board's first place. Murong Jiang blurted out. Xiao, Taoist Xiao actually has this kind of strength. Gong Shu Jing Yi growled. Taoist Xiao actually surpassed the legendary Grand Mist Ancestor? Could it be that his strength is even more powerful than the Grand Mist Ancestor? Meng Cheng explained with a smile. Taoist Xiao may not be as strong as the Grand Mist Ancestor, but his fortune gate is too powerful, so he occupies the first place of the profound board. Boom, boom, boom. While everyone was discussing, a loud rumble of thunder came from the profound board. The profound board, which was originally overflowing with auspicious qi and covered by rosy clouds, suddenly burst open. Strands of golden light shot out like spider silk towards the 5 words Fortune Gates Xiaohua. As soon as the golden light appeared, the 5 words immediately shattered. Every stroke of the 5 inscriptions turned into dozens of thunderbolts, and with overwhelming power, they rushed towards the whirlpool. Wherever the thunderbolts passed, whether it was the 5 chi righteous lightning or the inscription chains, everything was swept away. When the thunderbolts fell into the whirlpool, the entire whirlpool collapsed. Countless black and white lights flickered, and a terrifying aura rushed out from the collapsing whirlpool. Sai, Xiaohua, isn't it just a profound yellow board? How did you make such a big commotion? A sweet voice came from the starry sky, and then hundreds of flowers bloomed and rushed into the collapsing whirlpool. In just a moment, the entire transmission channel began to slowly disappear. When Xiaohua heard Fairy Xingyu's words, he shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, "This has nothing to do with me. I'm just watching from the side." Puff. When the starry sky regained its calm, another ray of moonlight rushed out from the full moon and landed on the shattered profound board. Like a broken mirror, the shattered pieces were instantly restored. At this time, the Grand Mist Ancestor and the other 2 were still in front of the profound board. The whole place was silent, and no one dared to speak. No one knew what had happened. Even the strong scholars like Murong Jiang and Gongshu Jingya didn't know why Xiao Hua's name couldn't be written on the profound yellow board. Senior Xiao, Duanmu Lianheng's thoughts turned rapidly, and he hurriedly said in the silence, "My Duanmu family was deceived by the side branch, disciple Duanmu Qing, and offended Senior. Junior apologizes to Senior on behalf of my Duanmu family." With that, Duanmu Lianheng bowed respectfully. Seeing the arrogant Duanmu Lianheng apologize in front of all the scholarly cultivator families, Xiao Hua's heart softened. Thinking about his fate with the Duanmu family, some of the reasons were related to him falling into the devil path, so he couldn't completely blame the Duanmu family. As for Duanmu Liangsheng, Xiao Hua no longer had any resentment after coming out of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Thus, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. The so-called scholarly cultivator families should prioritize etiquette and restrain their disciples. Don't bully others with your power, especially the common people. They don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. If you don't have the self-restraint of a scholarly cultivator, how can they be willing to submit to you? In the long run, scholarly cultivators will lose their original intention." Yes, Junior understands. Although Duanmu Lianheng was arrogant and dared to destroy Nanwu, great merciful Guanin's golden statue, he knew his own limits. Although Xiao Hua's current strength seemed to be around the 5th grade, he was able to suppress the Grand Mist Ancestor and become the first on the profound board. How could Xiao Hua's cultivation be something he could reach? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Junior will send a disciple back to the family and remove that damn absolute kill order." Chapter 4491. That won't be necessary. You might as well use that dictum of death as a lesson, Xiao Hua said with a smile, looking at Duanmu Lianheng with interest. Duanmu Lianheng was stunned. At first, he didn't understand. After all, with the existence of the dictum of death, the Duanmu family and the Fortune Gate were enemies. The Duanmu family might not care about Xiao Hua, but they were afraid of the Fortune Gate. However, a moment later, Duanmu Lianheng's heart trembled. He immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning. Because Xiao Hua didn't care about the Duanmu family's dictum of death, even if he was facing the Duanmu family's patriarch, Duanmu Tianji. Where did Xiao Hua get his courage from? Not only because of the Fortune Gate in Xiao Hua's hands, but also because of Xiao Hua's own strength. The Duanmu family's patriarch was at least a literature star. If Xiao Hua didn't care, then Xiao Hua's strength was definitely at 9th grade essence force. Realizing Xiao Hua's true strength, Duanmu Lianheng's face heated up. He knew that this was Xiao Hua's punishment for the Duanmu family. After all, no matter how powerful the Duanmu family was, they were a first-class family. Throughout the history of Confucian cultivators, there had never been a Confucian family that dared to issue a dictum of death to a 9th grade essence force cultivator. Since the Duanmu family dared to do something that no one dared to do, from today onwards, anyone who mentioned the Duanmu family's dictum of death would naturally treat it as the Duanmu family's humiliation. Senior knows, Duanmu Lianheng said respectfully, Junior doesn't dare to make a decision on this matter. After we reach the Star Moon Palace, Junior will ask the Patriarch to personally make a decision. All right. Xiao Hua had no intention of arguing with Duanmu Lianheng and casually waved his hand. Many thanks, Senior. Duanmu Lianheng hurriedly retreated, not daring to say anything more. As for Duanmu Qing, whose dantian had already been shattered by Yuanya, needless to say, the Duanmu family definitely wouldn't dare to let her live. Senior, Duanmu Lianheng had just retreated when Murong Jiang flew out again. He bowed and said, This junior also offended you that day. Since Brother Duanmu has asked for forgiveness, this junior will also ask for forgiveness. In Xiao Hua's eyes, Duanmu Lianheng and Murong Jiang were slightly different. Xiao Hua didn't like Murong Jiang's schemes. He glanced at Yuanya. He said, Yeah, give him a punch his teeth. Don't kill him. Yes, master. Receiving the order, without demur, Yuanya waved his right hand, and his fist shot out like a meteor. Murong Jiang knew that this was the end of the karma of the day when he had punched Xiao Hua in front of the god and devil's blood pool. He was secretly happy in his heart and hastily urged his true qi to resist. Boom! Yuanya's fist hit Murong Jiang, and a soft rumbling sound was heard. Although Murong Jiang had already resisted, but his defensive Zhen Qi was still crushed by the fist with irresistible force. A strange aura, which seemed to be the nemesis of righteous Qi, invaded Murong Jiang's body. In particular, Yuanya's fist carried a kind of invincible power, and Murong Jiang's body was sent flying far away like a pebble. A moment later, Murong Jiang's complexion turned pale, and he flew back in a somewhat sorry state. Xiao Hua nodded and said, The grudges between you and me can be considered settled. There's no need to mention it again in the future. However, this Xiao still wants to remind you that no one in this world is much smarter than another. You might be able to scheme for a while, but you won't be able to scheme for a lifetime. Any scheme will be exposed sooner or later. Yes, this junior understands. Murong Jiang didn't dare to say too much. While suppressing his injuries, he replied, All right, Miss Nan. Xiao Hua turned to Nan Huayue and said, This Xiao is going to see the palace master. Send me there. Senior, please. Nan Huayue respectfully raised her hand and pointed. The full moon once again overflowed with moonlight. And Xiao Hua nodded and said to Mo Jianli, You and Yuanya, come with this old man. Yes, senior. Mo Jianli respectfully replied, but Yuanya didn't utter a word. He followed Xiao Hua into the full moon, and when Mo Jinli also stepped into the full moon, the entire challenge starry sky suddenly became a boiling cauldron of voices. All the Confucian cultivators had gone crazy. They all talked at once, and everyone had a kind of excitement. That's right. How many Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent could see such a grand scene with their own eyes? Not to mention the Confucian cultivators of the star-picking tower. Even the entire hidden immortal continent went crazy. Today's update of the mysterious yellow list was a special event for the Fortune Gates disciples. The Fortune Gates disciples were like stars, illuminating the entire hidden immortal continent. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire space gradually calmed down. Nan Huayue said with a smile on her face, "Seniors, let bygones be bygones. The Challenge Starry Sky is just a competition. There are many more to come." Meng Chung sighed and said, "Back then, when this old man recited the ancient saying, 'There is a scenery before my eyes, but I can't see the way,' Chui Hao wrote a poem on it. I always felt that it wasn't good enough. Now that I've seen Taoist Master Zhao's generosity, our so-called Challenge Starry Sky is really insignificant. Why do we have to mention it again? This time, it's fine if we don't compete." Nan Huayue nodded and said, "If that's the case, then this junior will make it clear. Although seniors don't plan to continue the Challenge Starry Sky, the source stones that seniors paid, forget it, forget it. Don't mention those vulgar things again." Meng Chung waved his hand and said, "If the source stones aren't refunded, then so be it." "Thank you so much, Senior Meng," Nan Huayue replied with a smile. However, before she could finish, Gongshu Jingye's heart stirred again, and he said, "Miss Nan, this old man knows that your Zhai Xing Lu possesses many secrets of the 3 continents. There are even many that were lost by my 100 schools of thought. How about this? We won't refund the source stones for the Challenge Starry Sky. You only need to tell us why Taoist Master Zhao's name can't be written on the profound proclamation." This, Nan Huayue hesitated and said, "This junior doesn't know if this is possible. Please wait a moment." Soon after, Nan Huayue fell into the full moon and disappeared. She only reappeared after the time it took to finish a meal. There seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary from her calm face, but the wisp of surprise revealed in her pair of bright eyes explained the shock of the news. "Miss Nan," Gongshu Jingyi asked in a deep voice, "can Zhai Xing Lu give us an answer?" Nan Huayue nodded and said, "My Zhai Xing Lu does have records of this. However, does seniors agree with seniors' decision?" "This old man agrees," Murong Jiang said without hesitation. Although he knew in his heart that as long as he returned to the Murong family, he would definitely know the reason. But how could he wait until then? Curiosity killed the cat, not only for female cultivators, but when men wanted to know secrets, their hearts would itch to the point of being scratched by a cat. Seeing that Murong Jiang and Gongshu Jingyi both agreed, the other families also agreed. Their eyes were full of desire, and they stared at Nan Huayue as if they were cats looking at meat. Nan Huayue's gaze swept across the entire starry sky, then looked at the profound yellow proclamation that was still suspended high in the sky, flashing with blood-red light. She took a deep breath and said, "According to my Zhai Xing Lu's records, the profound yellow proclamation is an imperial tool built with the fate of Confucian cultivators and the order of heaven and earth as its foundation. As long as a cultivator's name is written on it, the cultivator's strength must be lower than the Confucian cultivator who refined the imperial tool. Otherwise, the cultivator's name won't be written on the profound yellow proclamation." "How is that possible?" Meng Chung exclaimed. "It said that the profound yellow proclamation was personally refined by the Ziwei immortal emperor in ancient times. Could it be that Zhenren Zhao's strength has surpassed the Ziwei immortal emperor's? If he had surpassed the Ziwei immortal emperor, he would have already ascended to heaven, right?" Murong Jiang also held back his injuries and exclaimed, "Seniors, this junior doesn't know." Nan Huayue smiled apologetically. "This is my Zhai Xing Lu's record. If Senior Xiao can't enter the profound proclamation, it's probably the reason. Then, Gongshu Jing Yi asked again, who refined the profound yellow proclamation? Does your Zhaixing Lu have a record of it? We can buy this information with primeval stones. Senior, I'm sorry to disappoint you. This junior has just checked. My Zhaixing Lu has no record of this. Nan Huayue understood Gongshu Jingye's mood and hurriedly replied. Alas, all right. Gongshu Jingye waved his hand and sighed. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Nan. I wouldn't dare. If seniors don't have any orders, this junior will return now. Nan Huayue respectfully said as she stood quietly in the air. After a while, Murong Jiang asked again, Dao is Xiao. Is he also going to enter the Star Moon Palace? Sorry, this junior doesn't know. Nan Huayue smiled and shook her head. All right, you can go now. Gongshu Jingye waved his hand. Many thanks, seniors. Just as Nan Huayue was about to turn around, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She tilted her head and listened for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. She bowed to the group of Confucian cultivators and said, Junior is under orders to reveal some information about the Fortune Gate to seniors. If seniors are willing, quickly say it. How many primeval stones? Murong Jiang asked without hesitation. Brother Murong, don't be anxious. Gongshu Jingyi smiled and said, We will first discuss with the Zhaixing Lu. This information is actually outdated and has no value. If we are not anxious, we can wait until we return to the hidden immortal continent to know. Gongshu Jingyi looked at Nan Huayue and said with a smile, Miss Nan, don't you agree? Nan Huayue smiled and said, Senior is right, but also wrong, because a lot of this information is unique to my Zhaixing Lu. No one on the hidden immortal continent will have the chance to hear it. All right, we will discuss it first. Meng Cheng and the others naturally understood the meaning behind Nan Huayue's words. Xiaohua was inside the Zhaixing Lu. Who would know more about the Fortune Gate than Xiaohua? After a short discussion, Meng Cheng said a few words to Nan Huayue through voice transmission. Nan Huayue nodded, and after the various families took out a considerable amount of primeval stones, Nan Huayue respectfully handed a jade eye to Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng received the jade eye and scanned it with his divine sense. His face paled as he exclaimed, How is this possible? Senior Meng, nothing is impossible. Nan Huayue smiled and said, Otherwise, how could the Fortune Gate's disciples clean the entire mysterious yellow list? Brother Meng, Murong Jiang called out, What is inside? Why are you so shocked? Chapter 4492. Brother Meng, recite it quickly. Gongshu Jingyi was getting impatient. This old man also wants to know what kind of earth-shattering event these 100 Fortune Gate disciples with cultivation of 5th grade and above, and several hundred nascent soul disciples with cultivation of 4th grade and above have done. Several hundred nascent soul disciples? Meng Cheng sneered. You underestimate the Fortune Gate too much. They have more than several hundred nascent soul disciples. How can there be so many? Gongshu Jingyi sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, Could it be that they have several thousand nascent soul disciples? That's impossible. Murong Jiang refused to believe it. How could the immortal palace allow the Fortune Gate to nurture so many nascent soul disciples? Meng Cheng smiled faintly and recited, The immortal palace has dispatched the lunar temple's great general Sun Gu to lead 500,000 immortal soldiers to attack the soaring Dragon Mountain range of the hidden immortal mainland's Yu province. The immortal soldiers laid down an inescapable formation to trap the soaring Dragon Mountain range. However, not only was the soaring Dragon Mountain range's defensive formation powerful, it was also too large. The inescapable formation was unable to completely trap it. The soaring Dragon Mountain range's Fortune Gate resisted the immortal soldiers for more than a year. Later, Sun Gu invited the Immortal Palace's 64 constellations to descend to the lower realm and lay down a constellation formation to tear apart the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's defensive formation, revealing the Fortune Gate's true identity. Although the Fortune Gate's young Lord Li Xiang was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator, there were close to 1 million Fortune Gate disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range, and there were 5,000 Golden Core disciples. The million Fortune Gate disciples were fearless as they faced the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers head-on. Great General Sun Gu was shocked. Ever since the Dao extinction era, there had never been a Dao sect on the hidden immortal mainland, not to mention a sect with 1 million disciples. The soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate had crossed the Immortal Palace's bottom line. Great General Sun Gu led 500,000 immortal soldiers and generals, and with the assistance of the 64 constellations, he prepared to battle the Fortune Gate's 1 million disciples, intending to annihilate them all. But at this time, Fortune Gate's Fu Jiwen appeared with several thousand disciples. Fu Jiwen was a Confucian cultivator who had refined his soul back to the void. His strength was close to mid-7th grade, and his 5,000 disciples, most of their names were unknown. Great General Sun was alarmed. Half of the 64 constellations were sent to meet Fu Jiwen. Unexpectedly, before the two armies clashed, Fortune Gate's Wang Bianfei arrived with several thousand disciples. Wang Bianfei, a Confucian cultivator, a grandmaster who had refined his spirit to return to the void. His strength was close to the upper 7th grade of elemental energy. His 5,000 disciples were all around the 4th or 5th grade of elemental energy. Most of their names were unknown. 64 lunar mansions were shocked. The other half broke away from Great General Sun Ji's command and faced Wang Bianfei head-on. At this time, the advantage of the Immortal Palace's punitive army was gone. Once the war started, the 500,000 immortal soldiers could not escape. The immortal generals were filled with righteousness. Just as they were about to die, they heard the sound of the bugle horn and were overjoyed. However, more reinforcements arrived. It was the Fortune Gate's Yu Zhongquan, Chang Yuan, and several thousand Fortune Gate disciples. Yu Zhongquan, a Confucian sword cultivator, descendant of the 7th grade aristocratic family, Yu clan in Yifeng country of hidden immortal continents Yu province. His strength was close to the middle of the 7th grade of origin energy. Chang Yuan, a Confucian sword cultivator, descendant of the 7th grade aristocratic family Chang clan in Xian country of hidden immortal continents Yu province. Her strength was close to the middle of the 7th grade of origin energy. The 5,000 disciples he led were all around grade 4 or 5, and most of them had the surname Yu. Because of this, Great General Sun Gu and the 64 lunar mansions trembled, not daring to fight. Fortune Gate's Fu Jiwen spat out a heavenly scripture scroll and activated the Fortune Gate's defensive formation, trapping the 500,000 immortal soldiers. The battle situation is unknown, but the Lunar Temple's immortal generals and 64 lunar mansions were captured. The 500,000 immortal soldiers and 64 lunar mansion soldiers were unharmed and returned to the Immortal Palace. The soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate's defensive formation was activated again, but no one knows the details. Under the starry sky, Meng Cheng's cadence as he recited. Everyone's emotions were also fluctuating. Although the Jade Pupil didn't record much, everyone could imagine the strangeness of the situation. Lunar Temple's Great General Sun Gu and the 64 lunar mansions soldiers definitely didn't expect the Fortune Gate to have so many high-grade disciples return, instantly equalizing the disadvantageous situation. What was special was that they didn't lose a single soldier in the battle. The Lunar Temple soldiers and the Lunar Mansion soldiers were released by the Fortune Gate disciples, as if the Fortune Gate disciples weren't worried about the Immortal Palace's punitive expedition again. AI. No wonder Brother Meng is so surprised. Gongshu Jing Yesai. Tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators suddenly appeared. Even great General Sun Go would panic. Yeah, after the battle at the soaring Dragon Mountain Range, the Fortune Gate's name shook the entire Yu Prefecture. Their name shook the entire hidden immortal continent. Morong Jiang nodded in agreement. In the Heavenly Paradise River's Azure Prefecture, the Dragon Clan's Jiang Sheng led 2,000 Water Tribe members to patrol the Heavenly Paradise River. They were ambushed by the Heavenly Rainbow Stream's Ao Shi. Jiang Sheng sent a message, and the Heavenly Paradise River's Dragon Clan led 30,000 Water Tribe members to rescue them. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Rainbow Stream's Dragon Clan set up another trap and sent 100,000 Water Tribe members to besiege them. In the battle, the Heavenly Paradise River's Dragon Clan gradually showed signs of defeat. At this time, the Fortune Gates, Lu, Yi, and Jiang Hong led over 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples back. Lu Yi was a Dao Gates body integration cultivator. His origin was unknown, but he became a disciple of Xiao Hua at the Longevity Town over 200 years ago. His strength was close to the middle of the 7th grade. Jiang Hong was the Heavenly Paradise River's Dragon Clan's princess, and her strength was close to the upper 7th grade. The 100,000 disciples they led were all around the 4th or 5th grade. Half of them had the surname Lu, and they were extremely strong. They were suspected to be descendants of the Dragon Clan. When the Fortune Gate disciples came out, the Heavenly Paradise River was dyed red with blood. None of the 100,000 Water Tribe members of the Heavenly Rainbow Stream managed to escape. Later, Jiang Hong led the Heavenly Rainbow Stream and killed 350,000 Water Tribe members. The Heavenly Rainbow Stream was removed from the Three Rivers Prefecture. Gongshu Jingye was dumbfounded, and he was speechless for a long time. After a while, he asked again, "Brother Meng, you didn't misread, right? 10,000 Fortune Gate disciples with 4th or 5th grade origin energy." "That's right." Meng Cheng nodded. "Moreover, half of these disciples are descendants of the Dragon Clan. Is the Fortune Gate invincible?" Duanmu Lianheng was in a daze. Not to mention the various families' martial grandmasters. All the Confucian cultivators present were speechless. When they saw the change of the mysterious yellow list earlier, they felt that it was exciting and interesting. Now, after hearing Zhai Xing Lu's news, they finally understood how terrifying the Fortune Gate was. These 100,000 disciples could easily wipe out all the Confucian cultivators below the 3rd grade aristocratic family from the hidden immortal mainland. "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious," Meng Chang said unhurriedly. Lu, Yi, and Jiang Hong led the 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples out of the Southern Sea. According to the reliable news from the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, the Southern Sea Dragon Palace's 1st prince, 2nd prince, 3rd prince, and 4th prince were all killed. The Southern Sea Dragon Palace's 4 Seas Grand Formation was broken, and the Southern Sea Dragon Palace was split in half. No, impossible. All the Confucian cultivators were petrified. No one had thought that the arrogant 4 Seas Dragon Palace that looked down on both the human and demonic beast clans would be harmed by the Fortune Gate's disciples. After half a cup of tea's time, Murong Jiang raised his head and asked Nan Huayue, "Miss Nan, this news, Junior doesn't know." Nan Huayue had already prepared an excuse. "Moreover, my star-picking tower won't verify this reliable news. If Senior Morong is interested, you can come to the Southern Sea Dragon Palace to take a look." "Damn it, unless I don't want to live anymore." Morong Jiang couldn't help but curse. That's right, unless they don't want to live anymore. Who would think of provoking the Fortune Gate? The tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators present all had the same thought in their minds. Also, Meng Qing opened his mouth again. "Also, what else?" "Gongshu Jing," he exclaimed. "Other than splitting the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, did the Fortune Gate, did they cause trouble in the Immortal Palace?" "No, they didn't." Meng Chang smiled. "Brother Gongshu, did you forget that by Qing Yu of the 1,000 Bee Sacred Ground had once suppressed Taoist Shao? Granduncle." At this time, Gong Shu Yisin, who was on a star, hurriedly called out. When was Daoist Shao suppressed by the demonic beast clan? Boy, how come you don't know? Gong Shu Jing, you didn't have the heart to answer Gong Shu Yisin. He waved his hand and said, who knows if it's true or not? Didn't Daoist Shao already come to the star-picking tower? That news must be fake. Bai Qingyu, Demon King Bai Qing of the Thousand Beasts Sacred Ground, is the descendant of the five-colored sea god shell of the Great Sage Hall. Sky Concealing Ridge, Demon King Peng Jun of the Thousand Beasts Sacred Ground, is the descendant of one of the Great Sage Hall's 6 Great Sage Hall. Ancient Bell Mountain, Demon King Ni Quan of the Thousand Beasts Sacred Ground, is the descendant of one of the Great Sage Hall's 6 Great Sage Hall's Flying Feather Void Beast. The 3 Demon Kings joined forces to suppress a dragon that looked like Xiao Hua for more than 200 years. The cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, the Merchant Union, the Dragon Tribe of the Dragon Island, and the Fortune Gate of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range all mistakenly believed that the dragon was Xiao Hua and traveled thousands of miles to rescue him. Demon King Bai Qing set up a banquet to feast on the flesh and blood of human cultivators. Xiao Hua flew into a rage, and with a wave of his hand, 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples appeared, killing more than 500,000 demonic beasts from Bai Qingyu, Sky, Concealing Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain. The blood of the demonic beasts spilled all over Bai Qingyu. In this battle, Fortune Gates, Xian Songzi, and Daoist Jing Ting appeared, both Dao Gates body integration cultivators with peak 7th grade origin force. Fortune Gates Yuanya appeared and killed several 7th grade origin force great demons. Fortune Gates Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion appeared. All of them were star-plucking realm cultivators with 6th grade origin force. Other than that, more than 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples set up the capital star formation, divided into 108 smaller formations, and each formation had an unknown disciple with 7th grade origin force. After the bloodbath in Bai Qingyu, the 3 great sages of the demonic beast race, the golden-winged Great Peng, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god shell were transported to Bai Qingyu through the Great Sage Hall. The battle between Xiao Hua and the 3 great sages is unknown. We only know that the Fortune Gate disciples were ordered to flatten Sky, Concealing Ridge, and destroy Ancient Bell Mountain. One day later, the battle between Xiao Hua and the 3 great sages ended, and the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples were ordered to return to Bai Qingyu. The 3 demon kings admitted their sins and offered Bai Qingyu, Sky, Concealing Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain to the Fortune Gate to atone for their sins. Sky Concealing Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain fell into the hands of the Fortune Gate's Golden Eagle and White Lion, and Bai Qingyu was bestowed to the Merchant Union. After that, the 3 great sages returned to the Great Sage Hall. Xiao Hua expelled the 3 demon kings and ordered more than 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples to escort the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples back to the hidden immortal mainland, and the Fortune Gate disciples pointed their swords at the hidden immortal realm. Along the way, anyone who stood in the way of the Fortune Gate's army was killed. Starting from Bai Qingyu, the Fortune Gate annihilated 2 demonic beasts, 2 demon kings, 23 great sages, and no less than 600,000 demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Meng Chung raised his head and looked around, saying, at this point, the Fortune Gate's disciples' fame is like the sun in the sky. Not only has the hidden immortal mainland shocked, but also the 1,000 demonic beasts' sacred ground. Xiao Hua's fame has reached its peak. Chapter 4493. Is there anything else? Murong Zhang's face turned pale, and he asked in a trembling voice. Brother Murong, Meng Chung said indifferently, I want to ask you, as the Murong family's patriarch, if you lead all the Murong family's disciples, can you accomplish such a great feat? Murong Jiang didn't seem to think that Meng Chung was mocking him. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "If we don't care about the cost, we might be able to do it. But after this battle, I'm afraid my Morong family will be removed from the hidden immortal continent." "That's right. If the Morong family is like this, then so is my Meng family." Meng Cheng nodded. "The Fortune Gate's disciples are already domineering. What else do we need?" The whole place fell silent again. From this day on, the Fortune Gate's valiant image would no longer have any objections to the Fortune Gate's disciples dominating the mysterious yellow list. "Miss Nan." Meng Cheng handed the jade eye to Gongshu Jingye, then asked Nan Huayu, "The battle between the three great sages and Senior Shao is not recorded in detail. No matter what, Taoist Shao is still a grand ascension stage cultivator of our human race. He was able to defeat three great sages of the Thousand Demons' sacred ground. This is definitely worthy of our respect. Zhaixing Liu should have recorded the battle in detail." Nan Huaiyue pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior Meng, you're making things difficult for my Zhaixing Liu. That was a battle between the four supreme cultivators of our three continents. Other than the four great sages of the Great Sage Temple, the Immortal Palace's 9th grade literature star, the Thunder Temple's 3 Buddhist lords, and the various clans' patriarchs, who else can see the truth clearly? We're willing to pay a high price," Murong Jiang hurriedly said, "as long as Zhaixing Liu can get the truth. Even if you have the Source Stones, you need to be alive to spend them." Nan Huaiyue was still smiling as she replied indifferently, "My Zhaixing Liu has the foresight." "All right." Murong Jiang knew that this matter was too difficult, so he said perfunctorily and didn't say anything else. "Seniors." Nan Huaiyue looked at the somewhat quiet starry sky and said, "If there's nothing else you need from me, I'll have to put away this defensive formation that I'm challenging to bury the hatchet." The group of Confucian martial grandmasters had been absent-minded for a long time. They all responded in low voices, and the halos around them gradually faded away. Not long after, the starry sky disappeared, and the stars scattered in all directions. The pavilions and corridors once again appeared. Nan Huaiyue took one last look at his surroundings and stepped into the full moon. The moonlight disappeared, and the entire defensive array turned into darkness. The challenge to bury the hatchet was not held, but all the disciples' blood was boiling with excitement. Various families had also activated their pavilion's defensive formations. No one knew what the other families were discussing, but everyone knew that there was only one topic in the entire star-plucking pavilion, and that was Xiao Hua and the Fortune Gate. Xiao Hua stepped into the full moon, but as the moonlight overflowed, his figure had already landed on a corridor. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to take a few more glances, a Confucian cultivator immediately bowed and said, "Senior, our palace lord invites you." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. He turned to look at Mo Jianli and asked, "Are you coming with this old man? Or with the star-plucking pavilion?" Mo Jianli did not hesitate. He bowed and said, "This junior has already promised the star-plucking pavilion. If this junior does not fulfill this promise, this junior feels that he is not worthy to be a Fortune Gate disciple." "Ha, good. This is the true Mo Jianli." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "You can go now. When you come out of the Star Moon Palace, follow this old man back to the Fortune Gate." "Yes, Junior understands." Mo Jianli agreed and found a way to leave. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and put Yuan Yao away. He then said to the Confucian cultivator, "You lead the way." "Senior, please." The Confucian cultivator respectfully gestured and led Xiao Hua to a flight of stairs. In a short while, Xiao Hua had already reached the top floor. The Confucian cultivator did not dare to approach, and Xiao Hua entered the main hall. The interior of the hall was no different from when Xiao Hua had left. However, the black and yellow rankings boards were particularly eye-catching. Seeing Xiao Hua enter, Fairy Xingyu clapped and said with a smile, "Welcome Great Gate Master Xiao to my star-plucking pavilion. I hope that Great Gate Master Zhao's Fortune Gate will take care of my star-plucking pavilion's business in the future." How is that possible? Xiao Hua curled his lips and said, My fortune gate still has the endless merchant union. How can we take care of your business? Moreover, the star-plucking pavilion is so powerful that they can even update the mysterious yellow board at the same time. Why would they need my fortune gate to take care of their business? Great Gate Master Xiao, what do you think of my star-plucking pavilion and the endless merchant union? Forming an alliance? Fairy Xing Yu said in a teasing tone. The fortune gate is like the sun in the sky. How can you let my star-plucking pavilion bask in some glory? Xiaohua. There was worry on Su Zhai's face as he frowned. This time, you've shown off too much. Although you were forced to do this, your fortune gate's mysterious yellow list can be seen as a challenge to the Immortal Palace's prestige. How can the Immortal Palace let this go? Moreover, the Tao Gate is the common enemy of the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect. With your current strength, you may not be afraid of one or two Confucian cultivators. But what if the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect join forces? Don't forget, you also offended 3 great sages from the Great Temple. Back then, that brat Grand Mist was too arrogant and didn't know how to hide his strength and bide his time. He was suppressed by the Confucian cultivators, the Buddhist sect, and the demonic beast race together. His subordinates were also completely wiped out. Your current situation is no different from that brat Grand Mist. In fact, it's even worse. You have to think of a way out. That's right, Grand Mist cultivation wasn't as high as yours back then, and his subordinates weren't as strong as your fortune gate. Even so, the immortals, Buddhists, and demonic beasts couldn't tolerate it. So how can they tolerate you? Fairy Xingyu added, Great Gate Master Xiao, I'm afraid you don't have many good days left. If it's not possible, you should follow us to the immortal world. Many thanks for the 2 seniors' concern. Xiao Hua smiled. My situation is different from the Grand Mist ancestors, and the current situation of the 3 continents is also different from that time. I don't think that the immortals, Buddhists, and demonic beasts can join forces again. Since they can't join forces, I don't have to be afraid of them. As for the Star Moon Palace, I will naturally follow seniors to take a look. However, I will definitely not enter the immortal world through the Star Moon Palace. If I leave, what will happen to the Fortune Gate? Junior's disciples haven't grown up yet. Suji looked at Xiao Hua and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he said, Xiao Hua, to be honest, I've seen many outstanding Taoist cultivators before I became an immortal. After I became an immortal, I've seen even more elites from various realms. After I accidentally entered the 3 continents, I've also seen many outstanding Confucian cultivators. However, you're the first to grow so quickly. I want to give you some advice, but after thinking about it, you don't have any lofty ambitions in your heart. You're also infinitely benevolent. If the immortals, Buddhists, and demonic beasts didn't force you too much, you probably wouldn't have stirred up such a huge mess. However, the problem is that people have no choice in the martial world. There are many things that we can't predict at this time. You should be careful. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. I'm really flattered by Senior's praise. Senior's words are exactly what I wanted. I was born in a farmer's family, and my whole life's cultivation has been based on the idea of living a comfortable life. As long as the immortals, Buddhists, and demonic beasts don't do anything to my fortune gate, I won't cause trouble. I can understand your thinking. Fairy Xing Yu shook her head and said, However, Immortal Emperor Gaochen, Mahavarakana, revered sage, and the golden-winged Great Peng may not think so. Oh, and the Great Sage Temple's newly promoted 7 stars Great Sage. Although he knows you well, he's still a demonic beast. He will think for the Great Sage Temple and the demonic beast race. He may not care about your little friendship. Your fortune gate has caused too much of a commotion. It's impossible for them not to be on guard and not do anything to you. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and probed. Junior's fortune gate may be in trouble, but that's in the future. Senior's star-picking tower may be in trouble now, right? Fairy Xingyu was stunned and asked curiously, Xiao Hua, what do you mean? Could it be that someone is coveting star-picking tower? Suji immediately understood and probed. Yes. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Junior is curious. Someone actually dares to have designs on the two seniors. Which aristocratic family is it? Fairy Xingyu's face instantly turned frosty. She said coldly, They're really tired of living. I don't know which aristocratic family it is. Xiao Hua replied. However, it seems that most of them are Star Picking Tower's disciples. Suji glanced at Fairy Xingyue and said, I've already told you to show more of your strength when necessary. I'm afraid that the 7th grade essence force that you have displayed has caused your subordinates' ambitions to soar. Who is it? Fairy Xingyu asked. How would I know? Xiao Hua's neck stiffened. I just met them. Why didn't you investigate? Fairy Xingyu was so angry that she almost jumped up. Star Picking Tower doesn't belong to me, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Moreover, didn't Senior remind me when I went out earlier? Don't have designs on Star Picking Tower? Damn it, Fairy Xingyu cursed. I just forget it. Suji could tell that Xiao Hua was angering Fairy Xingyu. He waved his hand and said, Let Xiao Hua explain the situation. Yes, Senior. Xiao Hua stopped smiling and explained what he had encountered. Fairy Xingyu said fiercely, I've been paying attention to the movements outside Star Picking Tower. I didn't expect them to be so bold as to play tricks under my nose. You withdrew so many Star Picking Towers from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm this time. It must have affected the interests of some tower masters. Suji said with a smile. It seems that you have to thank Xiao Hua. If it weren't for the arrival of a human Mayana realm expert, these people would have already taken action. Humph! Fairy Xingyu stood up and curled her lips. I'd like to see who dares to take action. His arrival has made things more troublesome for me. With that, Fairy Xingyu floated out. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.